Okay, Cal is passed. Good test. And Bravo 3. Clockwise 2, is that good?
Affirmative. Those are good settings. Bravo 3, clockwise 2. And you'll be looking for 2 additional turns for a total of 4 turns initially.
4 turns total, 2 additional. Touch.
And Kate, you'll be looking for speed apart with 3.
Copy.
Okay, there are 4 total turns, 2 additional on 13. 4 turns total on 14 as well.
Okay, we copy that, Ike. Next, we'll be adding the left upper strut to the center pad. So you'll retrieve the left upper strut from straps 3 and 4.
And work.
Glover making good progress on constructing the first parts of the modification kit. He's constructing a triangle that will make up the top portion of the bracket. All the components and struts in the bag are specially tied down. The bag itself specially designed to carry all of the different struts. Frank Rubio here on the ground, the ground IV. He's the voice you're hearing from here in Mission Control.
You're watching News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. Right now we are taking a live look from the International Space Station, where 3 astronauts are performing the first in a pair of International Space Station spacewalks to ready the station for solar array upgrade. So we are not only bringing you national news, but we are bringing you international news as well as the latest news from space. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine. Thank you all so much for joining us on this beautiful Sunday, February 28th. We are continuing to bring you the latest headlines from around the country. So jumping right into things, it's a big win for the Biden administration. The White House voted in favor of President Biden's massive COVID-19 relief bill. Taking a live look now at the White House. Meanwhile, Johnson & Johnson's vaccine is also one step closer to a formal FDA approval after getting the green light from a panel of expert advisors. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has the latest.
The latest coronavirus relief package is one step closer to becoming a reality. Early Saturday, the House approved the Biden administration's $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill, advancing it to the...
You're saving people's lives, and you're doing, as my mother would say, you're doing God's work, kid.
On the way to Texas, the White House explained the rationale behind the first airstrikes Biden ordered as commander-in-chief, destroying facilities used by Iranian-backed groups who targeted American interests in Iraq.
The president is sending an unambiguous message that he's going to act to protect Americans, and when threats are posed, he has the right to take an action at the time and in the manner of his choosing.
And every peaceful response must have been exhausted already, according to foreign policy rules Biden himself explained at the Pentagon 2 weeks ago.
The central, indispensable mission of the Department of Defense is to deter aggression from our enemies, and if required, to fight and win wars to keep America safe. But I believe force should be a tool of last resort, not first.
But some Democrats wish Biden would have asked them for an okay. Senator Tim Kaine protests offensive military action without congressional approval is not constitutional, absent extraordinary circumstances. Congress must be fully briefed on this matter expeditiously. When locations in Syria were targeted in 2017 by Trump, Jen Psaki had questions. Quote, Also, what is the legal authority for strikes? Assad is a brutal dictator, but Syria is a sovereign country. Now she argues that was different because Trump was interfering in a Syrian matter.
2017 was an attack on Syrian military installations in response to a chemical weapons attack. Last night was a strike on militant groups in defense of U.S. personnel under attack in Iraq. There's a massive difference in both policy and law.
There's also a massive difference between House and Senate rules. The House is allowed to pass a COVID-19 relief bill with a $15 minimum wage attached. The Senate is not. According to the Senate parliamentarian, progressives are now pushing Vice President Harris to overrule.
There are progressives who believe that the vice president should do the same thing that Vice President Rockefeller did, Vice President Humphrey did, in not accepting the advice of the parliamentarian.
Not happening, according to the White House.
Well, the president and the vice president respect the Senate process and will not overrule the parliamentarian's decision in this case.
In a statement last night, Jen Psaki said President Biden is disappointed in this outcome. But he couldn't have been surprised because this aired 3 weeks ago.
But that may not be in your American Rescue Plan.
No, I put it in, but I don't think it's going to survive.
He was right. But even without the minimum wage included, this package right now has zero Republican support. And even though Jen Psaki told me yesterday the White House is not resigned to trying to pass this $1.9 billion measure with Democratic support only, looks like that's what's happening at the White House. Peter Ducey, Fox News.
This weekend, Republicans are holding their first major conference since the November election. And while there are a lot of main speakers that are getting attention, everyone is looking forward to Sunday, where former President Donald Trump will be speaking. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith has the latest.
We stand together and defend liberty, defend the Constitution, defend the Bill of Rights of every American.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz received a standing ovation after telling CPAC attendees the conservative movement is alive and well. He even poked fun of himself for a controversy he caused last week.
Orlando is awesome. It's not as nice as Cancun.
Cruz is one of several high-profile Republicans speaking in Florida this weekend. The annual conservative conference, normally held near Washington, moved to the Sunshine State this year due to the pandemic. Governor Ron DeSantis says he's thrilled the event, billed as America Uncanceled, found a new home.
We are an oasis of freedom in a nation that's suffering in many parts of the country under the yoke of oppressive lockdown.
There are some COVID restrictions in place. Attendees undergo temperature checks and are required to wear masks indoors. The conference highlights issues top of mind for conservatives. For Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, it's about the need to defend American values.
There is no more pernicious threat to America than the rejection of our founding principles and our heritage and our tradition.
Traditionally, the conference is a testing ground for potential presidential candidates, but this year it's a former president dominating the spotlight. President Trump will speak Sunday. Sources say he'll criticize President Biden's performance and make it clear he's not done with politics.
And I assure you that it will solidify Donald Trump and all of your feelings about the MAGA movement as the future of the Republican Party.
Trump is not expected to announce a 2024 candidacy this weekend, but Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell told Bret Baier last night the party is open to a potential second Trump term.
If the president was the party's nominee, would you support him?
The nominee of the party? Absolutely.
But not every potential 2024 presidential candidate is in Orlando this weekend. Some notable names are missing, including former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, as well as Maryland Governor Larry Hogan and former Vice President Mike Pence. Pence was invited to speak, but he declined. In Orlando, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And we're taking a live look now from New York City. And for your latest world business reports, Wall Street closing out the week with more steep losses, but Fox's Jerry Willis says that although stocks are down, they are not totally out. Let's listen in.
Stocks down, but not totally out. Wall Street closing out the week with more steep losses. The major averages dropping as interest rates keep spiking. But for the month of February, all was not lost. The Dow, NASDAQ, S&P 500, and Russell 2000 all higher. Meantime, drivers are still seeing red. The national average for regular unleaded gas up every day so far in February. A gallon now at $2.70. That's around 30 cents higher in just the past month. So it's a good thing you are bringing home more cash to help pay for those rising prices. Personal income surging 10% last month. Americans getting a boost from those direct cash payments from the government. That also helped boost consumer spending. But shoppers might not be going on a major spree just yet. According to the University of Michigan, consumer sentiment inching slightly higher at the end of February, but we are still way below pre-pandemic levels as people are still worried about the economy. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
A young man who shares the same name as one of the big four financial institutions got a pleasant surprise from his shared namesake. This is a really cute story, guys. Let's listen in.
Chase Banks hears a lot of jokes about his name.
Like everyone, my name's Chase Banks. Everyone, like, well, they'll send me pictures on Snapchat of like the bank and stuff. They're like, hey, look, it's your house and stuff like that.
But he's never seemed to mind. In fact, he's making the most of it, collecting memorabilia with his name on it, the bank's name on it.
About 3 months ago, I had wrote to them because I was looking for a Chase Banks decal for his truck that we were getting him, and I couldn't find one. So I had just messaged the bank and asked if they could get me one that I could buy.
The bank went a step further.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Surprising Chase with all sorts of Chase Bank goodies for his 18th birthday.
I thought it was crazy. Like there's like a dog at my door. Yeah, I had no idea. It was new to me today.
Just getting to be a part of the celebration for him, you know? When you work for the industry that I'm in, you're constantly connecting with people and their personal lives. And so getting to be a part of his personal celebration just was an honor for me.
This is Chase's senior year, spending it away from school, away from friends, not getting to play baseball like he's used to. It's been rough. The visit made the year more memorable, this time for a good reason.
It definitely like brightened up, like it made my whole year basically. Like it was very unexpected and like different for like this time. It was very nice.
Banks got one other souvenir for his 18th birthday, and that is a tattoo with the Chase Bank logo with his last name in the middle. How interesting is that? Well, happy birthday to Chase Banks from us right here on News Now from Fox. All right, sticking with our latest business news, Fox 2 Detroit is bringing us just how the pandemic is affecting the economy when it comes to jobs and what we can all do to invest our money during this time.
Millions of very small businesses complained about the Paycheck Protection Program, saying they were simply too small to get the help they needed. But now that's changed. The Biden administration has written some new rules about the PPP. Joining us now is Tammy Halavy with Public-Private Partnerships, a group that consults and also advocates for small businesses. And it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Talk about the changes.
Prioritizing the very smallest businesses, so businesses that have 20 or fewer employees, making a change to how self-employed or sole proprietors are able to access the program and how we calculate the value of the loans that they can get.
Tammy, that's a huge change. I know, for instance, I talked to my barber. She said she's in that boat where she doesn't have that many employees. And so this is really going to impact a lot of people throughout the country with this change.
The very small businesses struggle to get PPP before the change yesterday. In many cases, they don't employ others. And so the design of the program as a payroll protection meant if I don't have a lot of employees, my expenses aren't necessarily there, and it was hard to get dollars. A lot of small business owners, probably like your barber too, don't have an accounting department and legal counsel and all of the pieces that larger companies have, that when a program like this that's reasonably complex comes out, they're able to task it to somebody else. The business owner is usually a jack of all trades.
I know we only have a quick minute left here, but what are some of the other changes that the Biden administration made to the PPP program?
They eliminated two barriers. One, for some people with criminal records, if it's not fraud, One is, and you have a small business, you're eligible to apply for the PPP. The other one is if you have defaulted or fallen behind on a student loan, you can also apply and get forgiveness for the PPP.
All right, Tammy Hallaby, we thank you so much for your time today. By the way, another change to the PPP program was a clarification for those who are here in this country but aren't U.S. citizens. If you have a green card, you can still apply for PPP money. That's something that they wanted to make very clear. To apply for a PPP under these new rules, you want to get your application ready, get ready to hit submit. We'll be hearing more from the Biden administration about when they're going to pull the trigger on the changes. Last spring, businesses were thrown into crisis. Cranes Detroit took a look at what businesses did to survive. Many of them reinvented their whole plan. Take Ackerville Technology. They made mouth guards for athletes. Their business took a punch to the face, and so they pivoted.
Anyone, who remembers last spring, high school sports, completely went dark for a while. And so, there was no need for mouth guards, but they had all the capabilities to make face shields and other PPE. So they did that, and they still have a huge stock of face shields.
Stories like that of resilience are everywhere. Nick Manis of Cranes looked for more. COVID bit into business plans, but optimists and entrepreneurs, well, they say they wouldn't be out for the count.
So many companies just had to kind of find ways to cling on for a number of months. And a lot of these cases, it was just, we got to do something, and we already have the necessary stuff that can keep us in business.
MySwim Pro is another one, a technology startup company. It's an app for swimmers to train on.
Swimming pools were pretty much shut down, so they decided to just kind of, take in a more, I think you called it, holistic exercise approach. The exercises that swimmers need to do, even if they're not necessarily in the pool. So that's another example of a company that, kind of looked for ways to remain relevant.
So the app changed to talk about other exercises on land, nutrition, and other things they need. Instead of drowning, businesses in Michigan came up for air long enough to figure out how their next lap would make a splash with consumers. University of Michigan spin-off company Lynx DX did prostate testing. Well, they had to figure something else out.
As many other things in the spring, people weren't going to the doctor to get their prostate checked, so they already had the necessary stuff to just change that over to COVID-19 testing kits. And I believe, based on the state's data, they're the number 2 provider of testing kits for COVID-19 still.
It's going to take scenes like this to get the U.S. economy kicking again. No matter how many restaurants and small businesses open their doors back up,
that doesn't mean necessarily that people are going to go to that store just because it's open.
That's Dr. Andrew Malik, partner and chief economist at O'Keefe. It's confidence in how controlled COVID is that will influence consumer confidence. Opening up isn't enough. People have to feel safe.
There are a lot of folks, especially the elderly and others, that are not wanting to get out because of COVID, and that's the reality. So the vaccination program, in my opinion, is the consumption spending is very hinged on getting individuals vaccinated.
The president has promised 100 million vaccinations in his first 100 days. The mom and pop stores in Metro Detroit downtown, like Rochester or Birmingham, well, they need foot traffic to keep their heads above water. If not,
you're going to have less revenue and less profitability, which could lead to bankruptcies, which could lead to deteriorations in downtown, et cetera. So in my opinion, I think that the vaccination is really critical to the growth of the U.S. economy.
For those who want to go out but don't have the extra cash, will the money from the feds, the potential $1,400, will that help? Well, remember, the first checks that went out were called stimulus checks. The one that lawmakers are debating now are instead called COVID relief checks. There's a difference.
Well, that's a very important distinction, because am I trying to put $1,400 in your pocket because you have really suffered during the pandemic? Or am I only giving you $1,400 because I want you to go out and spend money? Those are two different things.
Dr. Malik says more people are spending money on their basics, groceries, gas, utilities. For many Americans, a COVID relief check will just hit the savings account or pay off a credit card.
And if it's dollars are going into that, it's going to have less of an impact on the economy.
Which in turn will slow down the overall recovery because fewer dollars are going into shopping or luxuries. The lack of spending has a big impact on whether businesses grow or simply try to survive.
So I'm not going to be investing in buildings. I'm not going to be investing in equipment. I'm not going to be growing and hiring other workers unless I know there's sustained demand for that. If there's not sustained demand, I'm not going to be spending that money.
From far away, it looks like nothing has changed, but for restaurants, dining has become dire when it comes to dollars coming in during COVID.
43% of restaurants that closed temporarily would not reopen. That number is much higher for restaurants owned by African Americans and other people of color.
Now, with the reopening of restaurants at 25% capacity today, there is some hope for Detroit restaurants. Things have turned in the city. Remember when it used to be all about downtown? This was true for when people were coming in from outside to spend their cash. Now, most downtown restaurants have closed for lunch altogether because so many offices are shuttered. But for the neighborhood spots in Detroit, it could be a different story.
The neighborhood retailers and hospitality emerge a lot faster than downtown just because they've got built-in audience because there's more residents.
Dennis Archer Jr. owns Central Kitchen and Bar downtown at Campus Martius Park. They went from 40 employees before COVID down to 18. Now they're at 8. Now that the 25% capacity is allowed, an important conversation can begin to happen, whetting the appetite for those who have been laid off, hungry to come back.
Our managers have done a good job keeping in touch with both our front of the house and back of the house staff. And people are anxious to get back to work. I mean, people want to get back to work. They enjoy our working environment, interacting with our customers. And so there's been great conversations. The only unfortunate thing is that 25%, even if you add that to our outdoor patio seating, we can't bring back our full complement yet.
In the meantime, many of the smaller cafes, restaurants, and coffee shops in Detroit's neighborhoods are hoping to do that sooner, given the smaller spaces and the built-in customer base in their backyards. Today, some restaurants in the Avenue of Fashion making it clear they may need a little more time before they can staff up and gear up for an opening. Dennis Archer Jr. says even with their outdoor patio seating, people are braving the cold, the temperatures dipping, and the tipping heating up.
The generosity of the Detroit community as a whole has been fascinating. I think it's wonderful, and it just speaks to our grit and our dedication to our community.
Increasing questions and concerns over how vaccines are distributed in Houston, Texas, as Fox's Matthew Seedorf reports. Although thousands remain on virtual waiting lists, the city's health department is still taking appointments, and they are filling up within minutes.
Rising confusion and questions over coronavirus vaccines.
People go one place and then they hear something from another person, say, we'll go here and try this, and it's a lot going on.
Fox 26 confirming right now more than 330,000 people have registered for the COVID-19 virtual waiting list just in Harris County. Another waiting list for the city of Houston with tens of thousands more.
Just watching how my family is taking care of it, waiting my turn.
While thousands wait online, the health department sent out this alert Thursday night saying they just opened 1,800 new appointment slots and to register online.
We've got to remember that last week, our shipment got delayed because of the winter storm.
The almost 2,000 slots gone in 6 minutes. Some asking Fox 26 why and how did these new appointments even open? Why is there a waiting list but also these new slots that just appear?
The vaccine was late, but we wanted to make sure that the community got it as soon as possible, and that's the fastest way.
Vaccine distribution at an all-time high in Harris County. Long lines at Houston's first FEMA super site Wednesday, promising 6,000 doses per day for weeks. City and county leaders focusing on what they call vaccine equity, prioritizing some zip codes over others.
We try to make it people a priority who are more at risk of severe disease.
Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo's office telling us it's not about exclusion, it's about inclusion. Getting an appointment favors those with faster internet connections or who are constantly hitting refresh. So this levels the playing field.
Confusion over vaccine distribution in Houston, and honestly it looks like just plain confusion at one vaccine distribution site in Orange County, Florida. Security precautions have been stepped up at the vaccines distribution site in the Orlando area after 2 women actually posed as the elderly in order to get their coronavirus vaccine. Earlier everything they could. Let's listen in at this story. This is crazy,
We've
guys.
been working with our Orange County Sheriff partners and also our partners at the Orange County Convention Center to institute additional measures to ensure that those persons who are coming meets the eligibility criteria for the priority for the vaccine.
More security after this.
You've stolen a vaccine from somebody that needs it more than you. And now you're not going to get your second one. So that's a whole waste of time we just wasted here on this.
2 women busted at the Orange County Convention Center last week after health officials say they tried to pose as elderly women to get the vaccine. The story going viral. Body camera video shows deputies scolding them.
We're not even sure if they're going to press charges against you and take you to jail right now. But just for your selfishness of stealing a vaccine.
The pair, both under 45 years old, were there for their second shot. Orange County administrators trying to make sure no one slips through again.
It includes checking for age, the 65 plus is those who are eligible at the convention center, and also for the residency requirements.
News Now from Fox returns right after this break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and we are continuing to bring you all the latest news, top stories, and live events from around the country. Staying on the topic of the coronavirus, we all know the latest information that the FDA has cleared Johnson & Johnson's single-dose vaccine for Americans. So there are still a lot of questions out there about coronavirus in general and about the vaccine. So I want to bring you all the latest Q&A from our sister station, Fox 5 Atlanta.
Welcome back to Good Day Atlanta. The U.S. could have a third COVID-19 vaccine by this weekend. Yesterday, the FDA released a review of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, found it was more than 80% effective at preventing severe disease. That's lower, though, than the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us live. Beth, good morning. Is there concern Americans will, do the math on that and maybe shy away from this new vaccine?
I think there is some concern, Elise. I think that people may look at it and say, do I want a vaccine that's 90 to 95% effective at preventing, mild illness, or do I want one that's, 85, 70% effective? And they may pick and choose. And so there is some concern that people may defer or put off until they can get the Moderna or the Pfizer vaccine. But experts are really saying that's a mistake because for several reasons. But they're saying if you look at this new vaccine's ability to prevent severe disease and to keep people out of the hospital and to keep people from dying, it has a near perfect track record. I mean, it is about 85% effective at preventing severe illness. But in the clinical trials, they had none of the volunteers who received the vaccine, and some of these were in real hotbed, viral places. None of the volunteers who received the vaccine actually had to be hospitalized or died during the clinical trial. So it tells you a lot, that this vaccine is very protective when we talk about keeping you out of the hospital. Elise?
Well, and then conditions were different when it comes to testing. This Johnson & Johnson vaccine was tested later in the pandemic. So how could that factor into the results?
Because later in the pandemic, when this was tested, we began to see these emerging variants that are more transmissible and that some of them are able to sort of work around the protection that the vaccine offers. So the vaccines that we have may not be quite as effective as they are against other variants of the virus. So that's important. This Johnson & Johnson vaccine was also tested in South Africa. It was tested in Latin America and in the United States at a time where we had these new variants that were coming up, and the countries were really struggling with them. And it did well, even across the board, at preventing severe illness, even against these variants. It was highly effective and safe. And so I think, there is a real place for this. Maybe this one, this is the one vaccine that we've had that's really been tested against these newer variants that could create a real problem if they get a real foothold here in the United States. Elise?
Well, then the bottom line is that this vaccine, has so many advantages, mainly that it's a one-shot deal, which makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's a single dose kind of one and done thing. And that's going to be really nice for people not to have to go and get a follow-up dose, and schedule that appointment and everything. It also seems to have you can store it much more easily. It can just sit in a refrigerator for several months before you use it. So you don't need the big deep freeze that you see with the other vaccines. And it seems to cause fewer of those short-term side effects. So the arm pain, the fatigue, the fever that some people are feeling, especially after that second shot, which is normal, those side effects, but not necessarily pleasant. So fewer side effects with this one, too. So but I think the big one is the one that you touched on, Elise, one shot and you're done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big deal. It really is. So, Beth, it sounds like from what we've been hearing, there's been production delays. If the vaccine's approved this weekend, how quickly could that be rolled out?
So I think that what they're saying, the president's White House coronavirus advisors are saying that they plan to have about 3 to 4 million doses shipping next week if it's approved, about 20 million doses by the end of March. And then the company has promised 100 million doses by the end of June. But things have have chugged along rather slowly on this. So there may be some delays. So you're not going to really, when this vaccine is first rolled out, it's not going to be very easy to find because you're talking talking about 3 to 4 million doses divided between 50 states and territories, and also, you know, a lot of pharmacies and community health centers will also be vying for this vaccine. So you're not going to see it at first, but hopefully it's going to pick up and add to our supply and help us get more people protected. Elise.
All right, Beth, as always, on top of that for us. We appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back.
Over the past 12 months, divorce rates have skyrocketed across the country. And one of the main reasons are issues brought on during the pandemic. So while many divorce proceedings have been delayed, others are finding new ways to move forward.
Divorce rates have spiked in the U.S. during the pandemic. According to data from Legal Templates, the number of people looking for divorces was 34% higher from March through June in 2020 compared to 2019. They say this is due to stress, homeschooling children, unemployment, and more. And now this process is coming easier to couples because of the accessibility.
Being able to do, at least right now, do things online is actually makes it easier for them.
Jenny Mihalovich, partner at Stewart Law Group, says because of this, it's saving her clients money.
You'd have attorneys driving an hour, 2 hours to get to court, get back to court. It was a real drain on a client's funds or on the client's time.
And now you can do it in the comfort of your own home. Luckily at Stewart Law Group, though, they say they have not seen an uptick in divorce during this pandemic.
But I have not had a single client say to me, or a single consultation that I've done say, I was trapped at home with my spouse. I can't stand them. I need to be out of this.
But they have seen some couples do the opposite. Couples will stay together because of the stressors of the pandemic.
Who were getting ready to get divorced, and because of the financial constraints of reduced work hours or fear of, you know, housing prices are up right now, so they wanted to stay in the same house, that they stayed together instead of splitting up.
In Phoenix, Bailey Miller, Fox 10 News.
Taking a live look now from none other than space. We are watching as the International Space Station is conducting its spacewalk with 3 astronauts, and they are replacing solar panels out there in space. So we are not only bringing you national news, sometimes international news, and we're actually bringing you news from space. So you can watch this event all day on NASA TV, and we will be cutting in and out of it here on NewsNOW from Fox as we watch these 3 astronauts perform the first in a pair of International Space Station spacewalks as they ready the station for solar array upgrades. Really interesting, guys. NASA also making
this
big
was
news.
somebody that I needed to highlight and to honor through this portrait. This was a woman.
As it renames its Washington, D.C. headquarters after hidden figure Mary W. Jackson. Jackson started her NASA career in the segregated West Area Computing Unit of the agency's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. Jackson, a mathematician and aerospace engineer, went on to lead programs influencing the hiring and promotion of women in NASA's science, technology, engineering, and math careers. In 2019, she was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal. NASA recently honored her with the renaming of the headquarters with a full ceremony. We want to bring you all just a bit of that special occasion right here on NewsNOW from Fox.
The moment, it's the real human experience that happens as time passes.
I knew that this was somebody
that African Americans and women could excel. As a result, successful Black women are no longer hidden figures. We are very visible monuments to success. We include the Vice President of the United States, the Mayor of the District of Columbia, and even me, a deputy mayor who, like Mary Jackson, is a Southern girl with big dreams to make this world a better place. In closing, it is most fitting that Ms. Jackson's legacy includes her name on this building, in the heart of the nation's capital, one of the most diverse cities in the nation and home to strong leadership by African American women in all walks of life. African American girls now know they can reach the moon and stars due to Ms. Jackson. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Congressman Bobby Scott, who will be appearing via video. Representative Scott has represented Virginia's 3rd Congressional District in the U.S. House since 1993. He is the first African American elected to Congress from Virginia since Reconstruction, and only the second African American elected to Congress in Virginia's history. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Representative Bobby Scott.
I met Mary Jackson in the early 1970s after I came back from law school and was invited to serve on the advisory board of the local Continental Societies, a women's organization providing services to children, particularly those with special needs. I kind of knew that Mary Jackson worked at NASA, but just like everybody else, she was a hidden figure in terms of the contributions she made to the space program. President John F. Kennedy said something like, "A nation reveals itself not only by those it produces, but also by those it honors and those it remembers." Naming this building after Mary Jackson reveals a lot about our country.
Good afternoon. Acting Administrator Jerzyk, Deputy Mayor Bayers, members of the Jackson family, distinguished guests. My name is Clayton Turner. I'm the director of NASA's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. It's my honor and privilege to share some thoughts about someone who was a true pioneer for our agency and our nation. We're here to pay tribute to a person who blazed trails but didn't boast. A high achiever who never sought attention or accolades. Instead, she used her success to help countless others to follow in her footsteps. She helped others find their path forward. Mary Winston Jackson was a hero. Looking back on her remarkable life, we can see some of the roots of her greatness. Born April 9, 1921 in Hampton, Virginia, she was the daughter of Frank and Ella Scott Winston. Her family was active at Bethel AME Church in Hampton. Mary attended the all-black George P. Phoenix Training School and graduated with honors. From there, she entered what was then Hampton Institute, now Hampton University, where she joined Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Mary graduated in 1942 with degrees in both mathematics and physical sciences. Mary tried various jobs before finding her place where she would ultimately make her mark. She worked as a teacher, a receptionist, a bookkeeper, and was a homemaker for a while after the birth of her son. But Mary wasn't done. She had more to do. Her turning point came in 1951. She accepted a position as a mathematician with the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NASA's precursor, as part of the segregated West Area computers. After 2 years, Mary took a computing position in Langley's 4-foot by 4-foot supersonic pressure tunnel. There she got hands-on experience, and she excelled. Her boss encouraged her to enter a training program that would allow her to earn a promotion from mathematician to engineer. What happened next is now well known. Because Hampton Public Schools were segregated at the time, Mary had to petition the city for the right to take classes alongside white students. Thanks to what was described as a quiet but commanding nature, she got the petition approved. Jackson became NASA's first African-American female engineer in 1958. And I want to just set that for context. I was 1 year old when that happened, so she set the groundwork even then. By 1975, she had written numerous technical publications for the agency and proven her merit as an engineer. Then, in 1979, she made a bold and heroic change. Instead of continuing her successful engineering career, she took a reduction in grade to work in the area of equal opportunity. After training at NASA headquarters, she returned to Langley and took the position of Federal Women's Program Manager. In that role, she enabled the hiring and promotion of a new generation of female mathematicians, engineers, and scientists. Mary W. Jackson was a pioneer in diversity and inclusion in policy, yes, but even more importantly, in action. She retired from NASA in 1985. She passed away on February 11, 2005. Mary W. Jackson was a pioneer who dared to challenge convention. She had the courage to fight inequality, and when she emerged victorious, she spread the benefits far and wide. Throughout her life, she made a positive impact in the lives of her fellow citizens. She was active in the Girl Scouts for decades, influencing thousands of young women. The recognition we celebrate today is appropriate because Mary Jackson remains an inspiration. Her perseverance, her empathy, her desire to lift us all. She inspired others to excel and to break through barriers. That is the spirit of NASA. Mary Jackson chose to lead by example, and at NASA today, we strive to emulate her vision, passion, and commitment. We celebrate that bright future that she pushed for so profoundly. Mary's accomplishments were sky high, but her feet were planted firmly on the ground in her community. She knew that nothing great can be built without a solid foundation. So she rolled up her sleeves and she built the best foundation possible. We honor Mary Winston Jackson by adding to that foundation. This headquarters building, bearing her name, will be a shining symbol of her will to push beyond barriers for the benefit of all. Her example will guide us together as we reach for new heights to reveal the unknown for the benefit of humankind. So now I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Langley's formerly hidden figure, Christine Darden. Christine joined the agency as a human computer in 1967. Over a 40-year NASA career, she took on leadership roles including technical leader of NASA's Sonic Boom Group in the High Speed Research Program and director of the Aero Performing Center Program Office. She was the first African-American woman at Langley to be promoted to the Senior Executive Service. For the non-NASA government folks, Senior Executive Service is the highest civilian rank in the government. She authored many publications in the field of high-lift wing design and supersonic flow, flap design, sonic boom prediction, and sonic boom miniaturization. This is the work we use today in efforts like the Low Boom Flight Demonstrator mission and the experimental X-59 aircraft. So if you want to look outside and see the work that Christine Darden started, it's right outside in our lobby. In 1991, she received the NASA Equal Opportunity Medal, and in 1995, she received the NASA Outstanding Achievement Medal. Please welcome Christine Darden.
Good afternoon. Director Turner, Acting Administrator Jerzyk, members of the Jackson family, and other distinguished guests. It's indeed an honor for me to be here today as NASA recognizes Mary W. Jackson in this very auspicious way for her work within NASA and her efforts in mentoring and guiding so many young people in this country. I'm the fourth hidden figure in Margot Shetterly's book, Hidden Figures. I was not in the movie. I came to NASA about 24 years after Dorothy Vaughan, 16 years after Mary Jackson, and 14 years after Katherine Johnson. Two things I like to remember about my introduction to the space program were, one, my assignment on October the 5th, 1957, to get the morning newspaper into the school library down in Asheville, North Carolina. The headline was, "Soviets Fire Earth Satellite into Space. It's circling the globe at 18,000 miles per hour and has made 4 crossings over the U.S. in the last 24 hours. Of course, that was Sputnik. I was then a senior in high school. The second occasion was in spring of 1962, when along with Katherine Johnson's daughter, Joylette, and Mary Jackson's niece, Ann Winston, we all stood along Queen Street near Hampton Institute to view one of John Glenn's victory parades after he successfully orbited the Earth and his safe return to the Earth. The 3 of us were seniors and classmates at Hampton Institute, soon to become graduates in the class of 1962. After falling in love with physical science in the 9th grade and playing geometry during my junior year in high school, I came to Hampton Institute with hopes of becoming a mathematician. My dad called and suggested that I change that to teacher education in mathematics and physics, which I did. To do both, I took many extra high-level math courses just before I graduated to start teaching. My mother at that time told me that I needed to learn to speak up and talk to people. Speaking up led me to Virginia State College 2 or 3 years later, where I did research in aerosol physics and got a master's degree in applied mathematics. I was then hired by NASA. I was assigned to the reentry physics branch of the high-speed aerodynamics division. This was at the beginning of the Apollo program. I was working with several ladies who had worked with Mary in the West computers. Speaking up again a few years later led me to a 20-year career in supersonic wing and flap design and sonic boom minimization, and a doctorate in mechanical engineering, in addition to several leadership positions. When I first met Mary, I learned that she was the first African-American female engineer at Langley, and that she spent quite a bit of time speaking to school students in Hampton and Newport News schools. What kind of jobs were available at NASA? How did one prepare for them? Those school talks were profitable. I've heard several Langley employees say that they became engineers because they heard talks from employees just like Mary. About that time, many African-American professionals at Langley learned that a black technical society had a state charter in the city of Hampton. Mary and Katherine, along with the rest of us, got together and renewed that charter and activated the chapter at Langley. Working with students was the primary target of the National Technical Association. Math contests were sponsored for middle school students to help the students with math skills and confidence in taking tests. SAT tutorials were sponsored for high school students who were approaching graduation to help them with test-taking skills, knowledge, and confidence. One of the largest programs was the annual Technical Symposium for college students in HBCUs in Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, and DC. Students gave technical talks on research and work they had done during the summer internship programs or positions. They were judged and they were given awards. The professors from the HBCUs who had their students apply for the symposium and who brought many other students to the symposium. They loved the symposium that we had. The students learned to give technical talks and won prizes. The colleges were impressed about the impact on their students, and several colleges sent students to that symposium by the busload. Another very special thing I noticed about Mary was how she reached out to and mentored the new African American employees. Often when I was speaking with them, they would speak of having been invited to Mary's home for dinner. She made a very special effort to meet these young aerospace engineers, to welcome them, to show them hospitality, and to give them advice. Mary did not just do that for Langley employees, but to young people all around her, those in the Girl Scouts, those at church, those in her neighborhood. Because of Mary's work in the Federal Women's Program, I too got a promotion, and I read about it in the back of the book, Hidden Figures. And now I wish to ask everyone to join me, and please enjoy some additional video tributes to Mary W. Jackson.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a profound honor for me to join you on this historic occasion as NASA, the inspirer of so many dreams, renames its headquarters building for Mary Winston Jackson, the pioneering engineer who helped to make those dreams possible with her beautiful heart and with her brilliant mind.
Taking a live look now from the International Space Station as NASA astronauts perform a spacewalk. They are actually replacing solar panels in space. We just showed you all the official ceremony as NASA renamed its Washington, D.C. headquarters after hidden figure Mary Jackson. I actually had a chance to sit down with NASA's acting administrator to talk about the ceremony and just what it means for the future of women in STEM. News that NASA announced on Friday. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so we named our headquarters building after Mary W. Jackson. And Mary W. Jackson is one of the hidden figures. And the hidden figures were human computers, mathematicians that worked at NASA's predecessor organization, the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, NACA, and then worked at NASA in the 1960s and 70s. You know, many of them were black female, and as Mary W. Jackson was, and we used their math skills. They used their math skills to essentially, you know, land the first men on the surface of the moon.
Wow, that's incredible. Why do you think that they're considered hidden figures?
Well, yeah, so their contributions were hidden for decades. And it wasn't until Marguerite Shetterly did the research and interviewed 4 of them actually, and wrote a book, Hidden Figures, and then the movie that they became unhidden, and people recognized how crucial they were to the space program and the success of the space program. And actually, Dr. Christine Darden, who's one of the 4 hidden figures in the book, was at the ceremony yesterday, the naming ceremony. I spent a lot of my career at NASA Langley Research Center, and I know Christine very well. So she actually got a PhD in engineering and was a researcher, and she was the first black female senior executive at the agency. And I knew Christine when later in her career, she was a senior executive and we worked together. It was great seeing her at the ceremony yesterday. So yeah, their contributions were kind of hidden for a while, but now we know how crucial the human computers and these mathematicians were to the success of the space program.
Absolutely. So you mentioned how their contributions were kind of in the shadows, but now NASA is obviously doing their part to make sure that everyone knows of their contributions. And it is Black History Month. How important do you think it is for other women in STEM of color to see that representation?
Yeah, so role models are really important. And you know, Mary W. Jackson and Katherine Johnson and Christine Darden, you know, they were and are still role models for, you know, particularly women of color, because they see, hey, if a person who looks like me and grew up like me can do that, I can do that too. I can go to school and get a degree in science, technology, engineering, and math. So I think that's crucial. We had Yolanda Shea, a current researcher at NASA Langley Research Center, was at the ceremony yesterday and talking how she was inspired to go into science by people like Mary W. Jackson and the Hidden Figures. And so she's what we call a modern figure, right? And so she also wants to pay it forward and be a role model for young women coming up through through the K through 12 ranks, and to inspire them to go into STEM fields.
It definitely seems as though these women did more than pave the way. Even all of these years later, their contributions are being recognized. And you have worked for NASA for years yourself. What do you think is the most significant memory you have, or the most significant thing you have of crossing paths with these women?
Yeah, it's the the talent and dedication of them to the mission of the agency and to the nation and to serving the nation. I mean, they inspire me by their just talent, dedication, and energy to the success of the organization and to what they do. And it's the strength of any organization, including NASA, the people and the dedication they have to that, and to see a more diverse group come together and do the amazing things that we do is really inspiring. And also that diversity helps us solve some really challenging problems in more effective ways.
What do you think it is about the diversity that kind of makes everyone put their heads together?
Yeah, it's just those different viewpoints, different ways of looking at a problem, different ways of interacting and throwing ideas out there and seeing what might work. So, as a leader, a lot of my job is facilitating and listening and using the diversity of experience and talent of the organization to help move us forward and solve some of the challenges that we have in the future, to do the very ambitious things we want to accomplish.
Yes, as you mentioned, I think it's beneficial for probably every organization.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just for NASA. What we do is really challenging, because aerospace is really hard and the systems are very complex, and you got to really pay attention to detail. But yeah, any organization, this diversity of experience and viewpoints, if you lead effectively, can really be powerful.
Now, Steve, for the little girl who's maybe in middle school, who watched the headquarters naming after Mary Jackson and said, you know what, maybe I can be a part of something like that, what advice would you give her?
Yeah, the advice I would give her is, you're going to run into challenges, right? Math can be challenging and physics can be challenging, and don't give up. Just keep moving forward, because like Mary W. Jackson, you can succeed also. So you'll get frustrated and you'll get really mad at not being able to solve a problem, but just keep at it, get help, and persevere, and you can be a scientist, engineer, or anything you want to be, as long as you keep at it. Yeah.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now, I am joined with Fox 35 Orlando's Matt Trezza. Matt, you're joining us from the Conservative Political Action Conference, and today's a big day. A lot of people are looking forward to the main speaker.
Oh, absolutely. CPAC, as it's known, is waiting for the arrival of 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. He's going to be the keynote speaker and the final speaker for today's event. You can see we've got the main hall over here. They are all, the security is here. Deputies from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Orlando Police here, making sure that security is tight as everybody gears up for the main event that's going on today. Now, CPAC is, of course, the annual conference that goes on when the conservative and Republican establishment and leadership decides its agenda and talks about what is to come for the future of the party, especially a tumultuous year for the Republicans after their loss in the presidential election in 2020. Of course, that a main topic of debate as they talk about what the future of the party is. Many of the panels and speakers, and the way it works is that inside the main hall here, you have speakers and panels that are going on discussing what the main topics of the Republican Party, what it's going to look like going forward, and what happened in the past that they want to hash over. So, for example, the 2020 vote has been a major topic of discussion, and of course, what is the path forward for Republicans in terms of their agenda and platform, and of course, Donald Trump being a huge part of that. This is his first major post-presidency address that he's given to the crowd here. So of course everybody's going to be waiting to hear how that goes. The big question in everybody's mind is he going to say that he's going to be a candidate in 2024? That is what everybody is curious about, and that could be answered today when he takes the stage at 3:40 in the afternoon. That is when he is set to make his address.
And Matt, for people who are interested in watching the conference, what ways can they watch?
Well, I'm sure that Fox News is going to be carrying it live on their air and in their programming. As far as the local station goes, Fox35Orlando.com is going to be carrying that live stream on their website. Their app is going to be carrying it as well, so you can check that out. Of course, CPAC is in Orlando, Florida this year. That is a departure from years past. Previously, it had always been in Washington, D.C., but because of the COVID-19 lockdown and restrictions there, they decided to move it here to Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis had markedly fewer restrictions on large gatherings and events like that, so they moved it to this state. Again, Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, also a close ally of former President Donald Trump, so it does make some intrinsic sense that they would move it to the Sunshine State for the event to go on here. And of course, former President Donald Trump, now a Florida resident. He had been a long-time New York resident, moved his official residency here to Florida. He's been staying at the Mar-a-Lago facility that he has set up there. So only a short trip for him to get from there to here for today's keynote address that, again, will be streaming on Fox35Orlando.com and on the Fox Orlando app.
You know, moving the event from Washington, D.C. to the Sunshine State isn't such a bad idea, but I did hear Senator Ted Cruz say Orlando was great, but it's not Cancun.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he said that. I mean, he had gotten so much flack from the people in Texas for not being in the state during a crisis that was really happening there. You know, you had especially Texas and most of the Midwest in this deep freeze. The Texas power grid being independent from the rest of the country's power grids led to a lot of power issues that were going on there. There were a lot of blackouts and shutdowns and things like that as far as the electricity went, and a lot of people criticized him for leaving the state at a time of emergency there. And it was something that he said was a family decision at the time, but then he came back here and he made a joke about it on the stage at CPAC, and it did go over well with the audience here, which is of course a largely sympathetic one, but he is one of the many party leaders who have taken the stage here. Of course, we've got Florida Senator Rick Scott, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, Donald Trump Jr. took the stage on Friday, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo talking yesterday. So basically a who's who of the Republican Party, and especially the Republican Party as far as those who are particularly loyal to Donald Trump and his inner circle.
And again, former President Donald Trump will be speaking at 3:40 p.m. today. Fox 35 Orlando's Matt Trezza, thank you so much for joining us. All right, guys, as Fox 35, Orlando's Mac Trezor just explained, the Conservative Political Action Conference is kicking off day 4 in just a few hours, and a lot of people that are attending are looking forward to hearing former President Donald Trump speak. There's have been a lot of conversations of President Trump and whether he will re-enter the race for the presidency in years to come. So if you are interested in tuning in, you can watch it live right here on NewsNOW from Fox. We will have our very own Andrew Kraft in, and he will be bringing you all of the latest information and breaking news as well as that live event. And for now, I'm going to send some of you off to a quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, taking a live look now at the White House. President Biden recently spoke with governors at the United States Governors Winter Meeting. He spoke about the American Rescue Plan as well as personally addressing Texas Governor Greg Abbott, saying that he and his administration is willing to provide ongoing support for Texas after the winter storm crisis that left millions without power for days. I want to bring you all the full report right here on News Now from Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome National Governors Association Chairman Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York and the President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Thank you. On behalf of all the governors, it's my pleasure to welcome our new president and a dear friend to the National Governors Association 2021 winter meeting. Traditionally, the president has been invited to address the governors at their winter meeting, and the president would often be kind enough to invite us to join him at the White House. Of course, that was in the pre-COVID world. However, we do miss our White House visit, Mr. President, and we look forward to a possible invitation next year, fingers crossed, and maybe even an extra special meal to make up for the absence. Of course, I would recommend Italian food, but the way the NGA operates, I'd have to put that up for a vote. Let us begin by thanking you, Mr. President, for your true spirit of partnership. Governors have been on the front lines of COVID for the past year. Many of us have felt that we did not always get the federal support we needed. You reached out to us right after your election for our first meeting. We then had a second meeting just as you were taking office. Your promise of an ongoing functional partnership has already come to fruition. Our weekly calls with Jeff Zients and his COVID team are truly extraordinary. They are genuine discussions and they are problem-solving sessions, and they've made real progress. Mr. President, we thank you not just for your effort, but even more for the results you have achieved. We understand the difficult situation you inherited upon taking office. You had a country anxious for vaccinations, and that when you went to the cupboard, it was all but bare. You have made amazing progress in securing enough vaccines so Americans now know that July is a workable timetable. Certainty quells anxiety. In the meantime, you have secured enough vaccines to increase our state allocations by 70% just since you were elected. You successfully provided the states with 100% FEMA reimbursement through your executive action, which makes an enormous difference on the ground. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, after years of lobbying by the NGA, you proposed $350 billion in direct, unrestricted aid for states and localities. We sincerely thank you. We stand ready to help you pass the American Rescue Plan. And please just tell us how we can help. And we also stand ready to help you pass a national infrastructure bill. Real federal infrastructure investment has been promised many times before. Indeed, by at least 5 former administrations. Some have said that we have airports that look like they are in a third world country. And they are right, Mr. President. But we believe that you can get it done, and that now is truly the time to do it because the nation needs it. We stand ready as your partners, shovels poised to hit the ground. So, governors, let's give a warm welcome to the 46th President of the United States, President Joseph Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it a lot. Appreciate your friendship. Let me start by saying, guaranteed, if we're able to, we'll not only have you next year at this time for the Governor's Conference, but we'll have whatever food you want. We can go around each one of you. We just order individually. But all kidding aside, I'm anxious to see you. I wish you could all be here. because it's much better. We all do better when we're able to look each other in the eye and know what we're talking about. But thank you. Some of you have been here in the meantime, but I hope to have the governor's conference here next year, God willing. You know, I've been talking to several of you quite a bit lately. And as you know, we've approved disaster declarations in Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. In Texas, FEMA was already on the ground providing support for COVID-19 vaccination efforts. So they were able to move quickly to supply generators, food, blankets, and most importantly, water. And Governor Abbott, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to coming down tomorrow to Houston to be with you. And I want you and the residents to know that we're here to provide the federal assistance you need to support your state, your local and tribal response efforts. And it's clear that even when the immediate crisis passes, there's going to be more work to be done to help constituents recover. And my administration will be there every step of the way with you, because when people in this country need help, they're not Democrats or Republicans, they're all Americans. And people who need work, they're the people getting sick from COVID and people facing eviction, people going hungry, people struggling with opioid crisis, and people need broadband. They're not Democrats or Republicans, they're our fellow Americans. And I think the whole spirit of this governor's conference and our administration is changing the attitude a little bit about how we deal with one another. At least I hope so. As governors, you know this. You know that you have one job, and that's to deliver. You're in the front lines. I overuse that phrase, but it's hard to overuse it. And as the saying goes, you're the laboratories of democracy. Your challenges can prove to be lessons for everybody. Your successes can prove to be a model for everybody. The storms that hit the South were a painful reminder that so many of our challenges don't stop at our border of our states. They don't make distinctions based on how the state's made up. Today, I want to focus on two of those challenges that cross borders, COVID and the economy. You know better than I do. As you know, the ability to deal with one will determine our ability to address the other. On Monday, our nation passed a grim milestone. COVID-19 has now taken over 500,000 of our fellow Americans. That's more than died in World War I, World War II, and the Vietnam War combined. And most governors, that's more than the population of your largest cities in your state or your territories. Gone. And as a country, we have to remember those we lost, but particularly those who are left behind. But as we remember, we also have to act to end the politics of misinformation that has divided families, communities, and the country, and that has cost too many lives already. We have to fight this together as one, to state the obvious. I know you all know this. As a friend of mine, you say you not only understand me, you overstand me. We're the United States of America, and this cruel winter's not over. And if we come together, we can usher a more hopeful spring. We can usher it in, and that's what we're working to do together. As you know, I came in office, I set a goal, which was mocked for by some, none of you, but by some. I set a goal of saying we're going to do 100 million shots, get 100 million shots in people's arms in my first 100 days as president. I directed Jeff Science, my COVID response coordinator, to lead my administration and work with vaccine manufacturers to buy more vaccines and speed up delivery. We used, as some of you have suggested, the Defense Production Act to speed up supply chains for key equipment like fill pumps and filters, which have helped increase vaccine production. We've increased vaccine allocations, as Andrew said, the governor said, to your states by almost 70% since coming into office, whatever number of days ago it's been, 37 or something like that. We secured enough vaccine to supply 300 million Americans, 300 million, to take care of all their needs in terms of vaccination by the end of July. And we've all seen in the news that Johnson & Johnson vaccine if the FDA approves the use of this new vaccine, we have a plan to roll out as quickly as Johnson & Johnson can make the vaccine. Of course, it's not just getting the vaccines, it's getting the vaccines in the arms. And this is another place where your work and our partnership is making a big difference. I've signed an order to allow retired doctors and nurses to give shots. We deployed, as you referenced indirectly, at least, Andrew. We've deployed over 1,500 federal personnel as vaccinators, and we're funding 1,200 of your guardsmen and women to serve as vaccinators as well. And we're paying for your guard for that purpose. We're working with you to create more places where Americans can get vaccinated, supporting communities in high-volume vaccine centers and across your states. The result is that we have doubled the daily vaccination rate from where it was when we took office. And we've completed 50 million shots in 37 days. And we've now given more shots than any nation in the entire world. Nearly 60% of people over the age of 75 have now received at least one shot. It was 14% 6 weeks ago. Close to 50% because of your help of the people over 65 have received one shot. It was 8% 6 weeks ago. This is so important because people over 65, as you know better than anyone, account for 80% of all the COVID deaths. Additionally, about 75% of the people who live in long-term care facilities have gotten their first dose, and those cases are at their lowest level since reporting began in May. At the same time, we're also delivering more than 25 million masks. Ordered this last week, 25 million masks to over 60,000 food pantries, soup kitchens, community health centers all across America, helping protect some of our nation's most vulnerable people. These are all necessary steps to helping the economy rebuild. Necessary steps, not only steps. It's enough to build back to where we were before. We need to build back better. And I think all of us know how to do that. We remember what happened in the States back in 2008. Hundreds of thousands of jobs disappeared every month in that Great Recession. And we passed the Recovery Act. We provided state and local fiscal aid. We sent funding to your school districts to help save over 300,000 education jobs. We provided middle-class tax relief. We invested in the future, rebuilding roads and bridges, making the biggest clean energy investment in history and the single biggest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower's interstate highway program. And we created in the process, you all created in the process, over hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs. Now, economists tell us it saved us from a depression. Well, that's the approach I think we need to take today. But there's one big difference. We need to be more ambitious right now. The greatest risk from all the major economists, from Wall Street to overseas to the major think tanks, is that we don't do enough of what is needed. It's where we do too little. You know, in every one of your states and territories, red and blue, millions of Americans are hurting badly. We see it in ways that we've never expected in America. 400,000 small businesses gone in an instant, gone. People who thought they had secure jobs out of work due to no fault of their own. The difference here is people are hurting through no fault of their own. Lines miles long in your states. People who never, ever thought they'd ever have to worry about going hungry, waiting for someone to put a box of groceries in their trunk. Women's participation in the workforce, you all know this, is driven to its lowest level in more than 3 decades. So many women are facing the devastating choice between a paycheck and care and education of their child. Our cities and towns have shed 1.3 million jobs since just last March. Educators, nurses, cops, firefighters, other essential workers. The economic toll of this pandemic continues to tear through our country as brutally as the virus itself. And so we need to comfort the economic, we just have to step up. The economic toll we have to address with the same aggressiveness and seriousness of purpose as we do the virus. And that's what the American Rescue Plan does. Instead of chasing COVID-19, it allows us to get ahead of it with more testing, supplies, vaccinations. It gets our kids back to school safely. Many of you are already doing that, so students can catch up in learning they've lost, and parents can finally catch a break. The American Rescue Plan finishes the job of getting a total of $200,000 or $20,000 in direct payments to people. Getting direct relief to people is a lifeline for them and bumps our economy in a higher gear. And there's more to the American Rescue Plan, and much more it will do. Provide flexible aid to your cities and states to help essential workers stay in the job and essential services keep going. Provides rent relief, food and nutrition, assistance to millions of children and families facing hunger. And the American Rescue Plan also expands access to affordable child care that's going to enable parents, particularly mothers, to get back to work. It provides assistance to mom and pop small businesses that are the engines of our economic growth and the glue of our communities. And it covers the cost of paid leave for businesses whose workers are sickened by COVID-19, and it fills an important gap in our nation's safety net that helps reduce the spread of the virus. I could go on. I'm probably already going on too long, but you know a lot of it already, because the plan was created to include many of the things you have individually and collectively asked me for in recent conversations. The bottom line is the American Rescue Plan meets the moment. An analysis by Moody's estimates that it will help the economy create 7 million more jobs this year alone. And it would be on the way to another 18 million jobs, Moody's estimates, would be created over the next 4 years with our Build Back Better recovery plan. Look, what we do now will determine whether we build from a position of strength, whether we lose years of sluggish and unequal recovery. And the only way to contain this pandemic and help the American people as quickly as possible is passing the plan as quickly as possible. The vast majority of the American people from both parties support it, according to the data. I'm grateful that many of you, Democrats and Republicans, have expressed support as well. We are not the type of nation that can or will stand by and watch our people suffer needlessly through no fault of their own. It goes against our conscience. It goes against sound economics. It's not who we are. We're people who know that there's nothing we've ever failed to do when we've set our mind to doing it. So let's get this done. I've gotten over 400 mayors contacting me to get this plan passed. A lot of you have moved to do that. Send millions of Americans, wherever they live, whoever they voted for, a strong message that help and hope are on the way. We can do this. And I hope that Jill and I, as I said, can welcome you all to the White House for next year's meeting. And may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. We got a lot to do, guys, but we can do it.
Mr. President, quickly,
let's go.
What did you talk to Sally Crow about?
Let's go. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Was it a good call?
Thank you.
Yes.
Stay with News Now from Fox. We will return right after this break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now, I am joined with Fox 5 DC's Stephanie Ramirez. She's joining us from, looks like, right in front of the Capitol. Stephanie, we're hearing that there are increasing questions and concerns when it comes to vaccine distribution in the area.
Good morning, Rain. Definitely. There are a lot of people upset this morning here in the District of Columbia, especially DC residents. This is because a lot of them were having issues trying to sign up for coronavirus vaccine here through the local DC portal, the website there. And just to explain a little bit of what's going on here. So last week, city leaders had opened up those available, the people eligible for a vaccination now to 16 years old to 64 years old. These are people who have some chronic health conditions, asthma, cancer, heart failure included. They're also vaccinating the other previous groups, 65 and older, for example. And so when they opened up this portal to now include more people, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, people still 3 days in a row saying that there are some serious issues. They keep saying that the website keeps crashing. It's prompting them to reach out to an administrator. There's also a number that's available so they can sign up for the vaccine, or calls to sign up for the vaccine. And people are saying that that number was disconnected. So a lot of people frustrated with local leaders saying this is the nation's capital, that they knew a lot of people were going to try to sign up. And so there's criticisms of preparedness, people questioning city leaders' preparedness with opening the vaccination website in this way. Now, the mayor, we do expect her to address this tomorrow. We know officials have been working on this. On Thursday, DC Health here, the health department, they did issue a statement apologizing, just to read some of it here. Apparently, this had to do with a Microsoft glitch in updating the eligibility criteria in the city's vaccination portal. So that would have allowed this new category to sign up. So a lot of people, again, frustrated here in the District of Columbia. Hopefully the new Johnson & Johnson news might bring some more vaccines to the area. And officials, city, local council members are noting that, while there's a lot of questions here, concern and outrage, that even if the portal was working, that the one issue still persists, and that's not enough vaccine for this region especially, but all across the country. Rain?
Exactly. I was just going to say, this is an issue that we're not only seeing in DC, but in major cities all across the country. And officials are still trying to deal with vaccine hesitancy and raise confidence, but then you deal with a separate issue. People get on these virtual waiting lists, and there are problems just with trying to sign up.
Right, and also these are people who, a lot of them are posting to social media showing these are people who are also tech savvy, so you can imagine the complication for those who don't have the same access or don't have the same understanding of how to do this online. And Rain, also just to give you a little bit of an idea of where we stand in the District of Columbia. So if you look at the census, the DC area is at, DC specifically, I should say, is at around 700,000 on the population side. Online, the government website is saying that they have around 140 doses administered right now thus far. So as of this morning, only around, I should say, 3.1% of the district's residents have been fully vaccinated. Around 7.7% have gotten at least one shot. And in a previous news conference with local DC health leaders, I had asked what do they have to get to reach herd immunity, and that number was a lot higher, around 75 to 80% to reach herd immunity in the district. So still a ways to go here. To be fair, though, we should also point out that when they first started vaccinating folks, it was healthcare workers, right? And since this is a greater, sort of a tri-state area, but not really because this is a district, but they were also vaccinating workers from Virginia and Maryland as well. So we have to take that into account too.
Definitely good information to have. Stephanie Ramirez with Fox 5 DC. Thank you so much for joining us. Stay warm.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Again, that was Stephanie Ramirez with Fox 5 DC. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick commercial break. And when we return, we'll be bringing you the latest from the Conservative Political Action Conference. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Right now, we are watching live from Orlando, Florida, the Conservative Political Action Conference, the first major conference from Republican leaders since the November election. And today at 3:40 p.m., we expect former President Donald Trump to speak. We've seen a lot of big names speaking here, like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Senator Ted Cruz. But of course, most people are looking forward to hearing former President Trump speak today again. That's going to be at 3:40 p.m. There's been a lot of talk about his future in the presidency, so we will continue to bring you all the latest information around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. News Now from Fox's very own Andrew Kraft will be in bringing you the latest information and sifting out the details when it comes to this conference. But for now, let's listen in live.
And when he stood up for President Trump, and when he stood up for the policies of the Trump administration, he was attacked maybe more aggressively than anybody else in the last 4 years. And he stood his ground. He's got an amazing story. As a true hero and an American patriot, it's my pleasure to welcome an owner at Goya Foods, Bob Unanwa.
God bless you all. We are blessed. That's what I said. They got me in trouble. We are blessed. Such a thrill to be here. This is my first CPAC, and I have to confess that before I got here, I was a little bit downtrodden with what's happened, and but being here with so many incredible patriots and faith-filled people, it's so uplifting and encouraging, and it's fantastic. And I want to thank Dan and Mercy and Matt for inviting me here, and they're good friends for some time now, and it's just an honor to be here. But my biggest honor today is going to be that I think we're going to be on the same stage as, in my opinion, the real, the legitimate, and the still actual President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Sorry, Twitter, I've already been canceled. You can't do it again. No way. I received, I think as many people I know, and maybe many of you, unsolicited ballots. So, I mean, as a citizen of the United States, I think I'm allowed to vote once, not twice, or 3 times or 10 times. And so, but we still have faith that the majority of the people of the United States voted for the president. Someone in my family harvested a vote to go from Texas to Georgia to vote. So not only the presidential election, the Georgia election were not legitimate. But we also welcome, because I think a great majority of the people in the United States voted for President Trump, and even a few Democrats. But the far left, you know, in communism, the few control the many, and that's what's happening in this country, because there are good people on both sides. And people that make mistakes, we got to allow them to come back to our side, like the people who work on the Keystone Pipeline that voted for Joe Biden. They said, what happened? He said, well, you get what you pay for. And, but welcome back to our side. So I'm going to do something different today figured, I don't know. But you all have to sign swear in as jury. And we're going to conduct a little kangaroo court here called the cancel court. I'm just going to, because I don't have that much time, I'm just going to review a little bit of what happened to me as I was at the Rose Garden on July 9th, 2020. So we'll begin the court here, the cancel court, the CPAC cancel court. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Order in the court, order in the cancel court. Come now the plaintiffs, Julian and Joaquin Castro, the Castro brothers, not of Cuba, of the United States. AOC and the far-left cancel culture, the plaintiffs. Come now the defendants, President Donald J. Trump, Ivanka Trump, the entire Trump family, Babu Nanwe, myself, Goya Foods, and the CPAC attendees, and the people of the United States of America. The plaintiffs allege and state that on July 9th, 2020, Bob Unanue Goya Foods did state in the Rose Garden of the White House that our country and our president was blessed, that we were blessed to have the president, Donald J. Trump. High crimes and misdemeanor. A president who wanted the country to stay open and keep working, as Goya did. A president who had already revitalized our economy. A president who was bringing jobs and prosperity back to America. And a president who defended life and liberty. The following are the charges brought against the defendants. Invoking God's blessings on our country and its president, number one. Number two, Goya Foods and its people staying open and working courageously as an essential business. Charge number two. Charge number three, the Goya family of employees offering the gift of millions of pounds of food to our nation, and that is what I was doing at the White House. Ended up giving 4 million pounds this year. Charge four, President Trump and Ivanka Trump supporting and being appreciative of Goya Foods for the gift of food and nourishment in America and globally during a worldwide pandemic. And by the way, it's not okay to support, but you can boycott. That's okay. The plaintiffs seek to boycott, close, and destroy Goya Foods and its 4,000 plus direct employees, as well as tens of thousands of indirect jobs and companies. Seek to close down and shutter the U.S. economy. Seek to close all churches. Seek to close all schools. Seek to weaponize a worldwide pandemic in an election year. Seek to destroy the Trump family and all who support life, liberty, and prosperity, as well as the right to worship, work, love, and build. Seek to kill our spirit. Seek to destroy our reason to get up in the morning. God, family, work. Seek to cancel God. We must, the defendants allege, that's all of us, and pray, we must unite under God. We must love and build, not hate and destroy. We must come together as a diverse nation of all ethnicities in love and respect. We must hear and respect all opinions, even those we disagree with. We have the right to disagree, but we cannot hate and demonize each other. The Pledge of Allegiance that we're hearing every day today of the United States of America says that we are one nation under God, indivisible. But we cannot be a nation that is indivisible unless we are under God. If we seek to cancel God, then we will never be one nation. Still the greatest nation on the face of the earth. America, CPAC. You, the jury, must decide whether we love, build, and unite, or hate destroy, and divide. Shirley says, God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of New Journey PAC, Autry Pruitt.
Dan Schneider, Matthew Schlapp, thank you so much for inviting me on such an honorable and great stage. Ian Walters, Carly Patrick, Alan Fueler, Macy Cochran, your kindness knows no bound. And our organization's founder and visionary, James Golden, aka Mr. Snerdley, from the Rush Limbaugh program, thank you so much for everything. We conservatives must be extraordinarily cautious because the tendency is when we are canceled everywhere, we turn inward and start talking mostly about ourselves to ourselves. We conservatives must continue, even in spite of what the Hollywood elites and sport elites tell us. We must continue to go where we are not wanted. We must continue to engage, and this is especially true in the Black community. I know it's going to be frustrating sometimes because our efforts will not always yield the results that we want. But this does not mean that we should stop engaging. All it does, my fellow conservatives, all it does mean is that we need to pivot and change tactics. It's time to change our messaging just a bit. Let us not laugh at their leaders. Let us respect their leaders. Let's show their leaders respect. Stacey Abrams, girl, you go get it. The first Black American woman, I believe, to be nominated by the European Parliament for a Nobel Peace Prize. Kamala Harris, take your place in history. But while you do all of that, can I talk to you for just a moment? Why don't you trust Black parents to make the best decision for their kids? Why cannot federal dollars follow the student? Why do you insist on bailing out murderers and completely ignoring the likes of Janari Ricks, 9 years of age, and Sincere Gadsden, 20 months old, 2 kids shot dead in the heart of Chicago? Why do you put more value on virtue signaling? Your support of the death of the Keystone Pipeline hurt Black American jobs. Do you not understand that your efforts has raised the price of gas, which disproportionately hurts Black American families? And why, oh why do you support the unfettered, unmitigated destruction and killing of babies in a Black mother's womb? If I can borrow from the Honorable Maxine Waters for a moment, conservatives, we need to show up wherever we have to show up.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now we are taking a live listen to the Conservative Political Action Conference. We are listening to Robert speak. Robert Unane, excuse me, I may be pronouncing his name wrong, but please keep in mind that this is a raw and unfiltered feed.
Cell. How conservatism is the origin of Abraham Lincoln. We should proudly proclaim that conservative values will get your kids in school again. Conservative values will get the economy moving again. Conservative values will get you the loan your small business needs. Conservative values will get you the job that you've always wanted. Conservative values will help you take that mask off your face. Conservative values will put a hop in your foot, some food on your table, and baby, conservative values will put money in your pockets. Conservative conservative values will let you lead your best life. So we at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, have a message for the Black American community. The door is open. Opportunity abounds. Conservatism is the original civil rights movement. We love you. We support you. We hear you. And over here, you will never be taken for granted. And we need your help to achieve all of this and more. And we're asking you to be leaders and come back home.
President Trump and the American conservative. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump is a real American samurai. I will make US-Japan alliance stronger. I will build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan samurai to samurai alliance.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's first panel is Protecting Elections, Part 4. Failed states. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, oh my. Please welcome our panel. Pennsylvania Representative Mike Kelly. From the Tea Party Patriots, Jenny Beth Martin. Director and producer of the plot against the president, Amanda Milius. And your moderator, Attorney Heather Fleck.
Good morning. Welcome to the last day of CPAC. I can't believe it's already here. It's been so fast. This panel's going to be fast too, so we're going to get going pretty quickly. Congressman Mike Kelly, a scholar athlete from Notre Dame, ran a very successful car business until the government started telling him what he had to do with it, at which point he did what brave leaders and patriots do. He ran for office and got involved to change the system.
Thank you.
Jenny Beth Martin founded one of the most successful grassroots organizations ever, the Tea Party Patriots. Thank you for all you do, Jenny Beth.
Absolutely.
And Amanda Milius is a filmmaker and former Deputy Assistant Secretary at the State Department. Her movie, The Plot Against the President, is amazing. It's about Devin Nunes exposing the Russia Gate. And it is a wonderful, wonderful film. Everybody should see it if they haven't. So let's get going. So these three states were certainly in the news, involved with litigation, a lot of things that went wrong that were a setup to what happened. But Mike, do you want to tell us to start what happened in Pennsylvania?
Well, in Pennsylvania, in October of 2019, so this has nothing to do with the pandemic, the Pennsylvania legislature, Act 77, created a no-excuse mail-in ballot. Now, it should have gone through a constitutional amendment in Pennsylvania. They did not do that. They skipped that process, went right away to bury it in an omnibus bill, and that became the main reason why Pennsylvania turned out the way Pennsylvania turned out. So much going on in Pennsylvania that was bad. Just will say one thing. Judge Learned Hand has said this long ago. Liberty lies in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. And I would just suggest to all of us, every one of those things that the judge said is taking place right now. The biggest disappointment for me is the Supreme Court of the United States of America not addressing voter laws that were broken this year. That is an abdication of their duty, their oath of office.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Stay with us. We'll return right after this break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. We know that the House recently passed the $1.9 trillion coronavirus aid package. Here's the latest from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Day for us, when we take this vote, we will take a vote to reduce the spread of this virus, to put, as we keep saying, vaccinations in the arms of the American people, money into the pockets, children into the schools, workers back into their jobs, so that we can go forward. I salute President Biden for his American Rescue Plan, which will do just that, rescue the American people. The loss of jobs, the loss of income, the loss of life, first and foremost. I want to salute the committee chairs who did such excellent work putting together this legislation with great precision so that it would honor the 51 vote privilege. It took time, it took knowledge, it took values, and it took strategic thinking to get the job done. And then it was handed over to the chairman of the Budget Committee. We could not be better served. The budget should be a statement of our national values. What is important to us as a nation should be reflected in the priorities that we have in our budget. And indeed, that is how Chairman Yarmuth has always, that is the narrative of his leadership as chair of the Budget Committee. It is my honor to now yield to him so that he can give us a report as to where we are on this very, very important reconciliation bill, a budget which is a statement of our values to save the lives and livelihood of the American people. Mr. Yarmuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This process began 25 days ago when we introduced the reconciliation resolution. We've made remarkable progress in those 25 days, and I want to echo the Speaker in complimenting all the committee chairs. When you think about the committees that have been involved in this process, everybody from the Agriculture Committee to Energy and Commerce to Education to Science to Veterans Affairs, across the board, you realize three things. One is the breadth of the impact of the pandemic in both personal and economic terms, the many ways in which the pandemic has affected this country in virtually every corner of society, and finally, third, the magnitude of the response that's required. And I think that's what you see reflected in this legislation, an incredible piece of work that deals with the pandemic in all of its manifestations and in a way that will truly be effective in not only stopping the virus, stopping the pandemic, helping our citizens get through the economic challenges that they've had, and also then helping our state and local governments in rebuilding the economy, getting set to rebuild the economy. I think you also realize why this piece of legislation has such broad support. Just this week, a poll, 76% of the American people support the bill, 60% of Republicans. You see everyone from the chairman of the Fed to major business groups, 150 CEOs, to education groups, to labor groups. You can't name really one aspect of society that has not gotten behind this piece of legislation. So we believe that this is something that it meets the moment. This bill meets the moment, meets the challenge, and we think it's a great victory for the American people and will get us finally out of this terrible crisis that we've been facing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know you guys have done a lot of work, and I hate to disagree with the chairman. He says this started 28 days ago. Mr. Chairman, you mean literally in terms of your work on the Budget Committee. I get that. But it's important for us to remember this started almost a year ago. And a year ago, we saw a crisis confronting the American people. Individually, children, families, grandmas, grandfathers, businesses, our economy generally. And so we have responded 5 successful times, 2 on our own that unfortunately died in the Senate, which if they had passed in the Senate, we may not have needed this bill. And 5 times we passed legislation to respond to this crisis overwhelmingly in a bipartisan fashion. And we will see shortly whether some are going to stay the course in responding to the crisis confronting our people and our economy. More than 500,000 of our fellow Americans have now died from this disease. Hard to contemplate anybody thinking that somebody would attack us and kill 500,000 of our people. But that's what COVID-19 has done. 10 million more Americans are out of work than at this point last year. Today's vote is a crucial step in our fight to defeat COVID-19 and build our economy back better. I see the last version return to the House for final action in the next 2 weeks. Pass this March 14th. Some people are not tracks. We are to send the American plan to President's desk March 14th. We can begin fighting American workers, school, community, men, women, children, with the assistance they so crucially need. Economists agree that we need a bold plan, not just another temporary measure. Mark Sandy, the chief economist of Moody's Analytics, said that another relief package is needed to get the other side of the package. A joint analysis of the American Rescue Plan by the Hamilton Project and Brookings estimated that it would boost economic activity by 4% this year. That's the kind of shot in the arm the economy needs, Madam Speaker. Real GDP would remain below the pre-pandemic level for the next several years, however. So delay is not an option. Failure is not an option. Retreating from the support of the American people that the 5 bills we passed in a bipartisan fashion reflected is not an option. In a poll of economists conducted by Reuters, over 90% said the American Rescue Plan would boost the economy significantly. We must enact a bill that reflects the urgent needs of our country and meets the crisis we confront. That is a moral imperative as well as a legislative imperative. And I now yield to Mr. Clyburn.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, for yielding me time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much, and to my colleagues, thank you for the tremendous work you have given to this effort. As you just heard, over 70% of the American people are in favor of this plan. In fact, earlier this week, 170 CEOs have written a letter to the Congress asking that we pass this plan. The vast majority, I think 56% of small businesses have asked us to please pass this plan. The American Rescue Plan builds a foundation for coordinated public-private partnerships and a compassionate response to the needs of families and communities for us to get beyond this pandemic. I feel certain that we're going to pass this bill tonight in a solid way, and I'm hopeful that the Senate will also respond to this with a solid response so that the American people can begin to feel better about themselves and their future. And with that, I think I'll yield back to you, Madam Speaker. I'll gladly entertain your questions, and the Speaker will answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clyburn. I thank the distinguished whip and the distinguished majority leader, as well as our chair of the Budget Committee. Other members of the leadership are here as intellectual resources to answer any questions that you may have. We all, though, gather with great pride in the legislation that members will be receiving when it comes from the Rules Committee, where it is still under consideration. But it's a great, we're going to make a giant step forward tonight. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, do you agree with some of the members of the Democratic caucus that believe that the Senate should either overrule the parliamentarian's decision on minimum wage or break up the filibuster in order to keep minimum wage as part of this package?
Well, I invite any of my colleagues who wish to answer that question to join me. As a matter of a practice, I don't get involved in the rules of the United States Senate. But as a matter of values, I can just say we will not rest until we pass the $15 minimum wage. We have been engaged in the fight for 15 for a long time. This is legislation that affects a majority of women. So over 60% of the people who make the minimum wage are women. Many are moms. And it is so essential for us to do this. And whether it happens when we send this over there, we are sending it as a symbol of a difference it'll make in the lives of the American people, but not just a symbol, but as a solid proposal. If it doesn't prevail because of Senate rules, we will persist, but we will not stop until we very soon pass the $15 minimum wage. Any other comments that folks want to make on that subject, on the minimum wage?
Madam Speaker?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that this issue specifically, raising the federal minimum wage, that it is an issue that can cost Democrats the House and the Senate in 2022? There's going to be a level of apathy that develops among people that voted to send Democrats to Congress in hopes of bold change, and will argue that Democrats aren't doing enough to make this happen.
Now, we are determined to make this happen, so I don't want to answer a hypothetical if we don't have it. We have come here to get this job done. Mr. Clyburn, did you want to speak to that?
Do I want to? Okay. No, we are going to do this. I think that the Speaker is correct. That's why we're keeping it in our bill. If we were going to be political about it, I think we would all just take it out of the bill. No, we are doing this because we are responding to the American people. We are that body here in the Congress that's closest to the American people. We think that $15 an hour ought to be the law of the land. We'll see what the Senate does. If they don't agree, we will come back with an independent, standalone piece of legislation, and we're going to pass it again and hope that they respond. Now, the only thing that's causing us the problem right now is that the parliamentarians rule, and they're going to abide by the rules. And I think the president is not going to advocate that the vice president overrule the parliamentarian, and we see what happens with the other alternatives after we pass it again if we don't do it this time.
May I just say that we have been on this for a long time. When we won the House the first in this century, the first time, in 2006, in the first 100 hours, not days, the first 100 hours, we passed an increase in the minimum wage. It had not been increased for 11 years, and we passed an increase in the minimum wage. It was part of our 6 for 06. That would be January 2007. When it went to the Senate, it had the wholehearted support of Senator Byrd of West Virginia, who put out a statement urging the Senate to take up and pass the legislation because it was so necessary. This is not a provision in a bill that is accepted or not by the Senate. This is, again, a value. This is a priority. We will get it done. And again, we'll study what the opportunities are to do that. But let's not be distracted from what is happening in this legislation. We have a family of 4 getting what? $1,400 times 4, $5,600. A family of 4 individuals getting the $1,400 to bring it to $2,000 for this series of direct payments. Half the children, poor children in America, will be taken off of poverty with the child tax credit, and especially addressing younger children in poverty, small, under 6-year-old children in poverty. The earned income tax credit will be a boon to those who are working and get the earned income tax credit. The unemployment insurance, which expires the middle of March, will be extended, as well as the expanded benefit for that. Not to mention, to mention the funding for schools so that our children can go back to school safely. The funding for the vaccine, its distribution, its production, distribution, and ministering it into the arms, that funding, tens of billions of dollars. So if you're talking about crushing the virus, this legislation goes way down the road to doing that. If you're talking about putting money in the pockets of the American people, this is going to be a boon for families in our country, working families. If you're talking about getting our children back into school safely, billions of dollars to do just that in a way that is safe and addresses those schools which are in drastic need for better ventilation and separation and the rest. If you're talking about helping the food insecure, millions of food insecure children in America, their needs are addressed with the food security money that is in the benefit. And those who are insecure with housing and on the verge of eviction, the funding is there. A better way to attend to the small businesses and the rest. This is a spectacular piece of legislation. While the Senate has prevented us temporarily from passing one aspect of it, let us not be distracted from what is in here, because it is a great bill. Any other comments on the bill?
I just have one comment on the electoral implications of this, Eva. I think the more important question is, what kind of price are the Republicans, both in Congress and outside, who have opposed this help to the American people, opposed raising the minimum wage, what kind of price are they going to pay?
Yes, sir.
Is that your sales pitch to the progressives in your caucus who 2 weeks from now may have to vote without having the minimum wage? Is that what your
It's not a
message?
sales pitch. We have a consensus in our caucus that we're here to get the job done for the American people. This isn't about any sales pitch. This is about who we are. And so many of the aspects of the bill have been constructed by our members. We think it's a great opportunity for our country.
And you'll be able to pass it with or without minimum wage?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Question. Madam Speaker, when the bill comes back.
Who called on you? Did somebody?
I'm happy to yield. I'm happy to yield. You looked at me. I couldn't. I'm happy to yield.
No, okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you. When the bill comes back, obviously there will be changes. Do you fear that some in your caucus will look at this and say, we want the perfect bill, and the perfect could become the enemy of the good? Is that a concern when it comes back, and that represents some divides in your caucus?
No.
Explain why.
No. You asked a question.
Everybody's
I viewed it as a yes or no.
No.
Does anybody think that there's any chance that we do not pass it?
I mean, there is uniform support for this transformational legislation in the House Democratic Caucus. There is no fair to partly cloudy view of the American Rescue Plan. It's a sunny, aspirational, bold view because the $1.9 trillion plan, as the speaker indicated, will crush the virus, provide direct relief to the American people, increase the direct payment survival checks to a total of $2,000, provide $25 billion in assistance to renters and homeowners who are struggling, increase the food security EBT program by 15%, provide $350 billion in state and local assistance so we can protect public programming, public safety, public health, public education, public housing, public transportation, and the provision of the public good. And those are just the highlights. That's not the fine print, because it's a once-in-a-century pandemic, and the caucus under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi has recognized, with the full support of everyone, that it requires a once-in-a-century continuing, comprehensive, and compassionate congressional response, and that's exactly what the American Rescue Plan represents.
I think that our unity around this bill comes from the stories that we've heard in our districts. And I just want to use one woman whose story has come to my attention in my district and how transformative this bill will be for her. She lost her job shortly after the pandemic, lost her apartment, lost her child care, and didn't have a way to be able to feed her young child or afford diapers. What this bill, and I'm so grateful to the leadership of my colleagues and the speaker, will say to her, one of the 1 in 4 American women who've been forced out of the workforce, one of the people that of the 140,000 jobs that were lost in December, every single one of them was held by a woman, and predominantly women of color. This bill will say to her there's a child tax credit that can help lift your child out of poverty. There will be a survival check to help you put a down payment on a new apartment. There will be food available for you. There will be vaccines and testing so that you can get back to your job. This is what this bill means to Americans, that we see them. And that is why we are so united behind this. And it's just not the Democratic caucus. It is the American people, because we are seeing them and we are meeting their tremendous suffering and loss with tremendous solutions and help. So I am so grateful to this caucus and to the work that has been done. And we look forward to delivering this for all of those who have struggled through this last year so mightily, and to restore that hope to our communities. That is why this bill is so supported by our caucus.
This is an important bill for our caucus and for our country. I want to thank Chairman Yarmuth and the Budget Committee members who have done the work to get us this far, and the committee chairs, in addition to the members of leadership behind me. This bill has the support of our caucus because it meets the needs of our communities. That's our guiding principle. And we know that. We know that it has the public support. As Chairman Yarmuth mentioned, the question is, will the other side acknowledge that? Will they acknowledge that this bill provides benefits? Because when I'm not the only colleague on this stage who has had conversations with local leaders who enthusiastically support this bill, as Chairman Jeffries said, because it protects the public good, public transportation, public education, local money for our local communities. That's why this bill is good. In addition to the money for vaccine distribution that meets the needs of our communities, that's important. And our colleagues recognize that. And that's why I share the confidence and the sunny view, as the chairman mentioned, that we will pass this bill, and then we will pass it again because it is good for the American people.
If I can just build on the Vice Chairman's point, add my thanks to Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, Whip Clyburn, Chairman Yarmouth, who's done extraordinary work, and all the chairmen. But I did a press event today. 3 of the 4 county executives in my district, which is a very conservative district, are Republicans. All 3 support this legislation. 2 appeared with me today. So I think it's important not to miss the broad bipartisan support for this package as soon as you step out of the Republican caucus room. The fact of the matter is that county executives, town supervisors, people on the front lines who are responsible in many cases for administering the vaccine, for being the public health provider in America, they get it. They understand that this is a long, dark night, but there is joy in the morning if we can come together around this rescue plan for the American people. It's not just the Republican caucus that matters. It is the millions of Republican voters who have said they support this legislation. 75% of the American public, 75%. That includes large numbers of Republican elected officials who are on the record saying we need it and we need it now. And so I would point not just to the unity of the Democratic caucus, but the broad bipartisan support for this package. It's a very strong piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As I thank my members of the leadership for just that, their leadership in all of this and all that that entails, I also want to acknowledge, as I have, the chairman of the Budget Committee and the many other chairs who were part of constructing this proposal, this legislation. And I want to thank their staffs, because we have wanted to stay on schedule. And that has meant 24/7 on the part of the members, but especially on the part of the staff. So please convey the gratitude of the leadership to the staffs. Now, I also...
Along with a lot of Kentucky bourbon.
It's talking about Kentucky bourbon. You weren't giving that Big Daddy or Big Pappy or whatever his name is, was it? In any case, I also want to acknowledge the staff of the country. One of the big provisions of this bill is the support for our heroes, honoring our heroes. You've heard me say that many times. Honoring our heroes, putting money in the pockets of the American people, crushing the virus again, and putting our children safely in schools. But the schools can't function and all the other things can't happen unless we support our heroes, those who work at the state and local level, our healthcare workers, our transportation, sanitation, food workers, our first responders, police and fire, our teachers. And when we talk about the funding in the bill for education in light of COVID, well, that's one piece of it, but over 90% of the funding for education comes from state and local government. And that's why we have to have that support in the legislation as well, because of revenue lost, because of shutdowns, and because of costs from COVID that were unanticipated. And the healthcare workers, people talk about them, their heroes. How do we thank them? Well, we thank them by letting them keep their jobs. More than a million of local employees have lost their jobs because of the loss of revenue from the shutdowns. So in any case, for every way that we come at this challenge that we have, this bill addresses it, and pretty soon it will be passed in the House, sent over to the Senate to be further engrossed, to pass and go to the White House so that it is in time for the March 14th deadline. I would like it well before that. The sooner we pass the bill and it is signed, the sooner we can make the progress that this legislation is all about, saving the lives and the livelihood of the American people. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. As the country continues to race toward herd immunity, a lot of people are still looking forward to those summer festivals, concerts, and stadium events. So our sister station, Fox 6 Milwaukee, reached out to local venues about if they will have to require vaccine proof.
Well, especially after today, a lot of us are looking ahead to summer festivals, stadium events, and travel. But what will it take for our favorite events to return to normal?
And what will be asked of you? Jenna Sachs looks into one possibility in tonight's Contact 6 report.
Do you remember how to play it? It's been a while.
There you go.
If music brings people together, it's no surprise the cheap shots are finding gigs hard to come by.
For live musicians, for live music venues, it's just devastating.
Of the 20 festivals the Milwaukee cover band booked in 2020, every one was called off. Looking ahead at 2021,
Our calendar is full, but we may not have any of those shows.
so what will it take for the City of Festivals to reopen its gates or for the crowds to return to Lambeau Field? Bucks President Peter Fagan says proof of vaccination may be coming to Fiserv Forum.
I do think the future is going to be those who are vaccinated will have access to seating protocols that might be different than those who are not.
But would proof of vaccination fly at State Fair or Summerfest?
I think it's a case-by-case basis.
Attorney William Sultan says venues must weigh the importance of access with their obligation to keep people safe.
And if they fail to do so, they could be subject to liability.
Can it legally be done? Yes.
In terms of whether we should be doing this as a society, I really think that's a political question.
Whether it's likely is another question.
I can't imagine it happening at any of the festivals that we play.
With festival season months away, venues are hesitant to make predictions. The Wisconsin State Fair says it will be focused on heightened safety measures and is continuously monitoring the science, data, and statistics. The Packers tell us they haven't spoken at that level of detail, but will help spread the message of the importance of vaccination. Venues aside, there is one struggling industry looking at vaccination requirements as a possibility for revival.
Yes, I've definitely heard that.
Travel agent Jeannie Reuter says airlines are exploring the idea of health passports that verify negative test results and eventually vaccination status.
If you're on the bubble about getting the vaccine and want to travel, get the vaccine.
For those on the festival circuit, it all depends on whether vaccinations amp up, cases go down, and if they can strike that right chord between safety and fun.
Every festival, every venue wants to open and entertain.
I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
Staying in Milwaukee, a Bayview barber shop is offering more than just trims and fades. It's become a space where young people can freely talk about their mental health.
A Bayview barbershop offering more than trims and fades.
As Fox 6's Aaron Maben explains, it has become a space where young people can freely open up about their mental health.
There is a buzz at flashy faded barbershop in Bayview.
Sky's the limit to the point where you can impact lives.
Owner Jose Perez has been cutting hair since he was 14 years old. He knows the power a barbershop has on a community.
If they're coming in with a bad day, they walk out smiling.
Perez is now using his passion and this space to help Milwaukee youth of color open up about their mental health.
Kids don't want to open up to teachers. They don't want to open up to parents. So who can actually make them feel comfortable and make it okay to open up? And that's where we came into play.
Along with friends Sebas Fuentes, Ambrose Wilson Brown, and Sam Ergani, Perez recently hosted a series of conversations with youth on mental health.
It's overwhelming, especially with this whole quarantine, the COVID thing, not being able to just walk and go to the park and play.
Portraits of those who attended were posted on the wall. They tackled tough topics while offering advice, support, positive communication, and haircuts.
We hear so much about pressure about school, social media, bullying.
The group hopes to continue to help Milwaukee's youth discuss mental health.
Every people of color, it doesn't matter what it is. If you need help, we're going to be here. We can listen.
A barbershop chat. building a strong dialogue and breaking down a stigma. In Milwaukee, Aaron Mabin, Fox 6 News.
This is News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, and nonstop news. Stay with us. We'll return right after this. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, taking a live look now from Orlando, Florida, where the Conservative Political Action Conference is underway.
Called on the government to subsidize 75% of Americans' wages. If we did that, yes, if we did that, we'd all be working for government in Washington, and they would have our freedom. We can't allow our leaders to abandon the principles of freedom to pursue populist political ambitions. Our movement has to stick to those principles and welcome the Trump voters who want to see us fight for America. Thank you. We have no time to waste. For 2 centuries, America has been blessed with a culture of freedom and a constitution grounded in liberty. Since our founding, Americans have been free to speak our minds. But not today. The Democrats want to take away that freedom. Since our foundings, Americans have been able to work where they want to and keep their earnings to make choices for their family. But not today. They want to eliminate entire sectors, millions of jobs. Since our founding, Americans have cherished the right to vote in free and democratic elections. But today, fewer and fewer people have faith in our election system. And the liberals cry foul if you say we have to have election integrity. Today, conservatives must confidently, boldly unite to restore our Constitution and the liberty it guarantees. We stand for the First Amendment. We stand for the Bill of Rights. We stand for the Second Amendment. We stand for freedom. And we'll take that message to all Americans with a hope for a better future. And when we do, we will bless Americans. Those who agree with us, those who don't, will be brought along in America that once again is a great country with a bright future. It won't be easy, so I call on each of you today. You, the leaders of our country, the leaders of our movement, I call on you to unite. Harness the strength and the resolve of the American people and lead this country once more into a future where everyone is free to follow their dreams. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Matt and Mercedes Schlapp.
Monday, come on! You're not tired, right? You're not sleep deprived, right? We're just getting started, people. We are just getting started.
You know, I was asked by a reporter today if Ronald Reagan would have anything to do with CPAC. And it really, I just walked out of Catholic Mass and it kind of stunned me. Would Ronald Reagan have any, would he be proud of CPAC? I think Ronald Reagan would be proud of CPAC. And I think we have the perfect next speaker. You know him well. He's back on your television screen. He's on your radio dial. He is the bridge, the personification of the conservative movement under Ronald Reagan that has now become the conservative movement under Donald Trump.
But more importantly, he is our dear friend. He has the biggest heart, the biggest brain, and someone who has stood strong in ensuring that we all have economic freedom and prosperity. So we want to welcome to the stage our dear friend, Larry Kudlow.
Thanks, everybody. That was wonderful, beautiful. Nobody better than Matt and Mercedes Schlapp. Nobody better. It's not possible. And I want to congratulate them for bringing CPAC down to Florida. Which, thanks to the wisdom of Governor DeSantis, is an open state. And I think, you know, Zoom is cool, all right? But it's not as good when you're talking about hearts and souls and minds, which is what we're talking about among conservatives these few days. So this was a brilliant stroke, and my hat's off to you. And to you. And to you. So, I guess I want to apologize at the very beginning of this talk because this could be a boring speech. It could be a boring speech. Because I want to make one very simple point this morning. That's all. I mean, the boss is going to speak this afternoon at 3:30. I spoke to him yesterday morning before my radio show. He dialed in. He sounded great. And he's going to make some very important points about the present and the future. And I told him that my own talk this morning was going to be about his policy, legacies, and success, what he has achieved. Now, hang on one second. I want to make this point because not enough of my friends or my enemies in the media are making this point. President Trump's 4 years were a most consequential presidency. He achieved successes jammed into 4 years that nearly every president in American history couldn't get done in 8 years. And you know, in Washington, nobody ever lies in Washington. Never. But sometimes there are large periods of what I call cognitive dissonance. You can look that up. You can Google that up. Or let's just call them falsehoods. And I want to use some numbers. I'm an economics guy. To rebut these falsehoods, please stay with me. I'll do it as rapid fire as I can, but it is important to prove the success of his policies. It is important. Now, let me begin with my favorite. On our TV show, I talk about this virtually every night. President Biden and the others say when they took office, there were no vaccines. They say that again. Vice President says that. Others say that. So let me make this point first before I give you a number. Through Operation Warp Speed, which developed vaccines by using government deregulation and private enterprise, private sector genius, generated the most extraordinary medical scientific event probably in American history, and if not so, it'll be in the top 3. We are pretty near herd immunity, according to some important medical scientists. That means the proliferation of vaccines, which is now about 85 or 90 million, is actually almost 2 or 3 times the number of cases. We are moving at rapid speed. We will be able to open up the schools and the economies and get people back to work because of the vaccines, which came from Operation Warp Speed. There's a wonderful number circulating. Earlier last week, President Biden had a newser and congratulated himself on 50 million vaccines. Okay, congrats, Mr. President. So I kind of did some back-of-the-envelope arithmetic, and I said, okay, 50 million. He's in office 37 days. That's 1.35 million vaccines per day. And then I remembered, thumbing back, wait a second. In the last few days before the inauguration of January 20th and on January 20th itself, President Trump left him with 1.3 million vaccines per day. Now, look, I am happy, but don't tell me there were no vaccines since we had 1.3 million a day. It's now 1.35 million a day. Please, don't say that. You're insulting American intelligence and everybody. On other matters, lower taxes, deregulation, border security, of course the vaccines, China trade, North American trade, the Abraham Accords, was a remarkable, consequential group. And I want to read some numbers. Stay with me. Please don't walk out. It's okay. Here's the single biggest fallacy that I hear, and we've heard this for several years. And it goes back, all the way back to the campaign in 2015 when myself and Steve Mnuchin and Steve Miller and the President and all kinds of folks, Kevin Hassett, worked out the President's tax cut program. We argued that if you lower taxes across the board, particularly business taxes, large and small business tax rates were lowered substantially. We argued that along with deregulation, the people who would be helped the most were not the upper crust, though I have nothing against the upper crust, I'm not a class warrior, but that the people who would be helped the most were those in the middle and the blue collar and the lower middle and the lower rungs of income, that we were providing them with more opportunity by opening up the taxes and regulations so we could have a boom in this country. And when you look at the facts, I'm going to give you some factoids, heaven forbid. That is exactly what happened. From data, statistics, from the Census Bureau and the Federal Reserve Consumer Finance Survey and the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Bureau of Economic Analysis and Commerce, these are all bureaucracies, they're not political, the data are utterly, absolutely clear. Absolutely clear. Go back, for those of you who read Scripture from time to time, remember Matthew 25 when Lord Jesus says, if you help the least among us, you help me. You help me. President Trump helped the least among us. Okay? Let's put that right out there. That, by the way, is why the Republican Party is becoming the party of the American worker first. Whether it's taxes or regulations or tough trade deals with China and Europe or North America, whether it's border security and immigration, President Trump established with great clarity and consistency the notion that we must help American workers first, we must help the American economy first, we must help American security first. And he started that with his economic plan, and that's what the numbers show. So we inherited an economy that was on the cusp of recession in late 2016. Immediately following dereg and tax cuts and so forth, the economy was re-energized and reinvigorated. And here's the most telling data. Back to this theme, that those who needed it the most got it, the least among us got it. The overall unemployment rate fell to 3.5%. That's a historic low. 3.5%. Pre-pandemic. But here's the thing. Go into your middle class, your blue collars, your lower middle class, your people trying to climb the ladder of opportunity. Get this. Real median family income rose in the 3 years before the pandemic by $6,500. Now hang on. That is 5 times in 3 years what the prior administration couldn't do in 8 years. Tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. That's all I hear. Well, you know, it's true what Matt said. I started with Reagan 40 years ago. They've always said that, tax cuts for the rich. All right, here's the deal. Numbers, facts. Don't leave me. Hang on, stay. I want you to stay with me on this. Not only record low unemployment, 3.5%, but wages, real wages, increased 10% among blue-collar and middle-class workers, plus 10% for 3 years. That's the biggest gain in about 50 years. And, hang on, it gets better. This is so much fun. Thank you for your numbers. I appreciate it. That's the middle income and the lower quintiles. The top 10%, they did okay, but it was only a 4% growth rate. The blue collars got a 10% growth rate. And if you go to the top 1%, they only had about a 3% growth rate. So who won? Everyone won. A rising tide lifts all boats, but it was the middle class, blue collar boom, who benefited the most, not the very rich. Real household net worth, family net worth is what you got, assets minus liabilities. Your home, your 401k, your cash. 3 years before the pandemic, household wealth for the bottom 20% of the economy up 34%. Middle incomes up 20%. Get this, the top 10% wealth fell by 9 percentage points. Those are facts. That's Fed Reserve, Census Bureau. The top actually lost. The middle and the lowers won, big time. .5% unemployment rate. The biggest winners were African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women, blue-collar workers with no more than a high school diploma. All of those groups had 50-year lows in unemployment. The total workforce in the United States grew to a record high of 160 million. These are unheard of numbers. These are unheard of numbers. And finally, poverty came down more than at any point in 60 years. Poverty. In the 3 years before the pandemic set in, 6.6 million people were lifted out of poverty as a consequence of Trump policies and giving folks an opportunity to work and succeed. 6.6 million. Child poverty fell by 2%, the most in 50 years. African American poverty fell by over 2%, the most in 50 years. Asian American poverty fell by 3%, the most in 50 years. These are not coincidences. These are because of policies that put the American worker and economy first, policies that provided incentives for our free enterprise system, policies that rewarded success, not punishing it, policies that reduced deregulation and the burdens on businesses, policies that promoted a massive record in energy production, 13 million barrels a day. We don't need Saudi Arabia, we don't need Russia, we don't need China on this stuff. Policies that were so tough on China, the president was willing to put tariffs on them if they wouldn't come to the trade negotiating table. By the way, the Phase 1 trade deal is, I think, working, according to my dear friend Ambassador Bob Lighthizer, but, Reagan taught us trust but verify. Just in case the Chinese don't play ball this, there are still 365 billion tariffs on China, and we have stopped exporting sensitive, high-technology semiconductors and the like. And finally, after the drop in poverty, inequality has dropped by any measure. You can't have higher incomes, you can't have low unemployment, You can't have drops in poverty unless inequality narrows, and it did. It's a little in the weeds. Something called the Gini coefficient shows this. Other measures show this. I'm just putting it out there for you. And my last stat, African American home ownership. African American home ownership went up from 40% to nearly 50%. Finally, look, the pandemic, a tragedy, once in a 100-year tragedy, plenty of hardship, plenty of heartbreak, no question. But let me make a few comments on that. I was interested last October. A Gallup poll said 56% of Americans believed at that time that they were better off than they were 4 years ago, despite the fact that they had been in the pandemic. They still believe that they were better off. That's a Trump thing. That's a Trump thing. I'll wrap up. Here's a couple more. I'm going to read you some headlines. From the Wall Street Journal commentary, not the editorials, the commentary. Who made the vaccine possible? So this says, not the WHO. And the bottom, the subhead is pharmaceutical companies and Trump's Operation Warp Speed deserve the vast bulk of the credit. And this was written, the part of this I love the most, this was written by a Harvard political science professor, let me underscore that, Harvard political science professor, who was not a Trump supporter by any stretch, believe me, but he acknowledged who made the vaccine possible, not the WHO folks, but private sector pharmaceuticals exercising their genius and creativity and rewarded and backed financially and pushed through by deregulating the entire FDA structure by Donald Trump. Another headline. Trump shows that stagnation was not necessary. So we got these terrific numbers as he deregulated the entire economy. Mr. Trump's moves on the regulatory budget. Now, this is stuff that goes into the Federal Register. The regulatory budget resulted in roughly $200 billion of savings to the ordinary average American and their small business. Small business, backbone of this country. Small business folks are the backbone of this country. That's the blue-collar boom I'm talking about. Those are the people who work, 7 days a week, play by the rules, pay their taxes, go to church. They're the backbone of the nation, and they flourished during the Trump years. Another headline. A tale of two recoveries. Not only did President Trump launch a tremendous recovery for the 3 years before the pandemic, but even while we still work through the pandemic, we are in a strong second recovery that he fostered. This is still a V-shaped recovery, as I argued last summer, and as the President argued. He'll probably mention it this afternoon. We talked about it yesterday morning. A couple points here worth noting. President Trump presided over the best, largest emergency relief package to deal with the pandemic in American history. There was nothing like it. And I want to make this point. It was done on a bipartisan basis. Damn it. Mnuchin was up there. I was up there. Mick was up there. All kinds of us were up there. In the tax committees, in the banking committees, to work it through. And it was a phenomenal package that probably saved 50 million jobs and helped out temporarily laid off and unemployed people. That relief package got us on the road back to recovery, and remembering that as the liquidity was replaced for an emergency, we had to get to the other side of the bridge. Nonetheless, the low-tax, low-regulatory economy was still there fundamentally, and now you're seeing, as the pandemic withdraws, as the vaccines are huge, as herd immunity is growing rapidly day by day, America is on the way back. Once again, it was a strong recovery. It was interrupted by a horrible event, a natural catastrophe, and now we are back, if we don't mess with it. If we don't mess with it. If you want to raise taxes, if you want to raise regulations, if you want to end fossil fuels, if you want to pander to China, if you want to favor Iran, okay. But that's not going to help the economy, and that's not going to help people who need help the most inside America. Those are not America First policies, folks. That's my biggest concern. That's my biggest concern. If you leave the economy to its own devices under
You're
current
watching
Trump
News Now
policies,
from Fox. Right now, we are listening live from Orlando, Florida, as Republican leaders hold their Conservative Political Action Conference. Today, we expect former President Trump to speak at 3:40 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch this live stream right here on News Now from Fox. Switching gears now, I want to bring you all the latest press briefing from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki.
Stepped up to the plate in this moment. He will also remind Americans that now is not the time to let our guards down, especially in the face of new variants. He will encourage people to continue wearing a mask and get vaccinated when it is their turn. I also have some brief updates on the winter storm that affected a few states last week. As many of you saw last night, the President approved the state of Oklahoma's major disaster declaration request. This action will authorize FEMA to provide both public and individual assistance, including grants for temporary housing and home repairs, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses, and other programs to help individuals and business owners recover from the effects of the disaster. Power and water restoration continue across Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. Accelerated vaccine shipments are occurring, and vaccination appointments are being rescheduled and expanded to accommodate those canceled last week. And as you all know, the President is, of course, traveling to Texas tomorrow. Today, the Vice President also visited a local giant pharmacy in Washington, D.C. that is participating in the administration's federal retail pharmacy program. The program is increasing access to COVID-19 vaccines across the country. The Biden-Harris administration is committed to ensuring Americans have access to vaccine in their own communities, including at local pharmacies. And last week alone, the administration doubled our allocation to pharmacies to over 2 million doses across 7,000 pharmacies. With that, Darlene, why don't you kick it off?
Great. I have a question to start off with about Neera Tanden. So when she tweeted that, quote, a vampire has more heart than Ted Cruz, when she compared Senator McConnell to Voldemort, and when she called Senator Collins, quote, the worst, did those comments meet the president's standard of treating everyone with dignity and respect?
Well, first I'll note that when Neera Tanden testified just a few weeks ago, she apologized for her past comments and that she would be joining an administration where, as we've noted in here, there's an expectation of a high bar of civility and engagement, whether that's on social media or in person, and we certainly expect she would meet that bar.
Did the president and the transition team underestimate how much of a problem her tweets would become?
The president nominated Neera Tanden because she is qualified, because she's experienced, because she has a record of working with people who agree with her and disagree with her, and she has decades of experience, and plus she has lived experience of her own, having benefited from a number of the programs that she would oversee as a daughter of a single parent and somebody who benefited from food stamps at certain points in time. She would bring a new perspective to the role. That's why he nominated her to the job and why we're continuing to fight for her confirmation.
On the 50 millionth shot this afternoon, is the White House able to say where and when that shot was administered, what state, even some characteristics about who may have received it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the challenge is that we get data in from so many different sources on a daily basis, from states, from pharmacies, from mass vaccination sites, that we hit that point, hit the 50 millionth shot sometime yesterday, if not a little bit before, but we can't fine-tune exactly the person who hit that point, who hit that shot.
Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead.
Any update on the president's phone call or scheduled phone call with King Salman of Saudi Arabia?
I don't have an update. As I noted yesterday, as soon as that call happens, we expect it to be very soon. We will, of course, provide a readout to all of you.
You said when they do talk that the president won't hold back. Will he be following up this talk with actions? Are sanctions on the table?
I think there are a range of actions that are on the table, but the first step is, the next step, I should say, is for the president to speak with the king. We expect that to happen very soon. As you know, we've committed to the release of an unclassified report that would come out from DNI and not from the White House. And of course, our administration is focused on recalibrating the relationship, as we've talked about in here previously. And certainly there are areas where we will express concerns and leave open the option of accountability. There are also areas where we will continue to work with Saudi Arabia, given the threats they face in the region.
What's the holdup to the phone call? Is the king avoiding your calls?
I don't think that's the characterization. The president has a busy schedule. The king, obviously, I can't speak to his schedule. I'm not his spokesperson, but we expect the call to happen very soon. I think there was some inaccurate reporting about it being confirmed when it wasn't a confirmed call yet.
And you have made clear that the president's going to be speaking with his counterpart, with the king, not with the crown prince. But given the crown prince's role in the future of the kingdom and that he is expected to be implicated here, why not speak to the person expected to be responsible?
Well, I think the president's conversation will cover a range of topics with the king. There's obviously a lot to discuss with Saudi Arabia and with the leaders of Saudi Arabia. And as I've previously noted, the Crown Prince has been engaged with his appropriate counterparts. The president will be engaged with his appropriate counterparts. And we're engaged at many levels with leaders in Saudi Arabia.
So will the Crown Prince's counterparts here, Austin, speaking to him about this issue, though?
He spoke with him last week. They did a readout. I don't think I have anything more about their call to read out. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just want to ask about the post office, a couple of questions. You said earlier today that there was concerns, I guess, with the leadership. Quote, it's clear that the leadership can do better, and so that's our hope. Can you clarify whether you want to change in the Postmaster General now that you've named new members to the board? And secondly, they've announced the purchase of a new fleet. The president, of course, announced on January 27th a study pursued aiming at electrifying the government fleet, including the post office. Only 10% of the fleet they've announced they're buying will be electric. Do you plan to change that order or see changes to it at all?
Sure. The second question, I'll have to follow up on more specifics on it. That is certainly something the president's committed to. I don't have an update on it, but I can venture to get one for you. On the first question, some people may not be following this as closely as you and I have, so let me just give a little more context. Of course, the president is committed to the Postal Service's success, which is why yesterday he nominated 3 extremely qualified individuals to fill the empty spots on the Board of Governors, Anton Hajar, Amber McReynolds, and Ron Stroman. And the American people highly value the Postal Service and the men and women who deliver our mail every day, and we're working hard to do exactly that. But I think we can all agree, most Americans would agree, that the Postal Service needs leadership that can and will do a better job. Now, as you know, but not everybody knows, it's up to the Board of Governors, of which we just nominated 3 individuals to serve, to determine the future of leadership there, and we certainly leave it up to their discretion.
Sounds like you're signaling that the board should take a look at it. Does the president have confidence in the current Postmaster General?
I think the president is certainly familiar with the process. He believes the leadership can do better, and we're eager to have the Board of Governors in place.
A slightly separate subject. You may have seen that GameStop is spiking again, as are similar stocks, or stonks, dare I call them. Do you have views on whether the SEC or the administration, the Treasury Secretary, will weigh in if we continue to see these sort of meme stocks fluctuating and spiking like this?
Well, as you know, the SEC has oversight, I should say, and certainly has been watching it closely, monitoring it closely. The Treasury Secretary also convened a meeting just a few weeks ago, but I would certainly send you to them on what their plans are for monitoring engagement or speaking to it.
There's been no update since that meeting?
I would send you directly to them to give any update on their progress and how they're monitoring it. Sure, go ahead.
The president's going to Texas tomorrow. He's obviously going to show empathy for victims of the storm. Does he have a message for the leadership in Texas on how to better prepare for winter storms? And what can the federal government do to kind of coerce private industry there to better prepare?
Well, let me first say that he'll be traveling for most of the day with the governor, and they'll be surveying the damage, and I'm sure he'll be getting an update and briefings from him directly. The president doesn't view the crisis and the millions of people who have been impacted by it as a Democratic or Republican issue. He views it as an issue where he's eager to get relief, to tap into all the resources in the federal government to make sure the people of Texas know we're thinking about them, we're fighting for them, and we're going to continue working on this as they're recovering. There's plenty of time to have a policy discussion about better weatherization, better preparations, and I'm sure that's one that will be had. But right now, we're focused on getting relief to the people in the state, getting updated briefings, tapping into all of the levers of federal government.
There's a lot of hearings on the Hill about how the Capitol Police responded, or prior to the January 6th events. Mike Pence and his family were there that day. Secret Service had intelligence briefings, presumably. Is there any concern or review about how the Secret Service assessed intelligence briefings and whether there was any missteps on their part?
Review by the
Secret Service. I mean, Mike Pence and his family were at Capitol Hill that day. Clearly, there was intelligence out there to suggest that things could happen. And curious to whether there's been any review by the Secret Service or ordered about the Secret Service actions that day. And how they handle it.
I'd encourage you to reach out to the leadership of the Secret Service to get a further comment on it. Go ahead, Kristen. I'll come to you next.
Thank you, Jen. A little bit of housekeeping, a follow-up on the Texas questions, if I could. Will President Biden invite Senator Cruz and Cornyn to Texas with him to travel on Air Force One?
Well, Dr. Biden is traveling, of course, with us to Texas, with the president to Texas. There are some limitations on space available, so there are not members, I don't believe, I will double check on this, of any party traveling with the president to Texas. But again, he's going to be spending the day traveling with Governor Abbott and surveying the damage on the ground.
Will they be a part of his plans to survey the damage? Will they join him in any of those events tomorrow? Has there been any invitation extended?
I'm happy to follow up on it for you, Kristen, but I'm not aware of their plans to participate in the events tomorrow, but I can check.
Okay, I want to ask you about the uptick in migrants at the border. Some members of the Democratic Party are displeased with the way the administration is handling children who are being held at the border. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted this, quote, "This is not okay, never has been okay, never will be okay, no matter the administration or party." Is this a failure on the part of this administration?
Well, first, I can't speak to what this is that is being referred to.
In these detention facilities?
Well, that's not what's happening. And, you know, we will be doing some briefings, of course, with members of Congress. But what is happening now is there are children fleeing prosecution, fleeing threats in their own countries, traveling on their own, unaccompanied, to the border. And our focus is on approaching this from the view of humanity and with safety in mind. And so the steps that we have taken is they are, of course, processed as quickly as possible, ideally with a maximum of 3 days through CBP. Then they are transferred to facilities overseen by HHS. We had to reopen a new facility that had previously been closed because of COVID protocols. Because previously, because we can't have kids in beds next to each other other. We need space appropriate. It's been revamped. There's educational services there. There are health services and medical services. But our objective is to move them as quickly as we can to families that have been vetted and to, of course, reunite kids with their families.
How do you respond to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, though, who says she sees these images and it's not okay, from her perspective?
Well, look, we will work, of course, with Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez on a range of issues, and we look forward to doing that. What I'm conveying from here is what the actual circumstance is on the ground and the tough choice that we have had to make. There are only a couple of options here. So either we send kids back to a very dangerous journey back to their countries. That's not a good option. I don't think anyone would support that option. We send them to families that have not been vetted. We've seen challenges with that in the past where kids have then been trafficked. That is not a good option in our view. Our best option in our view is to get these kids processed through HHS facilities where there are COVID protocols in place, where they are safe, where they can have access to educational and medical care. There are very few good options here, and we chose the one we thought was best.
And I just want to ask you about CPAC. I know you got some questions about this yesterday. If I could try again, based on our reporting, former President Trump is going to be talking about President Biden's immigration policies. He will point to the uptick in migrants coming to the U.S. How is the administration planning to respond?
Well, we're not looking to former President Trump or any of his advisors as a model for how we're approaching immigration. In fact, we're in the circumstance we're in because not only was their approach inhumane, it was ineffective. And so we're going to forge our own path forward. We'll see what he says, but our focus is certainly not what President Trump is saying at CPAC. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. The head of the group the president is going to meet with today, the National Governors Association, Andrew Cuomo, is being accused of sexual harassment by a former staffer named Lindsay Boylan. She says that Cuomo, while he was governor, gave her an unwanted kiss on the lips. He asked her to play strip poker. Is the White House worried about this becoming a distraction from an important meeting about COVID response?
Well, let me first say that the president has been consistent in his position. When a person comes forward, they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Their voice should be heard, not silenced, and any allegation should be reviewed. Governor Cuomo is also the governor of one of the largest states in the country that has been one of the hardest hit, with millions of people still suffering from an ongoing pandemic and an economic crisis. And our focus is to continue working with governors from across the country, from a range of states, on how we're helping people in their states. He also is still head of the National Governors Association, hence he's at the event today.
And to him being in charge of the governors and in charge of such a big state, will the president talk to him about these accusations from Democrats in the New York legislature that Cuomo misled the public about deaths in nursing homes throughout the pandemic?
Well, this is a meeting and a conversation with a range of governors about how we can all work together to address the pandemic and get relief to the American people, and that's what I expect the focus of the meeting to be on.
There are some Democrats in New York who want congressional hearings about these deaths in nursing homes. There was a Cuomo aide who told lawmakers in February that the Cuomo administration withheld the number of residents who died in hospitals from the public due to the fear that it would be used against them by federal prosecutors. Is this something the White House thinks would be appropriate for a congressional hearing?
It's really up to Congress to determine how they want to review or have hearings on those reports.
And I know you were asked about this weekend, but I'll try again. Does President Biden still think Andrew Cuomo is the gold standard for COVID leadership and that he's doing a hell of a job, which he has said about him?
Well, first of all, I think to be fair, let's put all of the comments in context, which sometimes is missing from these conversations we have in here or during interviews. At the time, which was, I believe, April of last year, the president spoke out and said positive things about a range of governors, Democrats and Republicans, who were stepping in when there was a vacuum of leadership at the federal level, when they were getting no information, when they were getting no help and no guidance from the former Trump administration. He made some positive comments about Governor Cuomo and his role in New York at the time, as he did about a range of governors.
Okay, and then one more on climate change. There's been some reports about a meeting with airline CEOs next week. How important is it to the White House to reduce airline emissions as part of an overall climate agenda.
I'm not actually familiar with that meeting. Do you know who is with?
Gina McCarthy and some of the airline company CEOs.
I'd have to look back into it. I don't have any more details on that meeting. I'm happy to. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to follow up on the unaccompanied children. Is President Biden open to the creation of an ombudsman within the Health and Human Services Department? This has been proposed by Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair Pamela Jayapal. This person would be able to go in and check out the facilities, see the care that the children are receiving, and report back to Congress. Would the administration support such a role within Health and Human Services?
I have actually not spoken with the president about that proposal by Congresswoman Jayapal. We have, I should note, I think someone asked this the other day, we have had cameras. The HHS has had cameras in there also to make sure people in the public, the media, are able to see the conditions in these facilities, and we'd certainly be open to supporting that in the future, but I'd have to follow up with him and our legislative team on that proposal.
And that includes lawmakers obviously being able to go in and see the care of the children.
We would certainly support that, sure.
One more question. In 2018, it was discovered migrant children were being forced to take psychiatric medication without knowing the drugs they were taking, things like lithium and so on. What's being done? Obviously, these children need psychiatric care. In some cases, they've been traumatized. They've had a difficult time. What can the administration do to assure that these while the children are getting the care they need, there would be no such abuses?
Well, I would say first, we are not using the past management as our guide, and we have the Secretary of Homeland Security is, of course, overseeing in coordination with the HHS Secretary. It's a mouthful, to ensure that these children are treated humanely. They are provided with the medical assistance they need, the mental health assistance they need, and you're absolutely right. I mean, these kids have been through a trauma, and we want to treat them humanely and make sure they're kept safe. So I would send you, of course, to the HHS team to get more specifics of how it's monitored, but certainly that's our expectation. Go ahead in the back.
Hello. Has the President been following Brexit, and has it gone as he expected so far? And does he share the position that President Obama expressed in 2016 when he said Brexit would put the UK at the back of the queue for trade deals with the US?
Well, a lot's happened on Brexit and in the world since 2016, I think it's fair to say. I will say that President Biden is focused on strengthening our domestic economy through significant investments in American workers and competitiveness. That's his focus. He's committed to prioritizing those investments at home before signing new trade deals. That's his approach, and that's how he sees trade deals in general around the world. Making those investments is critical to restoring the middle class and making us more competitive. So our team is still reviewing negotiations that were begun under the prior administration. Ambassador-designate Tai, of course, had her hearing this morning, and she will be essential to that review.
Has the President spoken to any leaders from Africa yet, and how concerned is he about competition from China in Africa?
Well, certainly we've long been concerned. The United States has long been concerned about competition from China and Africa. We provide readouts whenever he does calls with foreign leaders, so he has not quite made it to every foreign leader at this point in time, but I'm sure that engagement with China and the bar and the we expect to be set would be part of many of those discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Senate Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders said this week that he's open to using reconciliation to pass the president's infrastructure package. Is the president open to that approach, and has he spoken with Bernie Sanders about it?
That would require having an infrastructure package, right, to decide how it would pass? Well, let me first say that our focus is on the American Rescue Plan. And of course, the president has talked about what his Build Back Better agenda would look like on the campaign trail. Infrastructure is a part of it. He's been a long fan of investing in infrastructure, long overdue, I should say. But he also wants to do more on caregiving, help our manufacturing sector, do more to strengthen access to affordable health care. So the size, the package, the components of it, the order, that has not yet been determined. And I feel like that's the next step. I don't expect the president or any of us will preview anything until we have the American Rescue Plan through.
One more. The chief of staff said yesterday that the president wouldn't overrule the parliamentarian if she decides that you can't raise the minimum wage as part of this broader economic relief package. If that is the decision, what's the next step on raising the minimum wage? Does he expect to introduce a standalone bill? Would it be part of this upcoming economic, broader economic?
Well, first let me say it would be a serious step for the vice president to take that step, and obviously she and the president respect the historic institution of the Senate. It would also require 50 votes. So it's not just a standalone step that any vice president could take. In terms of the minimum wage, we're still waiting for the conclusion of the parliamentarians' view on whether or not the raise in the minimum wage can be included, I should say, in the American Rescue Plan. That's where the process is at this stage in time. The president included an increase in the minimum wage because he believes it should be, it's long overdue, and American workers should not be struggling to make ends meet. But that's the next step, and we'll have to go from there.
And just one more. Is the administration considering easing social distancing rules for unaccompanied minors in these detention facilities to allow more unaccompanied minors to be in the facility?
I'm not aware of that consideration. I mean, one of the reasons that we opened this facility, revamped this facility, is because we did not want to put unaccompanied minors at risk, and we obviously follow CDC guidelines, which is 6 feet of separation. So my expectation is we would continue to follow those guidelines. Go ahead.
So March 21st is coming up as the first anniversary of border restrictions between the U.S. and Canada and Mexico. Back in October, Republicans and Democrats in Texas demanded that the Trump administration release a plan for reopening the border. These restrictions have obviously divided families, they've devastated the economy on the border. Can we expect a plan from the Biden administration anytime soon on potential border reopenings, and what would the parameters for that look like?
I do expect there will be more on this soon. It would likely come from the State Department, so I would send you to them for an update on the status and the timeline. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jen. I wanted to ask about the domestic terrorism review. The president asked for a 100-day domestic terrorism review. He had the DNI take charge of that and work closely with the FBI and DHS. What does the president expect to come out of that review at the end of 100 days? Does he want to see a report, a list of recommendations? What is he expecting to see, and what would we expect to see out of that review?
Well, we have more than 60 days left until we hit 100 days. In terms of the format of what the review will look like, I would expect some form of a report. I don't know yet if it will include specific recommendations or if it will then launch a policy process. I can talk to our team and see if there's more specifics.
Has the president been briefed and updated on the progress of that review? We're about 35 days into it.
As you know, the president has daily meetings as a part of the PDB, and is certainly tracking threats to our homeland as a part of what's discussed there, but I don't have any update for you on updates on the overall report that's not due for more than 60 days.
And what's the president's assessment now of the threat from domestic terrorism? We obviously saw domestic terrorists involved and groups, armed groups involved in the January 6th insurrection. In the subsequent weeks, how has that changed?
Well, the reason that he asked his national security team to do a comprehensive review was so that he wasn't looking at it, and we weren't looking at it through the prism of one event versus another event or through a political lens. So I'm not going to be able to offer for you a day-by-day or week-by-week assessment. We're going to wait for this review to conclude, and then we'll use that as guidelines for our process and our policies moving forward. Go ahead, George.
Thanks, Jen. I have a question for myself and then one for reporters who can't be here. On the budget, new presidents put their own stamp on the budget, and all recent new presidents have given a speech in February that talks about the budget, and then within a month or so submitted their revisions. Can you talk about what the president's timetable is, and how much it's affected by the fact that the pandemic, the less than cooperative transition, and the failure to confirm a director?
Sure, George. Well, the president is certainly looking forward to sharing his budget priorities for the fiscal year with Congress and, of course, the American people. as our nation faces unprecedented challenges. We anticipated during the transition, and we talked about it a bit during the transition, that the budget would be delayed due to some intransigence we encountered from political appointees at OMB during the transition. Those roadblocks definitely delayed the process. We have a strong team in place, of course, at OMB, many of whom are career officials who are working through administrations to put budgets, but confirmed had certainly expedite the certainly until have an exact. I wouldn't expect rollout or announcement in February.
It would be possible to
Stay with us. News Now from Fox returns right after this break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. This is raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. If you are just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, and it is Sunday, February 28th, the final day of celebrating Black History Month. And here at News Now from Fox, we actually put together a little Black History Month special to honor the achievements and contributions of African Americans in our country. So let's listen in. News Now from Fox is powered by local Fox stations across the country. And this February, during Black History Month, those stations and News Now have come together to tell some amazing stories highlighting activists and those involved in the civil rights movement. Tonight, we want to share a few of those stories with you, beginning with creators and those who are helping to honor Black heroes and share history through art. From DC to Atlanta, Phoenix, Los Angeles, there are some amazing murals and art installations going up. So we'll begin in Phoenix, Arizona, where one group is using art to help educate well-known and not so well-known historical figures.
What I wanted to do is give notoriety to 84 Black figures. That's what we're doing in this project, as well as some known figures. So we're going to paint 28 murals representing the 28 days of Black History Month with 3 figures in each mural.
Gisette Knight is the CEO of Reality Dreams LLC, which provides resources for marginalized communities. She's behind a mural project in Phoenix focusing on Black figures who have paved the way for future generations.
A majority of the murals are going to be hosted in Roosevelt Row and historic Roosevelt, but the perimeters are between 15th Ave and Buckeye to 15th Street and Indian School.
Knight says 7 murals were being painted today. These artists are painting the front of Barrio Cafe along 16th Street near Thomas.
You know, Martin Luther King, which is an amazing guy, and I'm thankful for him being here, but I just wanted to show other people. For example, Kamala Harris just made history, right? Now, I'm going to give you a little tidbit. Shirley Chisholm is being painted right now, and she was the first Black woman to run for president. So, you know, it goes hand in hand. And then we have Nina Simone, which Tiffany is a blend artist, so she's blending the paint. And over there is going to be Angela Davis.
Gisette Knight and James D'Angelico created the new billboard that went up on Wednesday in downtown Phoenix, replacing the anti-Trump billboard along Grand Avenue near 11th Avenue. It says Black History Matters 1619 and beyond. Last September, the city rejected Knight's request to install a Black Lives Matter mural along a downtown city street.
Now let's travel across the country to Washington, D.C. We want to introduce you to a local artist who left his mark all over the city, using creativity to help local communities while taking on the responsibility of sharing Black history.
I was born here in Washington, D.C., but I grew up in Nigeria. That's where my parents are from. I've always been drawing as a kid, picking different kinds of interest in comic books and coloring books and things like that. My name is Aniakan Udofia, and I'm a painter and illustrator here in Washington, D.C. I grew up around in the villages. There's a lot of color and there's a lot of vibrance. With my murals here, the ones that I've done here in DC, especially the one here that we're standing in front of at Ben's Chili Bowl, I bring that vibrancy and color to it based on my upbringing in Nigeria.
When we were introduced to the artist, we were so terribly impressed with him and his work. People came from all over just to see the mural.
There was a lot of mixed feelings, like there was excitement, there was fear, there was, everything.
If you make that wall, you have done something, whether you impacted one or the universe. From President Obama to, Dave Chappelle to Dick Gregory.
I've always known about Ben's Chili Bowl. Telling the story of Black history, especially here in America, is a huge responsibility. It's a huge mantle to bear. In the beginning, it used to be intimidating, the process of taking a small concept from a very small medium to, say, a 40 or 60-foot wall. I'm very terrified of heights. One of the amazing things about this mural here is we took so long to come up with the composition. Not in a bad way, but it was just, it's that important. By the time we came up with the idea, it was just 7 days left. It took 7 days to paint 16 people on the mural, and usually I would estimate a month. I'm very grateful to Ben's Chili Bowl, to DC as a whole, being that for my career, I'm able to do something historical at a historical site. The journey is still continuing. Who knows what I'll do next?
I want people to be aware of the fact that people of color are good people. I want them to understand their worth. Hi, I'm Cheryl Henderson, Certified American Sign Language Interpreter. Hello, I'm Daniel Katz Hernandez, and this is my mural, Water Balloons Dancing. Often when I was on the metro, I would get tired or sleepy, as people do. So I watched what was going on around me in the train and started sketching it. And I would post some of my sketches on Instagram and other social media, and I got a lot of positive response. For a very long time, I've felt an affinity and an impact tied to civil rights movements. We look at events on the news, we look at the suffering that many people has gone through, and how people choose not to focus on the negative, but instead focus on positive experiences, focus on what people have to contribute and bring. And keeping that in mind, I wanted to share that. I wanted to share some good news. I have named each of these characters. Of course, B had to be someone who was strong, and even as someone threw balloons at them, they were able to defend them easily, and that was Barack. And then the middle character is a little bit more impulsive and mischievous. The L, that's Louis, for Louis Armstrong. And then the next one has direct eye contact and is also looking forward into the future, and Martin Luther King had a dream as he looked forward into the future. Empathy, that always draws me. helping people to understand the world, that's important. Seeing a message in the art and in visuals that are produced. And for people from outside of the community of people of color, for them to see this and think about the fact that these are people just like me, people who may be underserved or marginalized. They're people just like I am, and maybe foster some of that unity. Communication barriers don't need to exist, that we can find a way to be one. I hoped that after this was finished, people would come in and look at the faces and their smiles, and then they would also smile. I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
This past year has been tough on so many, and one artist wants to send a message of hope and education during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fox 5 DC recently spoke with singer and songwriter GP Jackson about his latest work, Letter to a Nation. Our next guest is a graduate from DeMatha Catholic High School in Hyattsville, Maryland, and he's using his gift as a singer and songwriter to inspire change. Take a look.
You say no, it can't be me. Turn around and infect your family. Our arrogance is delirious. We gotta take it serious. When we all believe one day we'll all be free.
GP Jackson's new video is called Letter to a Nation, and he joins me now to tell us more about the music video and how we can enact change in our own communities. Good morning to you, GP. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
You know, I was looking at your video on YouTube, and I was rewatching it this morning, and it's so inspiring. Before we get into that, though, I want to know, how long have you been singing? What are your musical roots? What's the background here?
Yeah, so I've been singing for more than 20 years. As you mentioned, started at DeMatha Catholic High School. Then I got a scholarship to go to Morgan State University, where I joined the illustrious Morgan State University Choir. And I had the pleasure of singing under the late Dr. Nathan Carter, traveling around the world. And as you can see, it's very cold out here, so excuse me. But the opportunities have been incredible to sing around the world, the likes of Soulful Symphony that's been known around the Washington, D.C. area and others. So I've had the privilege, and this is just my latest iteration.
And I believe that's the MLK monument behind you, right? So I guess it's fitting that we're talking to you from there.
Sure. Yes, yes. The beauty of the moment with the video was really creating an opportunity for sanctuary. So as we think about watching the video, think about all of the pain and the grief and the frustration dealing with COVID, dealing with the social unrest, but then having this opportunity for hope and healing, where we're trying to figure out how we get to this place of sanctuary so we can get to a place called better.
Yeah.
And the question around what is my letter really is the theme of the song that others can take into their own communities.
You know, GP, you said something that was really striking to me. You said, I made the video to give people permission to mourn those we have lost and be reassured that there is hope if we work together. But permission to mourn those we have lost. That's so powerful.
Yeah. So with COVID, as you know, and you can see in the amazing memorial that was shot in front of the RFK Stadium, there had not yet been during 2020 opportunities for us to mourn as a society, think about those that we've lost and the gravity of it. And so to be able to be at that spot in RFK, right outside of RFK Stadium, to show just the enormity of the loss that was happening, I think was an opportunity for folks to really take a moment to say, wow, this is where we've been and where do we go from here?
Yeah, it seems like we're so busy trying to survive, right, this last year, that oftentimes we forget to give ourselves permission to feel the emotions that we rightfully are feeling.
Absolutely.
What I love about what you're doing is that there's also an educational component to this. You want to bring this into the classrooms. Explain what that means.
Yeah. No, so for the educational component, Letter to a Nation education, we're actually focused on bringing a comprehensive curriculum led by my colleague and friend, Dr. Rhonda Hilton, to bring the education component of what does your letter to a nation look like. So thinking about civic engagement, thinking about racial equity, thinking about social justice, and how we create a comprehensive and multidisciplinary education that can be utilized where students can take this piece and create their own letter, to create their own moment, to create their own change in their communities.
I love that, because everybody has
really their own letter, right? It's unique to the person. I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but since you're our Mr. Inspirational person for today, any inspiring words that you can pass along in addition to what you've already said?
Absolutely. So to anyone who's watching and thinking to themselves, how do I utilize my gift? How do I change my circumstances? This is an opportunity to say, get creative, think deep, look deep, and you'll never, never disappoint yourself when you trust in yourself.
Think deep, look deep. Love that. Where can people find your music?
People can find it on Amazon, on iTunes. Absolutely, you can watch the video on YouTube, shot by the incredible folks at Make a Scene Media, Taylor Kempia and Heather Hutt. Thank you so much. You can watch the video there, and please continue to share, and please continue to get well. Let's educate, let's motivate, and let's vaccinate, folks.
You know, GP, it's people like you that have helped the rest of us get through what has been a very difficult time over the last year. So we appreciate what you're doing. Thank you so much for talking to us this morning.
There are things that corporations can do to educate, inform, and empower their employees. Michaela Perino with Fox 11 Los Angeles recently spoke with an expert on how people can celebrate Black History Month at work.
February is a great time for us to focus, promote, and highlight the profound contributions of Black Americans. But how do we do that in our workplaces? Friend of the show, Joy Altamari, is here with some great ideas to re-energize and invigorate your organization during this month. And in fact, you've actually been doing that in your own org, so it's kind of great real-time application. How are you, my dear?
That's right. I'm great. How are you?
So good. I think this is something that a lot of companies have been trying to figure out as the national conversation around inclusion, equity, and diversity increases. And here we are in Black History Month. What can employers and organizations do to make it not just a thing that's on the calendar and somebody puts a sad poster up in the hallway?
I know. I think that the thing that we can do that we have to consider is that the virtual aspect of working, a lot of Americans are still working virtually, lends itself to really including everyone in your organization. One of the things I also want to remind people is that this month is typically when Black history or Black museums, African American museums really see the most visitors they see throughout the year. And so tapping into something that already exists, like organizations that have come together to curate experiences around Black history, Black experiences, African Americans' contribution to American history, as you said, is a great way to do it. And you don't have to actually do a lot of work. A lot of these are already free.
Let them do the work for you.
Let them work for you. You can tap into Google Arts and Culture. They actually curated different experiences by leveraging 80 different African American museums across the country.
So great.
You can basically go online, create like a month long, or now we have about 2.5 more weeks. So 2.5 more weeks long of activities, and then send them out to your organization. Put them in your HR bulletin, put them on your intranet. Have people sign in, they're free, and they can do it at their leisure, and they can learn more about the Civil Rights Movement or Frederick Douglass. These are amazing things.
Art museums, Pan-African film festivals, which there's one coming up in Los Angeles very shortly. Okay, so managers specifically, you were talking about on the big company level. Let's drill down to managers where they're executing the day-to-day. What can they be doing to sort of work with their teams on this?
Yeah, I think the word that you just said, teams, is the most important. Think of how you want to bring your teams together. So a lot of us, I know I did, before the holidays, I had a team Zoom. It was the one time we got together where we weren't talking about work. So think about how you can do that this month. And then again, there's so many resources that are free. We actually just did one with, it was hosted by One Resource. They're an organization that came together to basically bridge Black culture and pop culture. And they did it in a fun way, as kind of like an homage to Alex Trebek. They did Black Jeopardy. And it was so fun. And I think one of the things you said earlier is that we want to make sure this is an inviting, engaging conversation around Black history for everyone. And who doesn't love Jeopardy? So we had our entire team, 35 people on a Zoom. I sent them some things to make them be more expressive at home, to their home, so that everyone had their favorite cocktail. And we enjoyed Black Jeopardy and really educated ourselves around Black American history.
Girl, you just planted a seed in my head. I think we're going to have to create some sort of Zoom activity for the Good Day LA squad for sure. Okay, as an employee, you also have agency. You can do things. You have a way of sharing with your fellow coworkers about Black History Month.
Yes, and I think a lot of organizations have what's called affinity groups. These are groups that actually have a specific topic that they focus on. So a lot of companies have like African American women, a females organization or affinity group around that. So if you're in that group, use this as an opportunity to extend your reach beyond just your affinity group. One of the things I love the most is when you can make, again, you can embrace the virtual nature of where we're working. You can introduce Black history in different ways. A company called Obsidian Concept House, they actually created they used Black history and they worked with 25 architects and designers to create this virtual house around concepts that were drawn from Black history. It's a really, really great way for people to say, I love art and design, but it's a way for you to understand how Black Americans have contributed to the fabric of this country through art and design.
You know what's really remarkable, too, is, I mean, we keep pointing to these silver linings that the pandemic has provided. We have more access to things because we can do them virtually. You can kind of dip into places that you wouldn't be able to travel to as a group, as a company, as a team. Joy, it's always a joy to speak with you. No pun even necessary there, because it is the darn truth. Thanks so much for being here to help us commemorate this and seeing how to do it in the workplace in an effective and powerful manner. Good to see you. You take care and stay safe, okay?
Good to you too. Take care.
All right.
Coming up after the break, we'll hear from a couple of people who are involved in a recently released film diving into the history of the Black Panthers and the Civil Rights Movement. We'll be right back. A movie released this month is highlighting a pivotal story that took place during the Civil Rights Movement. Judas and the Black Messiah tells the story of Fred Hampton, the chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panthers in the late 1960s in Chicago. Here we have a few interviews to bring you surrounding the dramatic story. Let's get into it from our sister station, Fox 32 from Chicago.
I'm Jake Hamilton. The buzzed about new drama Judas and the Black Messiah tells the true story of the life and death of Illinois Black Panther Party Chairman Fred Hampton. And while it may be a story familiar to many of us here in Chicago, for one man, it hits a little closer to home because Fred was his father. I spoke with Fred Hampton Jr. about the new film and his father's legacy more than 50 years after his death.
Black Panther Party was connected to the people, and that's the major ingredient. We talk about struggle. We distinguish heroes from revolutionary. Chairman Fred was a revolutionary. This is a representative of an organization that turned the communities into classrooms to really grasp what a revolutionary is. Chairman Fred was willing and subsequently paid the ultimate price to fight for self-determination. He was assassinated, so even in physical death, the legacy of Chairman Fred still lives.
On December 4th, 1969, Fred Hampton, the chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party, was shot twice in the head during a raid orchestrated by the FBI and carried out by the Chicago Police Department. He was 21 years old. And now the story of his rise to prominence and his death are being chronicled in the buzzed-about new film, Judas and the Black Messiah.
Deputy Chairman Fred Hampton of the Illinois Black Panther Party.
The only people that don't want you to have any guns are people that intend to use guns on you.
What is the thing that you most love hearing about him from people who met him and who knew him?
His love for the people. His love for the people. And again, I don't want to sound cliches, but to a committed, charismatic, courageous representative that weighed the theory and practice, that just didn't talk about it.
Hampton's son, Fred Hampton Jr., never met his father. His mother was pregnant at the time Hampton was killed, but he's gone on to follow in his father's footsteps as the president and chairman of the Prisoners of Conscience Committee and the Black Panther Party Cubs. Now that you are chairman, what is it that you try to emulate today in that position that you learned from the stories of your father?
Fight on our own terms. That was self-determination. I can't say that enough. We say the Black Panther Party Cubs, in regards to the Black Panther Party, is a tough act to follow. However, we attempt to not walk in their footsteps, but their Panther Paul steps.
I pledge allegiance to my black people. I pledge to develop my mind and body to the greatest extent possible.
But for Hampton Jr., his father is more than just a character in a movie or a page in the history books. He was a man who changed the communities around him. You know, a lot of people are going to be introduced to who Fred Hampton was just by nature of watching this movie. But what is something outside of the 2 hours of this movie that you want to make sure that people know about who he was?
I don't know how much time we have, but can I minimize that? This is an organization that doing the first free breakfast program, free busing programs, the prisons, free clothing programs, service to the people, and not in the way of charity, but for the people themselves to get involved in their struggle for self-determination. Many of the programs that Chairman Fred and Black Panther Party had, the people subsequently took these programs on. So if nothing else, the people need to recognize that we are our own liberators. And the Black Panther Party was connected to the people. And that's the major ingredient. We talk about struggle. We distinguish heroes from revolutionary. Chairman Fred was a revolutionary.
Such a powerful interview. Thank you to Fox 32 for that. Now, Fred Hampton's story has had an impact on millions of people, including the actor who portrays Hampton in the film. Elise Edie from Fox 5 Atlanta sat down with the lead of the film, Daniel Kaluuya. Here's that conversation.
The Black Panthers are the single greatest threat to our national security. Our counterintelligence program must prevent the rise of a Black Messiah.
How did you prepare for this role?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about Chairman Fred, but I was talking about the civil rights movement within America during that time. So I had an understanding in that sense, and then I knew about the Black Panther Party by my late teens, early 20s. I started arriving to those ideas, those philosophies. And then, and I'd hear about Chairman Fred from here and there around. And then, then I came to this, and I read the script, and I was like, wow, I didn't realize how much of a brilliant mind and a brilliant heart he had. And it was a tall mountain to begin to climb.
Nothing else mean a damn thing. Imagine what we could accomplish together.
Did you find yourself at times just kind of getting, wrapped up in the message a little bit and just, really understanding what it was that Chairman Fred was going after?
I think there's one thing reading it, there's one thing learning it, there's another thing saying it out loud to people that are listening. And so because they're listening and their registration of it allows you to kind of listen to it and kind of go. And for me, it was just like when you're in the zone and you're doing it, it's on you to kind of let the words guide me in how to say them. And then so it really, certain lines really kind of like, wow, like this is deeply profound when you marry the emotion and the energy that he was that I was wrestling.
So we had you on one hand, and on the other hand, we had Lakeith Stanfield as William O'Neill. So what was it like, you two being, at least in the movie, when it came down to it, polar opposites and what you were actually after, working side by side?
Close to him. I think we're both in service of Chairman Fred. I think Bill O'Neill is, in order to show who Chairman Fred Hampton is, you have to show who he isn't, and that's Bill O'Neill. And he was a way to kind of like show that even someone with that much apathy can, he was able to ignite in them, because I think 3/4 in, O'Neill really believed in what Chairman Fred said. And that's a huge evolution to a man that was indifferent, so it was great to work with Lakeith again. He's such a brilliant artist and he's a generational talent.
It's not a question of violence or non-violence. It's a question of resistance to fascism or non-existence within fascism.
Would you say that this movie is coming out at a time when the message and everything behind it is still, very much relevant?
Yeah, I mean, you see it in the last year in the response and reaction to the murders of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. There's a lot of people feeling a lot of things, and I remember when that happened, I spoke to Shaka the King, the incredible director, and a lot of the cast, and go, wow, we've just made a film that shows Chairman Fred and the Black Panther Party articulating what a lot of people are feeling right now, and it's very important. That stuff is invaluable, to kind of really be aware of what it is you're feeling so that you can actually do something about it. But also, not only did they articulate it, they did something about it. They set up strategies in order to help themselves to combat with the oppression of the establishment.
Anywhere there's people, there's power.
Well, our thanks to Warner Brothers for help coordinating that interview. Judas and the Black Messiah is now playing in theaters and available to stream on HBO Max.
Thank you to Fox 32 and Fox 5 in Atlanta for those interviews. And that's what we do here on News Now from Fox. We are powered by Fox stations from across the country. So within the next half hour, we'll hear a couple more interviews from artists and creators about projects that have just been released. We'll be right back. All right, we're going to head from those who are in the movies to the people who actually create them. Our friends at Fox Soul have put together a really inspiring series called The Screening Room, hosted by none other than Vivica A. Fox. She speaks with Black content creators about the things that shape their lives and the projects that they're currently working on. So we want to bring you all a few of those conversations from this week's episode.
Welcome to Fox Soul Screening Room. How did your grandparents motivate you to become a storyteller?
Absolutely. So I grew up in South Carolina in like the rural South. So with that, like, storytelling was just a part of our culture. And I grew up with my grandmother and my grandfather, and they would just tell me all the different stories of the things that they had endured back in the day, living in South Carolina in like the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And so just growing up listening to those type of stories, I think that is what influenced me to become a storyteller, because I saw the importance of like keeping our stories within our families and sharing our stories outside of, like, to the nation, and how important that is to do that. So I would like to say that I think that's what it was, and it just kind of sparked a fire in me. And from there, I kept on going, kept on writing, and here today.
Would you consider yourself and your grandparents, who, you know, gave you all of these wonderful stories of their experiences, to be activists?
That's a really good question. If you were to ask my grandmother and my grandfather, they would straight up tell you that they're not activists. Even with the stories of my grandmother, like teaching the elders how to read and write so that they can vote, and you know, everything that my grandfather did as far as being a black caddy and trying to break into becoming a golfer when they weren't allowed to golf. They would tell you that they're not activists. And you know, for me, I wouldn't take on that title either, because I just don't want to diminish the work that activists are doing. But I definitely, you know, believe in the cause. I definitely go out and march. I definitely, you know, support the cause in any way I possibly can. Like, my day job is I'm the branch chief of the Office of Civil Rights, Diversity, and Inclusion for a federal agency. So, you know, everyone has their way of making everyone has their way of doing whatever they need to do towards the movement. And we may not want to take on the title as activists, but we're doing the work, and I think that's important.
Okay, well, tell us about your film, River Mint.
Yeah, so River Mint was born just out of how I was feeling. This was like back in 2015, just the year before in 2014, we had experienced Michael Brown's shooting death. And so in 2015, I was gearing up to write my thesis for film school. And I just couldn't stand everything that was going on in the world. And so what ended up happening, it was actually born through a conversation that I had with my grandmother. Like I said, like, I listened to their stories. My parents and my grandparents, they took me to my first march to get the Confederate flag off of the Capitol in South Carolina, and just having that instilled in me, and like just knowing the importance of knowing yourself and knowing your history. I was always just like a fighter in that way. And I was living in DC at the time, and I just remember calling my grandmother saying, like, Grandma, I'm about to go march. And I could hear the fear in her voice when she said, you know, we did those things back then, hoping that your generation wouldn't have to. And it sparked something in me, because here this woman was, who I heard all of the wonderful things she did back in her day, and all the wonderful things her husband did back in his day. And here she is, well, she's afraid for her granddaughter, and she can't believe that we were basically fighting for the things that she was fighting for back then. And so that's what kind of birthed River Mint. I really wanted to, instead of doing like a documentary piece, I wanted to explore that concept in a narrative form, because people relate more to narrative. And what I really wanted to do is show how women have always been in the forefront of movements, and they're the forgotten ones, the Ella Bakers, the Fannie Lou Hammers. I really wanted to show that dynamic and use Black women. So from there,
you actually had a scene where she confronted her, and she said that we did it so y'all didn't have to, correct?
Absolutely. Yes,
I
ma'am.
loved that scene.
So me and my grandmother argument didn't go like that, but
but when you told that story, I was like, oh, that's where she got that scene from. Because when I saw that scene, I was like, wow, it was so deep that here we are in 2021, and history has a way of repeating itself, correct?
Absolutely, it does. Yeah. And our goal for our generation is, we don't, even though we know the youth inherit the movement and we're supposed to carry the torch, our hope is that our grandchildren aren't fighting for the same, like, fight for something new. Hopefully y'all aren't fighting for the same things we're fighting for right now. So, you know, we're going to pick the torch up and we're going to keep it moving, but hopefully there is some change that occurs with the things that we're doing today.
I was about to compliment you and say, you know, I believe that you have a wonderful spirit and a wonderful future. You also created a web series called Quarter Century.
Oh, goodness.
Tell us about Quarter Century, girlfriend. Y'all talk about folks trying to be grown.
You went into the vault.
Yes, we did. Yes, we went your fault, girlfriend. So what have you figured out about being grown?
So I haven't figured out nothing, that we all just in here winging it. That's exactly what came about that. Quarter Century was my very first film production. I made that, it was right after Awkward Black Girl had hit in 2011. And you know, that kind of instilled something in all us indie filmmakers. We were like, we could do this, we could do this. Mm-hmm. So in 2012, I was like, I'm gonna make a web series. I don't like where I am. I was like 22 or 23 at the time. And I was like, I was working customer support. I was just not happy. And I was experiencing my quarter life crisis. And I was like, I'm gonna just put this on paper. I'm gonna get my friends together and we're gonna make a web series. We don't know what we're doing, but we're gonna do it. And you know, 200,000 collective views later, Quarter Century was born, and that actually helped me get into film school. So it's hard for me to watch Quarter Century now because you know,
because you've advanced, right?
Humble beginning. Humble beginnings.
And listen, sweetheart, everybody's got to start somewhere. And I'm going to tell you, myself and our producers, we love your energy. What kind of storyteller do you consider yourself?
Oh my goodness. I like to consider myself an authentic storyteller. I like to tell stories from the South. Like I'm from South Carolina. And when you get stories from the South, of course you highlight the Atlantas and the Houstons, but I don't think you really get those stories from like South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama. So that's the type of storyteller I am. And I'm always about putting Black women and women of color and giving them those lead roles. So those are the type of stories I like to tell.
And all about girl power? You all about girl power? I love that. So tell us, what's the biggest takeaway that you want our viewers to leave with after seeing your film Rivermint?
The biggest takeaway is that we still have work to do. And though, you know, those who did the civil rights movement may have had their way of doing things, and those who are doing Black Lives Matter, we have our way of doing things. But at the end of the day, we need each other in this entire fight because we still have a long ways to go. Those who are in the civil rights movement, the movements of the past, they have the blueprint. We're carrying the torch. Let's just do this together. Let's rock this together so that our children, our children's children, our children's children won't be fighting for these things in the future.
Amen, my sister. So tell us, after Rivermint, what's next for you?
So I have a couple of projects that I'm slated. Right now, I'm currently crowdfunding for a series pilot called Robin Hood. And Robin Hood is such a fun film. It's a horror comedy. So shout out to the horror comedies out there. And basically, it takes the traditional story of Robin Hood, mixes it with a menacing succubus, and ties it to an inside joke within Black culture of us women stealing men's hoodies. And it's such a fun series pilot. We're trying to crowdfund it right now. We have a crowdfunding going on for $15,000. So please donate. Okay. Another project that I have is I just completed a documentary for a museum in DC called the Phillips Collection. They're celebrating their centennial, and so I did a documentary on the Great Migration where I got to interview 2 women who migrated in the 1950s from the South to the North. That is their stories are so phenomenal. And then last but not least, I'm currently in the pitching phase for my feature film that I'm hoping to direct. It's called Off Brands, and it is a Black coming of age story set in 2004. So it's so much fun, and I'm just hoping I get a chance to actually show that to the world.
Well, Miss Shayla, I'm talking about every day I'm hustling. Miss Shayla is all about the hustle, y'all. So you know what? We're so proud of you, and we absolutely just wish you so much of the best with Rivermint and your beautiful future. Keep fighting, my sister. Keep looking forward. You are just a jewel. You really are. So your girl Vivica Fox wishes you the best, okay?
We'll have one more conversation for you this evening with actor and director Elvis Nolasco coming up right after the break. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back. The second screening room interview that we're bringing you tonight is with well-known actor Elvis Nolasco. They talked about his new project, Time to Surrender, the origins of his name, and of course, his relationship with Spike Lee.
Welcome to the screening room, Elvis. Now, I want to take a moment. Let's talk about your name. Who in your family was a big Elvis fan?
That's a good question. It's a very, very long story.
Well, give me the condensed version, brother.
Okay. I was named by a relative in my family, who was my mom's cousin. And the name came about because I was born in a Metropolitan Hospital with a respiratory infection. And I was baptized twice. I wasn't going to make it. And I happened to be born in the year of Elvis Presley's comeback year. Prior to his cap, you'll do the research what year that was. And this kid somehow didn't die.
Was that 71?
68.
68. Okay, 3 years old.
Yeah.
But I got close, though, didn't I?
So the story is I made a comeback like the King had in that year, and there was a lot of noise with Elvis Presley coming back after he had gone to the military in his career. It just took a major downfall. But he went on the Ed Sullivan Show at the end of 1968 with the black leather outfit, and his comeback came about at that time. And my relative felt that my mom should name me Elvis because.
Wow, isn't that an amazing? That's an amazing connection that that he went to the military, and your film deals with a veteran that's dealing with, issues, right?
Absolutely. It's just the outcome was a lot different from Elvis and Dino.
Yeah.
The outcome was different. This young man who was dealing with PTSD and who is dealing with a backlog, a system that he feels neglected him. And it's a common theme, and it's not one that I wasn't privy or aware of, even though my younger brother served 2 tours, one in Afghanistan and one in Iraq. But the story came about because in 2014, I was watching news and I could hear President Obama talking a lot about the military and talking about a lot about the soldiers. And it was just a common repetitive theme. And what Obama wanted to do for the veterans. And it was this news and this awareness that I was not aware of the backlog in the system and how neglected a lot of our veterans are.
Yes, absolutely. Now I want to move forward a little bit. You've got a special relationship with Spike Lee. Tell us about that.
That relationship started some years ago. It's interesting what you put out in the universe. Because I was watching Mo Better Blues when I was studying in Philadelphia. I was studying dramatic arts at Freedom Theater School of Performing Arts in Philly. And this was in the early 90s. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to go and check out this movie I had already seen, Do the Right Thing. And I started just following Spike Lee's work early on. So I went to see Mo Better Blues. And I remember I was with my daughter's mom. It was a date. And Spike came out on the screen. And I turned around, I turned to the side, and I said to my daughter's mother, you know that guy right there? I'm going to work with that guy one day.
I know that's right.
And fast forward.
Because people, that's positive projection, on your part, because people don't get that. It's like, you set that in your universe that you like, one day I'm going to work with that brother. And as a matter of fact, I hear that Spike Lee is the executive producer of your film.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. It's been a long relationship since we first started working in 1994, excuse me, and Clockers with Mekhi Phifer and Delroy Lindo and a host of other actors at that time, 1994. So it's been a collaboration throughout the years of me working in front of the camera, Spike directing, me watching, me getting the pointers. And just learning a lot from Spike. And Spike is very interesting, loving, caring, and nurturing folk. But he's also one of these people that every time I would talk to him about an idea, he would just be like, gotta do it, man, you gotta do it, you gotta do it.
Can I tell you, that's like the New Yorker in him, like, let's make it happen, right?
Come on, yeah, let's make it happen. Stop talking about it, let's do it, come on, stop talking about it,
So can I ask you, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, did you shadow him to learn about directing?
I kind of like shadow him, but not really asking for permission to shadow, but just shadowing him in the sense that I'm around him so much, and we've been working on like a Sprite commercial for Kobe Bryant years ago. Then, we did Sweet Blood of Jesus, and we did She's Gotta Have It season 1, season 2, Old Boy with, Sam Jackson and Rami Malek. So I just been watching him and watching him and watching him. And when that thing came about, I was like, you know what, I really want to direct. I have directed theater for a good number of time, but I really wanted to branch into film. So again, every time I would talk to him, he was like, you just got to do it. You just got to do it. As long as, you do it and you do it in an honorable way, just do it. So when I decided that I wanted to do my short film, Time to Surrender, I shot it in 3 days, July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And when I was done, I gave him a call and I said, hey, I did it. Yeah. So he's like, come meet me in Brooklyn, and we sat down. He asked me a bunch of questions: how many days, how many pages I shot per day, how many casts, how many locations, and I had all the answers. And he said, "You want me to EP it for you?" And I was like, "Oh my God, what I love
yes." Tell us, what do you think is the most important thing that you learned from Spike Lee?
And
can I rephrase that? What's the most important thing that you've learned from Oscar-winning Spike Lee?
Well, one, that you just got to get it done. It's just his own story about getting his first film done and his grandmother helping him, finance it. When you want to tell a story, you got to go and just tell it and not let anything hold you back. But I think what I learned most importantly is how you're going to improvise, because things are going to happen. Yes. When you go out and you scout locations, yes, and you talk to your your props team, something is going to happen. And how do you improvise at that last minute and just get it done? So if a location changes at the last minute, how do you put your thinking cap, or how do you have your thinking cap already on, but switch it and rotate and think about, okay, what would be the next right thing to do?
So tell us, where did you shoot your film?
And I started in Washington Heights. At first I was going to shoot it in LA, because I was in LA when I was doing the development of it. Yes. And then I said to myself, you know what? I should just go back home to Washington Heights, because I know that I can probably get some help from the church across the street. I could probably get a few apartments from my neighbors who still live here in the same block. Yeah. And so I went back home and I shot it in Washington Heights.
So you cashed in on them favors?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The whole
thing. Like, yo, like I'm shooting this movie, and check it out. Like you can, y'all location, you can say that, when my movie blows up, that,
help a brother out.
Help a brother out. Okay.
And it did, everyone came on board. My DP is from New York. I got help from the wardrobe department, Pichelle. She came on board, and she's done a bunch of high end and different types of projects. So I was able to go to people that I've worked with already and said, listen, I got this passion project. Can you help me? And they were like, yeah, for sure. They came on board. So it was a very...
So Elvis, tell me, when in your life did you decide, I want to be a filmmaker?
I want to tell stories. I really do. I want to tell stories. I grew up in New York. I grew up, I like to say that the 5 boroughs were my playground. I grew up as a b-boy, breakdancing in the streets.
You did not break dance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. I came up.
Go ahead. You seem so deep to me. I can't see you busting a move real quick,
Oh, b-boy was all what we were all about in the late 70s, early 80s. And to be able to grow up in that generation, and to be able to have relationships like with Zen One, George Murillo, who is like a graffiti artist that I grew up with. We went to the same school. We would go underground to the tunnels, to the train yards, and bomb trains. So I know I have stories, and I just want to tell stories, and I want to be able to tell them my way. And so what best way to do it than continuing to add on to this world of art through acting, writing, and producing.
All right, well, look, you're not only a filmmaker, a director, now you're gonna let us know that you're a break dancer, but you were also an actor as well?
Yes, yes.
Right, what did you do? Did you work as an actor in Spike Lee's movies?
Yeah, well, that's how it all started for me. It really started as a dancer who, when I got to high school, they didn't have a dance department. The closest thing to the dance department was Theater 101 with Robert Stonebridge. So I said, you know what, let me try this thing called theater. And I completely fell in love with it. I remember my acting teacher giving me the play The Rainmaker and asking me to play Bill Starbuck. And I was like, I ain't playing this role. I'm from the hood, dude. What are you talking about? But it was something that I fell in love with immediately. And then I was blessed to be working early on. You know, my very first film, I Like It Like That, we shot in 1993. And I was able to work with Rita Moreno, John Seda, and Lauren Velez. So I just continue on that journey of, you know, just falling in love with the stage. So I just moved on, and Spike Lee, I auditioned for Spike in 1994, and
so would you call yourself a actor's director, since you know what it's like to be in front of the camera and now going behind the camera, that it was a natural fit for you?
Absolutely, 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 without a question, an actor's director. I really love to work with actors and really try to get them to be as comfortable and but also allow them the space to be to create and to be spontaneous and be comfortable enough to deliver not from a mechanical place, but from a place of the unfulfilled need of the character. So what are you feeling deep down inside, and how can you convey that to me, to the lens, and then later to the audience at large?
So tell us why the subject matter of the life of a veteran became so important to you.
Like I said earlier, just having the news on and constantly hearing Obama talking about the veterans and how much they had this huge backlog that went back to the war, to the Vietnam War, and then wanting to put a story together that I myself can direct and I myself can be in it. And then from that idea, then I thought about my own brother, who I said is a veteran himself and served 2 tours, one in Afghanistan and one in Iraq. So I was like, okay, I could write a story about 2 brothers. Right. And one brother struggling with coming to peace with the atrocities that he had to deal with in the war. But how can we make it more interesting? Okay, well then and then a part of the research also was that a lot of veterans are easily or can feasibly fall into the addiction world because one, they have the access to medication, prescription medication. So I said, you know what, I'll add that to part of my research. I'll add that to the character, that he's struggling with pain prescription medication. But the surrender part is that all of the things that are going on, the relationship with your brother, the atrocities of war, the abusing the prescription medication, that the enemy truly inside is not all of these other entities, but the fact that you're fighting this war within your own self. So how do you surrender to that?
So that is how you came up with the title of your film, Time to Surrender.
Absolutely.
Right, right. What are your hopes for your film?
The hopes is that every viewer that watches it can write the final chapter. I don't want to tell people how to feel or what conclusions to come to. I just really want to be able to tell a story, and that story would be my own perspective, my own point of view. But hopefully when you watch it, you can either bring yourself, your experiences, your world, and hopefully it'll make you feel something at the end of the day. Because I just really want people with my work and with my storytelling to be able to spark that emotion inside of you and make you think, and maybe make you go to the VA and maybe bring some charity or some volunteering to the vets.
That's a wonderful message. Now, before we go, I want to know what's next for you.
What's next? That's a good question. I have a few projects in various stages of development.
Okay.
I'm almost done with a book that I've been writing that I'm hoping to turn that book into a television series.
Okay.
I'm producing a sci-fi right now. We're shooting in Philadelphia. And I got my little baby, a feature film, coming of age story set in my neighborhood, Washington Heights, in the 80s.
Wow. Okay, Elvis, you busy. You making it do what it do. I'm so happy to hear that.
I'm trying to follow in your footsteps. Because you set the tone.
You can see all of these interviews along with these short films streaming on Fox Soul. My name is Rain Augustine, and thank you so much for joining us right here on News Now from Fox as we bring you these stories and conversations with creators and experts as we celebrate Black History Month. You're watching News Now from Fox, taking a live look now from the White House. My name is Rain Augustine, and I've had the pleasure of spending the morning with you, but right now we're going to toss things over to Phoenix, Arizona. There, our host, Andrew Kraft, will be bringing you the latest headlines and top stories for the next.
All right, everybody. Excuse me. All right, everybody. This is Andrew Kraft here with News Now from Fox. That was my fellow digital journalist there in Orlando, Florida, Rain Augustine, handing off the reins here on this Sunday morning in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to thank everyone for watching. Have a very, very big day in store. For those watching, for our viewers, as you know, CPAC is happening in Orlando, Florida at the moment. I believe today is the last day, and we're waiting for former President Donald Trump to speak there a little later this afternoon. We'll bring his remarks live for you here on News Now. We're also going to be playing out for you some of the speeches that have already taken place in the last preceding days from fellow Republicans, GOP senators, GOP governors, and the like. So stay tuned for that as well. We're also going to be monitoring if there's any more live events for some of the stories we've been following this week, especially regarding the allegations surrounding New York Governor Andrew Cuomo as well. So we'll be looking out in case he has a press conference on that, or if any statements are issued on that matter as well. In the meantime, we do just want to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft once again. Like I said before the break, we wanted to play out for you some of the speeches that have already happened at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference. It happens every year. This year it's in Orlando, Florida. Usually, though, historically, it's been it takes place around the D.C. area, usually outside the D.C. area, but this time it's happening in Florida. It'll be the first time former President Trump has spoken live in front of TV cameras, I believe since a couple of days after the November election. Remember, he's been since banned from many of his social media outlets following the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. And so this is really the first moment that will have extended live remarks from the former president in a matter of months, really. So we'll be previewing that all day here. But like I said before, we wanted to play out for you some of the speeches that have already taken place from the likes of former governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker, Senator Mike Lee of Utah, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and others. So hope you enjoy that. This is all related to our continuing coverage of CPAC 2021. So let's start with that.
Does a heart good, doesn't it, Governor?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, welcome to Florida. I know you probably wouldn't have been able to even do this in a lockdown state. I'm just glad I could attend CPAC, because if you did do it in a lockdown state, I have a policy, I only travel to free states. So I don't have any problem being in Florida.
We, as you all know, because many of you made the trip, we often have CPAC in another state, to be not named. That state decided to cancel us because they said this was unsafe. And I said to myself, I'll be damned if I'll be the first ACU chairman in 50 years to not have CPAC. And we looked around the country, Governor, and you have some competition. Tennessee, Texas, Georgia. We kind of moved away from Georgia, no offense. I'm sorry, Marcy. And we decided we'd come to Florida, and thank you for welcoming us with open arms.
Absolutely. 100%.
You know, Governor, some of your colleagues get Emmys for acting. We're happy to be in a state that has a governor who deserves the People's Choice Award.
Yeah.
I now give you Governor Ron DeSantis.
All right. Well, thank you. We love you too. For those of you who aren't from Florida, welcome to our oasis of freedom. We are an oasis of freedom in a nation that's suffering in many parts of the country under the yoke of oppressive lockdowns. We look around at other parts of our country, and in far too many places we see schools closed, businesses shuttered, and lives destroyed. And while so many governors over the last year had kept locking people down, Florida lifted people up. Florida is leading in protecting our vulnerable residents, saving the economy, and safeguarding the freedom of our people. In Florida, schools are open. Every Floridian has a right to earn a living, and all businesses have a right to operate. Now, we are stronger as a state and much happier as a people because of this leadership. Florida has lower per capita COVID mortality than the national average and lower than 27 other states. Our unemployment rate is lower than the national average, even though tourism isn't fully back. And our budget is in great shape. We have not touched 1 red cent from our rainy day fund throughout this whole time. Florida got it right, and the lockdown states got it wrong. Florida has also led and continues to lead on ensuring the integrity of our elections. Now, 20 years ago, if you had uttered the word Florida and the word elections in the same sentence, you would have been met with snickers. Well, when I came into office, I didn't wait for a crisis. I took early action to make sure we'd have a smooth election. One of the first things I did when I took office in 2019 was accept the resignation of Brenda Snipes as the supervisor of election in Broward County and remove the supervisor of election in Palm Beach County. We got those going in a good direction, and then when COVID hit, I rejected pressure to make hasty and ill-conceived changes to our election administration like mass mailing of unsolicited ballots. And the result, on election night, by midnight, the state of Florida had counted, tabulated, and put out 11 million votes. But we're not resting on our laurels. This year, Florida is leading on banning all forms of ballot harvesting and banning third-party political groups like those funded by billionaire Mark Zuckerberg from interfering in the administration of our elections. Bottom line is this: in Florida, your vote counts, and we will continue to have a process that is transparent and that inspires confidence. Florida is also leading in protecting our people from political censorship and in holding big tech accountable. When our legislature convenes next month, it will pass and I will sign the most ambitious reforms yet proposed for combating political censorship and deplatforming, for preventing big tech from interfering in our elections, and for safeguarding the privacy of your personal data. In Florida, we are not going to let the terms of the debate in our country be set by oligarchs in Silicon Valley. Now, Florida is leading on the issues that matter to conservatives. We don't spout hollow rhetoric. We take decisive action. And what's true in Florida is true for conservatives across the nation. We will not go back to the days of the failed Republican establishment of yesteryear. We reject open borders and instead support American sovereignty and the American worker, building a movement on the foundation of amnesty and cheap foreign labor is like building a house on a field of quicksand. We reject weakness in the face of the threat posed by China, including their actions in international trade. We reject military adventurism, instead support a strong defense solely for the purpose of protecting our nation and its people. Now, the battles ahead will be made more difficult without the voice of one of our greatest field generals, my friend, Rush Limbaugh. On Wednesday, the state of Florida had the flags flown at half-staff in honor of Rush, in honor of his legacy. Rush displayed the courage of his convictions time and time again. Rush was one of the first to fight and win against cancel culture. Rush showed that fighting the left requires strength and that conservatism devoid of backbone is doomed to fail. So at this moment in our history, and I think Rush showed us this, but particularly now, standing for the right things comes at a cost. You will be attacked, you will be smeared, and you may even be canceled by the major organs of the political left. Now, anyone can spout conservative rhetoric. We can sit around and have academic debates about conservative policy. And I'm not saying you don't do any of that. But the question is, when the Clegg lights get hot, when the left comes after you, will you stay strong or will you fold? So enjoy CPAC in Florida as you leave to go back home, although if you're not from here, I don't know why you'd want to leave here. But when you do and you engage in the battles ahead, hold the line, stand your ground, and don't ever, ever back down. Thank you. God bless you.
Don't you agree we need voter ID and clean election laws? Well, your Judicial Watch is in federal court right now fighting to make sure your elections will be fair and honest. Politicians don't want you to know what they're up to. Secret slush funds, secret emails, and pay to play. Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, D.C., shining the light of transparency on our nation's capital.
Want to catch the latest news on government corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse?
Remember there was an impeachment? You remember that?
Then check out Judicial Watch's weekly update with Tom Fitter.
Fighting leadership, trying to get records, his misconduct.
Subscribe now to Judicial Watch on social media to catch Tom Fitter's weekly update.
Forgotten Hillary Clinton. Judicial Watch exposed the Clinton email scandal, and we're in court right now holding her accountable to the same laws and rules the rest of us are expected to follow.
You've seen the radical left pushing their agenda in Washington. Socialism, amnesty, censorship. But in the states, quietly, these radicals are pushing a power play that will give them more power. Forever. The left's National Popular Vote campaign would let liberal cities on the coast pick the president every single time. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact would shatter the Constitution. The leader of the group bragged to the New York Times that it's a way to get around the founders' design. And with the election integrity, a national vote could require a national recount. But the left's National Popular Vote plan doesn't allow it. But it does set the stage for a complete federal takeover of elections. Goodbye local control. Now it takes a broad coalition across the country. But National Popular Vote would open the door to regional parties and spoiler candidates, making it easier for socialists to win. Defend the Constitution. Stop socialism. Stop National Popular Vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, why the left hates the Bill of Rights and we love it. Please welcome Utah Senator Mike Lee.
Good morning. Hello, CPAC. I couldn't be more excited or more honored to be with you today. And I can't think of a better way of celebrating freedom than to get together to talk about our founding fathers and to talk about the Bill of Rights to kick off this discussion. I want to tell you a little bit about the fact that the left, of course, does hate the Bill of Rights. Why? Well, because the Bill of Rights talks about things that the government can't do. And that, to them, is like blasphemy. That's the absolute worst, because they want to use government.
Let's talk a little bit about why the Bill of Rights was written and why it exists, why it matters still today, especially now. Now, I don't have to tell you that we're, of course, facing a lot of problems as a country. We've got more problems than a math book right now, and most of those problems, a disproportionate share of them, come from government, and they're in need of solutions. We have division, we've got rancor, we've got a clamor of loud voices crying out in opposite directions all across the country. Those are the doomsayers who are predicting more gloom. Those are the skeptics, doubting whether we can ever build a better future together. Those of the idealists, claiming that we need to use government to build some kind of leftist utopia, and those who are calling out for unity. And if there's one thing that all of them, and in fact all of us, can unite around, it should be this: skepticism. Skepticism in government and faith in the people. You see, those two things work against each other: skepticism in government and faith in the people. If the skeptics need more skepticism, be skeptical of government. If the doubters need more doubt, be skeptical of government. If the hopeful need more hope, be skeptical of government. And if those who call for unity, it really needs something around which to unite, be skeptical of government. Because faith in government, and let's remember what government is. Government's not some holy thing. It's not some noble aspiration. It's nothing more and nothing less than the official collective use of force. It's just coercive force. And so faith in government means tyranny. You can't have faith in government without promoting tyranny. And faith in people means freedom. That, you see, is the absolute key to our founding and to our Bill of Rights. And it also happens to be precisely what the left is trying to undo. I also don't need to tell you that our fundamental freedoms are coming under attack more and more each and every day. In fact, in many ways, their sole agenda is putting more faith in government. And as a result, they take steps, inevitably, to make us less free. Anything that puts faith in government is wrong and lends toward tyranny. So how do they do this? Well, they do it by eroding the very same protections in the Bill of Rights that make us free. Now, there are, of course, two main ways in which the Constitution protects our freedom. First, you've got the structural protections, the checks and balances, the manner in which power is split up. It's split up between state and local power on the one hand and between the three branches of the federal government on the other hand. Those are very, very important. But there's another set of protections that are substantive in nature, that amount basically to the thou shalt nots of the Constitution. In other words, the Constitution, as adopted in 1787 and ratified a couple of years later, had these structural protections, but it lacked something else. It lacked something that Richard Henry Lee, who was a founding father, described as those essential rights of mankind without which liberty cannot exist. Richard Henry Lee was worried that the original Constitution didn't have specific protections for those freedoms. And so within a couple of years, Congress got to work and we got the Bill of Rights. Almost immediately after they ratified the Constitution, they added this series of 10 amendments, the first 10, a separate list of thou shalt nots to the government, things that the government simply cannot do, with the express purpose of safeguarding liberty. You see, the Founding Fathers knew from sad, difficult, tragic experience under British tyranny that bad things happen when we allow too much power to accumulate in the hands of the few. And in the hands of people who are not skeptical of government and in fact put their trust in it. You see, this is part of how British tyranny became so bad in the first place. People put an almost religious amount of zeal and support and, yes, faith in the crown and therefore in government. That's not where it belongs. We know better as conservatives. So when human beings, any human beings, wield that much power with no controls around it, that inevitably leads to tears and worse. People do bad things with that power. They restrict people's speech. They restrict their ability to preach and live according to their religious beliefs, and to petition the government seeking relief from the very abusive action taken by that very government. They disarm the populace. They unreasonably search and seize individuals at their homes, invading their personal privacy and seizing their personal effects without a warrant. This has happened in societies over and over and over again. And the one common ingredient, people put faith in the government and don't trust the people. And so, as a society, as a people, as a country, we made a choice with the Bill of Rights, a choice to prevent that kind of tyranny and to protect the freedoms we hold most dear, as only we the people can. You see, the Founding Fathers understood that ultimately, the bulwark of individual liberty must lie with the people themselves. It's not in government, it's in us. But that, you see, is why the Bill of Rights exists. And it's why government worshipers everywhere hate it. They despise it, because we're telling them, you can't do that. It's worth noting that the protections in the Bill of Rights are listed independently, separately, because each enumerated right is significant and should stand independent on its own, and it should always be honored. But we also can't overlook the fact that each of these protections also can work in concert together to protect liberty. And I believe that there's one freedom in the First Amendment that's central to all the others and is particularly worth highlighting today. It's long been said, as I'm sure you'll hear today, that whether by accident or by divine design, our first freedoms are found in the First Amendment. Our freedoms of speech, religion, press, assembly, and petition. And perhaps the one that's least known, least appreciated, least celebrated, but from which all others draw their strength and ultimately depend in one way or another, is our right to assemble, to do what we're doing right here today. Freedom of religion depends on it. Core political speech is downstream from it. The right to petition government is bound to it. And the freedom of the press presupposes it. We can't do any of these things without the freedom to assemble. And it's one of the main freedoms, not coincidentally, that's been severely restricted with the growth of government that's occurred during this global pandemic. We've been prevented from gathering in our churches, in our schools, and in our workplaces. In some cases, even from gathering in protest while seeking redress of our grievances. Whether knowingly or not, those in power have struck at the core piece that has the ability to cause the whole structure to collapse. And we're suffering the consequences. Just look at California. Sad, sad California. The people of California are recalling their governor because they've had enough of these stringent closures. They've had enough of the encroachment upon their rights. And enough of the government telling them that they can enjoy a 5-star meal at French Laundry with their governor, but they can't go to church. Of course, you can enjoy that meal there only if you can afford the $10,000 a plate entry price, but that's another issue. On the flip side, I'm so grateful to my friend Governor Ron DeSantis for keeping Florida open. Government, of course, is itself able to assemble pretty darn well. You know, miraculously, in the midst of the pandemic and otherwise in places like Washington and state capitals and city halls, government officials allow themselves to assemble. They don't restrict themselves. This can seem intimidating to us as everyday citizens. Who are we might think, compared to those with massive consolidated power, who, as we might see it, have all the say. But the beauty of our country, of our history, and of the design of our system of government, that's the power of ordinary citizens standing together. When one person realizes that he's not alone in his beliefs and finds another, and then another, and then a few more, that's how we end up with gatherings like this one, where the magic happens. And thank you, Matt Schlapp, for making this gathering happen. The nation and the world have been changed by groups of clear-minded, purposefully law-abiding Americans assembling together. It's how our country was born, and it's how we've fought successfully to maintain our liberty thus far. And it's why we're here today. We're here today not because we have faith in government. We're here because we have faith in the American people. Those two work in opposite directions. It's only when we've got faith in the American people that things work. Our founders understood that at the end of the day, some of the most...
All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're going to get out of CPAC for just a minute. That was a recording from earlier this week, I believe a couple days ago, from speakers at CPAC. We were showing you Utah Senator there, Mike Lee. We were also showing you Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, just some of the highlights, the big names from CPAC. But it's happening live right now. We want to go to it at the moment. There are some speakers that some of our viewers might recognize. I believe speaking right now is the NRA Chairman and CEO Wayne LaPierre. So we're going to go to that right now.
Mayor Lightfoot. Safeguard your city, Mayor Turner. Enforce the laws on the books and prosecute the criminals. Do it. You have no excuse. But you know what? And here's another dirty little secret gun ban politicians like Biden, Schumer, and Pelosi, they won't tell you. They're using rising homicide statistics as political fodder in their warped crusade against the Second Amendment. Criminals committing crimes with guns gives them the platform they need to lie and attack your freedom. It keeps the TV cameras always pointed in their direction. And it keeps an endless stream of money flowing into their campaign coffers from billionaires like Michael Bloomberg. What a sick, twisted business they're in. They'd rather get tough on the law-abiding than go out and get tough on criminals. They'd rather kill the Second Amendment than save lives. They want each and every one of us to be forced to confront evil with empty hands. The leftist playbook, it's wide open for anyone to see. And it goes like this. Empty the prisons. Let criminals run free. Hamstring the police. Surrender the streets. And then hold freedom hostage and demand that honest citizens like you and me give up our guns as the price for ending the criminal bloodshed that their policies enable. And now, it's not just our Second Amendment rights that are at stake. It's our country as we know it, and literally our right to survive. Gun-hating politicians, big tech, the media, they're all working together to shame us, censor us, cancel us, and have us submit to their demands, that we surrender our freedom, and that the right to self-defense be reserved only for politicians and the wealthy elites. But let me tell you right here and right now, the NRA will not submit. We will not allow them to define the Second Amendment in their terms. We will not surrender our freedoms. I promise you that. In fact, we have our own list of demands. Before one more innocent American becomes a needless casualty, before one more hardworking mom or dad becomes a tragic crime statistic, before one more honest citizen becomes another chalk line on a city sidewalk, we demand that politicians enforce the laws on the books. We demand that criminals do hard time for hard crime. We demand that tax-paying citizens get the police protection they deserve. And we demand that every law-abiding American have the sacred right, guaranteed by our Constitution, to keep and bear arms to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Our demands are for justice. Our demands are deeply rooted in our Constitution and the guiding principles of freedom that make America the greatest nation in the world. As we gather here today, we exercise our right to jointly express our beliefs with the eyes of the nation upon us. And that's a good thing, because every American deserves to hear the truth. But there's a difference between free and honest debate and censorship. There's a difference between the rule of law and the rule of man. And there's a difference between peaceful protest and mob tyranny. There's a difference between a criminal with a gun and law-abiding citizens with a gun. These are basic truths. And no matter how much our political opponents and their dishonest allies in the media try to twist them and pervert them and destroy them, the 5 million men and women of the NRA will always fight for them. I promise you that. Our fight is for what's good and natural and pure. We appeal to the best instincts of humanity. Freedom for all, regardless of gender, race, or creed. Individual liberty and the responsibility that comes with it. Respect for the rule of law. Love for our country and for our fellow Americans. If you, as you sit here this afternoon, believe in these principles, if what I've just described sounds like you, then your natural home is right here with the National Rifle Association of America. You know it as well as I do. Politicians let you down. Principles never do. And it's by fighting on principle that the National Rifle Association is the oldest and most successful civil rights organization in the history of mankind. In fact, throughout our history, the NRA's fight for civil rights has not only been defending the Second Amendment, but also the First Amendment. I'll tell you a story. 18 years ago, when politicians in Washington tried to muzzle free speech, it was the NRA and the American Civil Liberties Union and others who fought back to defend the First Amendment. And today, as Governor Cuomo and his Attorney General Letitia James contrive ways to weaponize government power, to silence and destroy your voice, my voice, and the voices of NRA members, we are fighting back again with the help of others and the American Civil Liberties Union. Not only to defend our right of free speech, but the First Amendment rights of all Americans to free speech. You see, what Cuomo and James don't understand is they can't kill the NRA. They can't. We're not just a concrete building in Washington, D.C., just outside of a city. The NRA and our values, our passions, and our principles, they beat strongly in the hearts of tens of millions of Americans all across this nation. So sorry, Cuomo. Sorry, James. You can no more kill the NRA than you could stop the sun from rising in the east. You know, you probably heard me say this before, but it's true. When you stand for freedom, you get more of it. And NRA members standing together over the past 4 decades have achieved a historic restoration of freedom for which all Americans can be thankful. But I beg you, never ever forget that it all could have been lost, like is sadly the case in so many other countries. But all of this, it's bigger than the NRA. It's about constitutional freedom for all. And because of our success right now, we're fighting politicians and regulators determined to weaponize government power and destroy what the NRA does, simply because they don't like us and because we win. It's what's going on right now. And I'm going to say this slow because it's true, is the most appalling deviation from a free and open society that the United States of America has ever seen. That's why we at the NRA have filed 2 First Amendment lawsuits that put the NRA at the tip of the spear, fighting for the constitutional rights of all groups in this country. And on top of that, we've recently announced that we're pursuing a reorganization plan. Under the protection of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code, the NRA is creating a blueprint that will allow us to continue as one of the leading civil rights organizations in the world. And pending the approval of the court, we plan to reorganize in the state of Texas. Away from the toxic political environment in New York, where elected officials wield their power with reckless abandon, where they punish banks and insurance companies who dare to do business with the NRA. But you know what? Their actions only strengthen our resolve. They steel us for the fight. Like right here in Florida, where we are today, Texas celebrates constitutional freedom. It's a state, yeah, I see some Texans are here, all right. It's a state that offers a fair regulatory environment and a positive business climate, and the foundation from which we will build an even stronger National Rifle Association. You know, we win because we stand for truth and justice. Who's more responsible for protecting our lives and our loved ones than us? Why should I have to give up my right to survive? By refusing to arrest, prosecute, and incarcerate violent criminals, politicians abdicate their responsibility to protect us. So we're not going to apologize for defending our most basic freedom, because far too often in a dangerous world, the Second Amendment is all we have. At the very root of American consciousness is the truth that I have a right to defend myself. Even gun ban elitists live that truth. You've noticed they all have armed protection. They lean on political connections to game the system, and they get all the permits they want. Celebrities, billionaires, Wall Street executives, friends of the mayor, they get all the permits they want. They all believe strongly in their Amendment rights. They just don't believe in yours. In fact, the history of the gun control movement has always been rooted in elitism, racism, terror, and oppression of the worst kind. In fact, the very first gun control laws were put in force after the Civil War, and they were designed for the singular and specific purpose of denying African Americans their Second Amendment rights. Why? Because racist politicians and their allies in the KKK wanted to oppress, terrorize, and murder African Americans at will and without resistance. It was the NRA, from its founding, that fought for and helped secure the Second Amendment rights of African Americans and all Americans. The fact is that before the color barrier was broken in professional sports, before it was broken in schools, lunch lines, water fountains, in the media, or out there in Hollywood, before all of that, and since our founding 150 years ago, the National Rifle Association of America has not only welcomed all Americans, we have fought for the civil rights and constitutional freedom of all Americans. And I promise you, we will never, ever stop fighting for the right of every law-abiding American to protect themselves with a gun. And so, to President Biden, Schumer, Pelosi, and their media, I say, if you don't care about our Second Amendment right to protect ourselves, then you don't care about us at all. Don't talk to us about your plans for safety unless you defend our Second Amendment rights. Don't go on TV lamenting another tragic violent crime unless you enforce the laws on the books and take criminals off the streets. And don't give us your hollow, empty rhetoric, because we're all onto you. We don't believe you, you're not honest, because you would deny us our most basic fundamental right to stay alive. You know, all of us in this room today and watching around the country are still united by a single promise. It's a promise we first made when we were kids, and it goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the one and only USA, you're right. But take this to heart, please. Don't let the chaos of current events tarnish the majesty of its meaning. We don't promise to try when it's convenient. We pledge our allegiance, not to who's powerful or popular, but to the flag of the United States of America. And not just to its stars and stripes, but to the republic for which it stands, which isn't one faction, but one nation, not under tyranny, but under God, not divided, but indivisible, with liberty and justice, not for a few, but for all. My friends, we've now come to a point in time when the full weight of that promise rests squarely on our shoulders. Joe Biden and his allies in Congress are publicly vowing to flat out decimate the Second Amendment and destroy the promise of liberty and freedom that is America. They don't want to just regulate your gun rights or chip away at your freedom around the edges. They want to register, ban, and confiscate your firearms. And at the same time, they're making it easier for criminals and violent ones to roam our streets. These are the stakes that we face, and they couldn't be higher. I know that many of you are beaten down by the endless stream of struggles the many past months have presented. The neighbors are out there working overtime to convince Americans that the Second Amendment's days are numbered. But I say they're wrong. I say that with a full confidence because of people like you. Never forget that your voice resonates far beyond this room. It carries far beyond the walls of your own home. And when you're an NRA member, it resonates even farther and wider, carrying the weight of tens of millions of NRA members and even more Americans who support our cause and look to us for leadership. There is no more unstoppable force in the history of politics than NRA members, and I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, our enemies know that too. A strong NRA wins. So from where you sit right now, I'm asking you, please join us. Join millions of freedom-loving patriots all across this nation by joining the National Rifle Association of America. And let history remember that when Biden and Schumer and Pelosi and their billionaire backers tried to destroy our freedom, that you were there. You fought back. You stood in the breach. You defended America and our Constitution, and you were the reason our Second Amendment rights, our American values, our freedom not only survived, but thrived for decades and decades to come. Thank you. God bless all of you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
right, and this is Andrew Kraft once again. You were just listening to the NRA executive Wayne LaPierre there on the CPAC stage in Orlando, Florida, saying they can't kill the NRA. Saying, quote, "You can no more kill the NRA than you can stop the sun from rising in the east." He was only billed as a special guest on the schedule today, and the American Conservative Union, which puts on CPAC every year, headed by Matt Schlapp, the head of the ACU, just listed him as a special guest. So the goers there at CPAC were just listening to Wayne LaPierre. As you know, the NRA has been through quite a struggle in the last 2 or 3 years. They filed for bankruptcy in January of this year, and Wayne LaPierre even mentioned it today, saying that the news we all know already is they plan to incorporate, or reincorporate rather, out of New York and into Texas sometime in the near future. So we'll be following all of that, all the news surrounding the NRA here again on NewsNOW from Fox. And we're following all of these speeches at CPAC throughout the day in the big lead up to former President Trump's first live extended post-presidential speech in his post-presidency. And this will be on the CPAC stage around 1:40 Mountain Time, 3:40 Eastern this afternoon. I just want to correct something I said a little earlier this morning. This is not his first speech, extended live remarks since a couple days after the election. Remember, on January 20th, the day of the inauguration, he spoke as he left the White House from Andrews Air Force Base, taking Air Force One down to Florida, down to Mar-a-Lago. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more other stories we want to get to as well that are happening on this very busy Sunday. Thanks for being with us. See you back here in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Andrew Kraft with NewsNOW from Fox. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, where depending on where you're watching us from. Just wanted to break in as well for some of these stunning pictures we're seeing at the International Space Station this morning. So bear with me for this right here. An International Space Station Expedition 64 U.S. spacewalk number 71. This spacewalk is expected to last about 6.5 hours. And what the astronauts are essentially doing, they're doing the spacewalk outside to install support frames for new solar panels that are arriving later this year. So you're looking at some of NASA's astronauts who ventured out on this Sunday to prepare for that. They emerged from the International Space Station lugging these 8-foot duffel-style bags stuffed with hundreds of pounds of mounting brackets and struts. NASA says With more people and experiments at the space station, more power will be needed to keep everything running. The 6 new solar panels should boost the station's power by up to 30%. And the first pair is due to launch in June. So these are just some stunning images that we've been following all morning. And you can see the astronauts tinkering and working and trying to get the placements set for these new solar panels. The existing 8 solar panels up there now are about 12 to 20 years old. Most of them past their design lifetime and also deteriorating. Each panel is about 112 feet long by 39 feet wide. And the aircraft maker Boeing is supplying the new roll-up panels, which are about half the size of the old ones. So we just wanted to break in for that story as well, because that's happening on this Sunday. So that spacewalk should last about 6 hours. We'll go back to that. If we do see the astronauts, we saw them a little earlier. You should see them working there in space at the International Space Station. Thanks, everyone, for being with us on this Sunday. We're going to get back to CPAC live coverage ahead of former President Trump's speech there in about, 2 or 3 hours now. Also, we are following the sexual assault allegations made against New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The news that we're getting this morning is that the state attorney general, Tish James, and a judge for the appeals court there in New York State, Andrew Cuomo has said he wants them to appoint a special investigator to figure out these allegations, and they have done so. So we're going to bring the latest to you with that story as well that's happening this weekend. But let's go back to CPAC for now.
Good conversations with most of our county boards of elections because they want to do the right thing. But our state board of elections, which also tried to do the sue and settle, we took them to court. We sued them 4 different times on it, took them up to the Supreme Court, and made sure that we were going to keep everybody aware that we were there, and if they were going to do anything, it was going to be in broad daylight and on camera.
Right, and with efforts like H.R. 1, you're seeing they're going to want to open up that early voting window, even more locations, more ballots, and then they're going to want to extend that post-election counting to make sure that they can find the necessary votes to win close elections.
Well, you could just have an election year. Doesn't have to be an election day.
Well, thank God for the judges that President Trump nominated. We had confirmed, because that's where it's going to go.
Yeah, it is where it's going to go. Now, Chairman Whatley, you look so young, but you're a veteran. And you're a veteran of the 2000 recount in Florida, like I am. And we have all these kind of more establishment voices even in our own party, which we're proud Republicans, telling us that voter fraud isn't a thing, that they don't ever go into a back room and use that dreaded term, steal it. In 2000, was anybody on the Bush-Cheney campaign worried that they might steal it?
You know, I got to tell you, one of the greatest things about that 2000 recount was getting a chance to meet this guy on day 4 of the recount down in Florida. He has been fighting this fight since 2000 as well. And what was amazing then was it was really the first time that Republicans got down into the trench and fought. And we had 500 attorneys on site. We had several hundred attorneys. I was on the legal team in Broward County, and we knew if we were not there, they were going to steal it. We caught them with chads. We caught them with tape chads and with punch chads and all of these things. And now it's all electronic. But as Matt said, if we're going to have the voting that's going to stay open and we're going to have the counting that's going to stay open until they get the results that they need, then we're not going to have any assurity of that. And so it is so important for us. Absentee voting can work, but it has to work with voter ID. It has to work with you requesting a ballot, you getting a ballot, you filling it out, you signing it, you getting a witness, the witness signing it, you sending it in. It's not mass mailing of ballots out to everybody the way that we're seeing in California and New York and other states. What we need to do is make sure that we are there and committed as a party on day one. When I got elected in June of 2019, the first thing I did that month was set up a goal of getting those 500 attorneys. And everybody looked at me like, why are you doing this? We need to be lawyered up. And I'll tell you, the litigation costs and the work that the RNC has done to make sure that they have the resources there for all of the recounts are going to be absolutely important as we're moving forward.
So when we talk about the 2000 recount, does any of you remember that Brooks Brothers riot? You know, it's interesting. It wasn't a riot, just so you know, it was a protest. When Republicans protest, they call it a riot. When liberals riot, it's just a peaceful protest. It's just one of the things we got to deal with. But you know why we did that in Dade County? We did that because they took all those ballots away from the observers, behind doors with no windows, so they could finish up the count. Now, I know we're told in this day and age, they might do something like that because they don't want anybody to catch a virus. But that virus actually isn't Chinese corona. That virus is election fraud. And Tommy Hicks, Florida was one of the states. I know Ron DeSantis started off CPAC the first day. He's not here now, but Florida is one of those states that did the right things immediately under Governor DeSantis.
Yeah, within his first month of office, he weeded out corruption, fired a couple of election officials that traditionally, and he did a great job. And the RNC is, we're going to be much more proactive. We did really well in some states, North Carolina, Iowa, Florida. Florida State Chair Joe Gruters is going to be the chair of our Election Integrity Committee. We're really excited about that. We had our first call last Friday, but we were going to be proactive and make sure that everybody is confident that their vote counts.
That's right. Now, Matt, you're originally from Iowa.
Yes.
And I met your...
Proud Iowan.
Proud Iowan. I met your parents on the campaign trail in Iowa. Yeah. Iowa did it right too.
Yeah, they did, but it's been a several-year process. They passed voter ID law, which means that you need a valid identification that they can compare to the voter rolls. And then it was kind of under the radar, but this year there was a huge battle in Iowa where a couple Democrat state auditors who run the elections sent out pre-filled in absentee ballot request forms to every single registered voter. And it included this unique PIN that only comes with your voter registration card. And so they sort of completed that process for someone to request that absentee ballot. Went to court, good lawyers on our side, got that reversed. Those auditors had to call back all 50,000 of those voter applications and redo it to make sure that that PIN, and so there's a unique PIN for every absentee voter request. And that really, I think, is a double check on making sure that legitimate voters are voting their legitimate ballots. And, you know, again, the proof is in the pudding. You know, that we had not only, I mean, this is a novel idea, but in Iowa, we counted all the votes by election night and said that Joni Ernst was reelected as a U.S. Senator and Donald Trump won the state of Iowa. And that's how you do it. You have to have the results to make sure that there's confidence in those results on election night.
God, I love the simplicity and straightforwardness of the Midwest. You know, it's really, we need it everywhere. But Chairman Whatley, when you saw what was happening on election morning or the next morning, strange halting of counting, strange the day before observers being kicked out, construction paper going up over windows. These are all you do tend to go into hiding when you're about to do something you want the whole world to see, right? That's how this works. That's what I teach my children, of course.
Right.
You know, if they go in the basement, I haven't seen them for 3 days, I assume they're doing something good, right? That's how that works?
That's totally how it works. And that's one of the things that we were very proactive in doing is we significant amount of time with the Republican members of the county boards of elections. We had our attorneys that were out there, and we told them, we're going to be there. We had one county where we've had issues in the past. We called them and said, hey, we've got a team of attorneys we're going to have at your hearing tomorrow. When and where is it? They said, well, it's on the website. I know, but then I don't get to call and tell you I'm bringing a team of attorneys. So, you know, we were going to be there. We made sure we were there. We had social media posts. We had everything else that was out there so that they knew if this happens, we were going to scream bloody murder. And fortunately in North Carolina, because we put so much pressure on the system for a year in advance, it really came down to being a pretty clean election.
Now, Tommy Hicks is from the great state of Texas, where I spent some time as a kid in Houston, and Texas was a little tighter this cycle. And Texas is always the story of the red state we're going to lose. Every cycle, we're going to lose it. Ted Cruz, they said, was going to lose to that, what is his name, Robert Francis or whatever, O'Rourke, Beto. The guy is always talking from a very high perch.
Yes, with his hands.
With his hands. I'm not going to use my hands now. Are you doing the right things in Texas?
We are. And by the way, people are moving to Texas from all over the country because we have smaller government, no taxes, no income tax. And we need to put signs up by the airport that just reminds people who moved from California to leave their votes there.
That's right. By the way, can I encourage you, you know, Florida kind of outbid you to get CPAC. You know, you can join that bidding.
We'll have to work on that. By the way, great job on this with CPAC this year.
Thank you, thank you. But you think you're doing the right things to make sure that they can't do what they did in these other states?
Absolutely. And we need to establish best practices from the states that did it right, make sure that every state has the opportunity to understand what works, what didn't work. As with any organization, you should constantly be trying to improve, and that's what we are going to do. But in Texas specifically, you know, we're going to invest in Texas. We're going to invest in all states. Every single state's in play. We're going to have a massive, massive victory in 2022, and we need one in order to save our republic because of what the Democrats have been doing the last 35 days.
That's right. Well, let me put you on the spot a little bit, Tommy, and you and I have become, I think, good friends, and I have a lot of respect with what you're doing. I think what the people want to know from the perch of all of you who have Republican positions, you're excluded until you become a senator, Matt, which I think could happen. Can we have on speed dial the very best election attorneys to combat Perkins Coie, the same law firm that gave us the dirty Russian dossier, to compete against them? Are we ready for that? Do you think we'll get that done?
We will have a permanent presence inside the building now. We're going to make sure that we have the best lawyers we can get. We will be proactive, not reactive, and that's what it's going to take. This is the first time in over 30 years that we've been able to have true election day operations because of a consent decree that we'd signed. But so that's part of our improvement. We will have the best legal representation possible, and we have a great team, and the 22 people on the committee for election integrity are fully committed, and they're going to be meeting weekly and very resourceful. Yeah.
And I think you should put Michael in charge, by the way.
Well, and I'll tell you this, you know, we
actually
used one of three, you know, main Republican firms for our national coverage, as well as lined up about 6 different firms in North Carolina. Our legal budget was 3/4 of our operating annual budget. And we
say that like it's a bad thing.
Well, there you go. But it's worth every penny, right? I mean, we had a recount in our Chief Justice race that came down to 401 votes. And you can't tell me in 100 North Carolina counties they couldn't have come up with 4 votes if I didn't have lawyers and attorneys there in every single one of those counties. The Democrat filed protests in 92 of our counties. I paid over $750,000 in legal fees just to make sure we were countering on those protests. This is going to have to be part of the Republican establishment going forward. And I'm really glad that Ronna and Tommy and the RNC are committed to working to make sure that we have the legal resources that we're going to need, because this is going to be lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit.
And that's just the reality. And the thing is, as you guys look at polls in your states and everything else, look at the states that held. Iowa had some tight polls, and most of those polls were inaccurate, quite honestly.
Fake news.
Fake polls. Fake news produced fake polls. Yep. It's the one thing we always know. But what ended up happening in the states that do proper election day, following the law and integrity, is the polls hold or they get better. So Iowa held or got better. Paduchik and the team in Ohio, the polls didn't get as tight. They actually widened up to, I think, something like 8 points. So that's when you know you have election integrity. And when you went to Arizona post-election day and there was all of this tumult, that was the state. I give give Matt a lot of credit. As soon as he saw what happened on Election Day, he was on an airplane straight to one of those states. So thank you.
Well, I mean, and we had a lot of patriots go out to try to make sure that these shenanigans that were described, both from 2000 and from this year, weren't allowed. But you know what we saw is each one of these cases and each one of these lawyers in these lawsuits needs to understand that their case may be the most important. Maricopa County in Arizona, for example, the judge held open registration for about 10 more days. They registered 14,000 more voters in that time period, and we lost Maricopa County by just thousands of votes. And so it's hard to say directly it made the difference, but it actually, at the end of the day, every single one of those lawsuits, it has to be fought and made sure that like the law is followed, because that was an illegal order from a judge. But how do you put that toothpaste back in the tube? You can't. It's you know, the die is cast, and all of a sudden you have 14,000 more registered voters in Maricopa County, and you lose it by about 5,000 votes in Arizona. And we kept getting that margin down, and every day we get the updates. But you know, should it be like that? Should it be that hard to count votes? I mean, again, Ohio had their votes in election night. Texas had their votes in election night. North Carolina, Florida, Iowa, these places that do it right. This should be the model for every state. Because again, it is not only about election integrity, it's about election confidence. We have to believe that the result is the result.
We do, and we were the most litigious we've ever been going into this election. And Rana's proud of that fact. She's the most litigious chairman in the history of the party. But we don't have enough people running for local office and state office who can actually fight for our election integrity. So I'd like to encourage everybody who can to get involved and run.
Yeah, for sure. Now, if you can determine who's what, like America's Idol in a couple of minutes, if you can punch something into your phone.
I was thinking The Bachelor.
The Bachelor, or The Bachelorette, or whatever. Get an Uber, get Uber Eats. Like, we do these things instantaneously. So when a state says, oh, it's very complicated, there were so many more votes, I mean, come on. I mean, we've got the computer technology to do like amazing things very quickly. If Kentucky, who's here from Kentucky? If Kentucky can determine their statewide winners by dinner time, why do big cities run by Democrats have to have days and weeks like what we saw?
Gee, I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder. That's exactly right. And I just want to say this about judges. I know we all revere judges, and we're glad that we have good judges. But there's another side to that. We also have judges that aren't good. We have judges that don't follow the law. We have judges that care more about getting invited to the country club to be with the powerful people in their city or community to get a foursome of golf than actually do the right thing. And so when anybody in the media tells you that, oh, well, you had your chance in court 60 times or whatever the number is, just so you know, as you're talking about this, I don't believe, and I've not seen evidence, that all of this amazing boxes and binders, and in our case in Nevada, it was a carload of evidence of illegal voting that was found by volunteer attorneys and volunteers generally, and God bless them for what they did. But judges, because they ruled in like 20 minutes and 20 hours, and like it was like these immediate rulings saying, if you really look at the rulings, they never say we looked through all the evidence and we didn't find the evidence compelling. In almost every case, what they said was, it's just too hot politically in their own legalese. Like, we don't want to touch this. We saw the violence of the summer. Right. We saw what happens when you say things that the news media will call the big lie, and we don't want any part of that.
Right, and you also, the good news, though, is that because of Donald Trump, we now have a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court. And that's where these issues, as we move forward to 22 and 24, are ultimately going to have to be vetted to make sure that we do have election integrity, because I know that we maybe were caught a little flat-footed for the 4 years leading up to 2020, but we're not going to be caught, again, flat-footed on these issues.
Can we stop H.R. 1, or do you think it's going to become law?
I think we have to stop it. I think we absolutely have to stop it. We got to put every bit of pressure that we can on every single member of the Senate. We need to put pressure on Arizona and West Virginia, like you said. We cannot let, this is the single biggest assault on election integrity in the history of our country.
That's exactly right. And if we lose on H.R. 1, folks, basically it cancels your ability to have these common sense reforms like we've seen in Florida, like we've seen in Ohio, like we've seen in Iowa, like we've seen in North Carolina, Texas. So you have hope, right, Tommy?
I can't see how the people of West Virginia or Arizona could ever get behind H.R. 1, and I hope their senators who are Democrats understand that.
Well, I hope you appreciate why we're going through all this evidence in painstaking detail. If you're from Iowa, if you're from Ohio, if you're from North Carolina, if you're from Florida, your people did the right thing, and so thank them. So as we fight against H.R. 1, don't forget to pat someone on the back and say, job well done. And I have to really applaud Governor DeSantis for what he did.
He's great.
Here in Florida. Doing a great job. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, and welcome back to News Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. Hope you're enjoying our coverage there of CPAC 2021 being held in Orlando, Florida this year. Usually it's held right outside Washington, D.C. Every year, and this is, we're highly anticipating former President Trump's speech later this afternoon. It should happen in about 2 or 3 more hours. So we're previewing that. We're showing you some of the panels, some of the speakers as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with more news on this Sunday. Thanks for watching. See you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back. I'm Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox on this Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, depending on where you are watching us from. I just wanted to bring this up because this is interesting. Speaking of CPAC, this is from a tweet from our reporter on the ground there, Fox's Robert Sherman. He says, and he's been monitoring this for the last couple of hours. As you know, right before the former president's speech to this afternoon, CPAC will issue a straw poll to those in attendance with a number of questions. And Robert has actually gotten to view some of these questions. Not all of them, want to point out, but we just wanted to bring up some of them because we think it's interesting to gauge what is the future of the Republican Party going forward. Is President Trump, or excuse me, former President Trump, still the leader of the GOP at this point? Or are there more people in the making for a 2024 run? So some of these questions include, and I want to just read some of them. Do you want Donald J. Trump to run for president again in 2024? And in this list of candidates, including Trump, who would you like to be the Republican nominee? And according to Robert on the list, he saw Mike Pence, Donald Trump Jr., Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, Ben Carson, John Kasich, and Ted Cruz. He says there were more, but these were the only ones that he could pick out. And then he said in this list of candidates, discluding Trump, who would you like to be the Republican nominee? Also, It goes on to ask some of the attendees at CPAC, what was the single greatest accomplishment of Donald Trump's presidency? When it comes to former President Trump's agenda, should Republicans A, change direction, B, continue in the same direction, or C, unsure? It then goes on to list a number of questions about how they think the Biden administration is doing, some questions on Nancy Pelosi, on cancel culture, and on government lockdowns due to the pandemic. So just an interesting kind of side story at CPAC that's happening right now. I believe this is the last day of CPAC. It's been going on for the better part of this week. Always happens around this time of year. So we're going to go back out there, listen to this next panel. We'll see what it's about. Thanks for watching.
First class stamp on your ballot when you mail it back into the County Board of Elections. And in my hometown in Ohio, which is about 65-70% Republican, the postmaster in my hometown decided that the ballots needed an extra penny stamp. Instead of returning them to the people or sending them to the Board of Elections, he directed his employees to stack them up in boxes. We found out from an employee of the post office 2 days before the election that there were hundreds of ballots in boxes waiting in the post office to be delivered and that had not been delivered. The county Republican Party went in, offered to pay the postage for all of them. He refused. So we had to get a local attorney to go to a judge and get a court order to have these ballots sent in to the Board of Elections in time for the deadline. That just shows you when you increase the variables in elections, you increase the opportunities for individuals to get involved and do mischief. And that really does concern me. The party did a much better job, I believe, in the past as far as monitoring these things. We were in Ohio a month before the election, training attorneys, training observers, and that hasn't happened as much in recent years, and we need to get back to that.
John Fund, there's probably no one who has written more extensively or studied these issues more than you have. Given what's going on in 2020 and what we see looking down the road, what are the most important points that you believe exist with respect to protecting the integrity of the electoral process?
Charlie, we have to recognize that this issue has changed. There used to be bipartisan support for clean and fair elections. Jimmy Carter co-chaired a federal commission on election reform with James Baker, the former Secretary of State, and they agreed by a vote of 18-3, bipartisan, for example, that voter ID should be the standard for the country. They agreed on other things. It was John Paul Stevens, the most liberal member of the Supreme Court, that wrote the opinion upholding the constitutionality of photo ID. That was the past. Now we have a hard left that has taken over the Democratic Party and has given us H.R. 1, and you've heard about the horror stories on that.
We're going to talk a lot about H.R. 1 in just a minute, but go ahead.
I know, but so that's how much things have shifted. Now, let me give you an example of where the hard left has operated. There's still some sensible Democrats. So Martin Luther King III, Andy Young, the former mayor of Atlanta, Jimmy Carter, and even Bill Clinton 5 years ago at a conference to celebrate the Voting Rights Act, and they agreed, you know, why are we fighting, spending all these hundreds of millions of dollars fighting about voter ID? Let's get people a voter ID if they don't have one. I don't think very many people lack one, but let's get one. Because you can't be part of the mainstream of American life. You can't travel, you can't get Medicare, you can't get anything without an ID. So let's get them one. And they said, okay, the states will continue to run the elections, but let's have a fail-safe. If you can't get a state ID for free, let's have, for 9 cents a card, the Social Security card can carry a photo on it. Just a photo with your name. Social Security card. And that will be enough to allow you to vote. They took that idea to the Obama White House. The Obama White House said, oh, it sounds maybe, but go to Eric Holder. Eric Holder met with them. Eric Holder says, but we got to run this through our liaison with the minority community. So nothing happened. Perfectly sensible idea. I was willing to go with it. And then it came back. Oh, we can't do it. Our liaison to the minority community says, it will disturb the existing local community practices. Who's your liaison to the minority community? Oh, it's Al Sharpton. There's a reason why the hard left is going to oppose everything on election integrity. Something is going on behind the election curtain that they don't want you to see and they don't want you to know about, and their friends in the media are in complete denial about it.
So Denise Cohen, you're a noted election lawyer and are now going to head up the ACUF Center for Protecting the Integrity of Elections. Give us a little breath of fresh air and tell us why this is so important and what you'll be doing.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it's important because no other right that we have means anything if we don't protect the right to vote. Everything else can get trampled on, as we're seeing right now with the censorship and HR1, which we'll talk about. So voting is the most important thing that we can do. We're going to focus on it based on the horrendous situation that we've had in 2020. The Center to Protect Elections is going to have 3 parts to it, and it will work best if all of you get involved with us. And I'll tell you more about how you can get there. But we're going to take a look at what happened in 2020, what went wrong, from many perspectives, not just the litigation, but also from what the left did right, what Republicans did wrong, what happened with big tech and the media. We're also going to take a look at the impact of this, which we're living through right now. And then we're going to move forward. We're going to go to state legislatures around the country to reset these election laws, make them secure. We're going to make sure that our elections are not federalized. The Constitution says these need to be run out of the states. So our number one priority as we launch today is to make sure that not a single Republican will vote for HR1. We will do our best to make sure that it does not pass. If it does, we'll do everything we can to make sure it dies in the Senate. But we're going to need some help from you on that.
So let's talk about HR1, because this is the so-called For the People Act, which Nancy Pelosi has made her number one priority, which does precisely the opposite of what each of you have talked about with respect to the integrity of elections. It federalizes elections, it overturns the current reapportionment process, puts it in the hands of some circuit court judges down in the District of Columbia, it upturns a number of state laws, and has a really negative impact across the board on the integrity of elections. A, can it be stopped? Will all of you help out with a massive grassroots opposition to HR1, letting your senators know, letting your representatives know that this is really important to all of you? John, I'll go to you first, but why is HR1 so bad, and what needs to be done to stop it?
Well, it basically will sweep away almost every election safeguard that the states have erected to make sure elections are fair. And of course, I want everyone to vote. And, we had the Help America Vote Act in 2001. That was bipartisan. Senator Chris Dodd said, in America, we can make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We can do both. HR1 is all about destroying all of the protections we have. And by the way, expanding the Federal Election Commission from 6 members to 7 members, so one party can have a majority and change all the election laws in the country, regulations. It is a complete and utter disaster. In fact, I believe that it is so important that we stop this, it even trumps, so to speak, fighting the COVID-19 $1.9 trillion stimulus bill.
And Denise, you talked about federalizing election law. That's exactly what HR1 does, even to the point of stripping states of their power to clean up voting rolls.
Right.
Tell us about that.
Well, it's an overreach in every single manner that you could actually look at. And one of the things that we didn't talk about here is what they're doing with funding. And this is, I don't know who's heard about this 6-to-1 funding matching. Up to $200, anybody gives up to $200 to a campaign, it'll be matched 6-to-1. $1,200.
Your money.
Taxpayers, exactly. And if you don't have the money to do up to $200, there will be a $25 voucher, which will also get matched.
By the way, in the Help America Vote Act in 2001, which was bipartisan, Chuck Schumer was a junior senator. He said, when that bill was up for a vote, well, of course we want to keep the states running our elections. That's in the Constitution. We would never have Congress override the states. Nobody's even talking about that. Nobody would even be contemplating that. And now Chuck Schumer is leading the fight to destroy the 250-year tradition of this country that the states run the elections and the federal government will be dominating it.
Real quickly, where can it be stopped? How can it be stopped? What can every person in this room do?
Well, Nancy Pelosi has threatened or promised favors to every Democrat in the House. Every Democrat in the House is a co-sponsor. So I think there can be some progress with the 22 Democrats who are in Trump districts because they might be worried about their elections. But the real battle is going to be in the Senate, I think. I think it can be stopped in the Senate. They're going to need 60 votes. I don't think they'll be able to break the filibuster. But I think there's even a couple Democrats who will say a bill with 23 pages in its table of contents is not a bill we can ram through in 10 days. How much debate has there been in Congress on this? Almost nothing. This is on an express train to hell, and I think it can be stopped in the Senate. And by the way, if it's not stopped in the Senate and it goes to Biden, of course he'll sign it, and here's where they're closing all the doors to challenge it. They stipulate in the bill, Charlie, that any legal challenge to the constitutionality of this bill must be heard by only one court, the District of Columbia Circuit Court, which is dominated by all of the appointees that Harry Reid stuffed in it to break the filibuster on judicial nominations several years ago.
Is this a classic example of putting the rabbit in the hat?
This is the fox eating the hen house.
Andrew Wheeler.
I completely agree, and it has to be stopped in the Senate, and it can be stopped in the Senate. But we should also take a look at, over the panels over the last 2 days, we've seen a lot of examples of what's happened. We need to take a look at what's happened in California and how they have handled their elections with one-party rule. I had a cousin that lived in California in 1999, moved away after 5 months, never voted there. New email address in 2005. He got an email this past October saying, your ballot has been mailed to you. Hadn't lived there for over 20 years. And he got an email to an email address he didn't have when he was there saying, your ballot has been mailed to you. So we need to take a look at what California has done over the last few years with one-party rule where they have just completely run the elections. And I understand they're doing a lot more on signature ID right now on the Newsom recall petitions. So they're actually trying to put a little bit of integrity to stop the recall. But we certainly need to take a look at what they've done over the last few years.
We've talked a lot about election integrity and what all the folks in this room can do in their individual communities and their little piece of America, because all of us recognize that every improperly or fraudulently cast ballot that's either cast or counted cancels out the vote of a law-abiding citizen who did it the right way.
That's voter suppression. That is
total voter suppression. So real quickly, because I want to come to Andrew before we close, but real quickly, folks that are involved in their local parties need to be making voter integrity and election integrity a key part of their election programs. Tell us real quickly about that, John, because I know you're an expert.
I'll go even further. Many of you are active in your local Republican Party or conservative organization. Going forward, if your state, local, or even national party doesn't have as part of its core mission election integrity and a plan to hire the lawyers before the votes are cast rather than after the votes are cast, to have a legal strategy, precinct workers, people trained in this who aren't going to get into trouble, because they don't know the rules. If you don't have that as your core mission, you might as not well have a political party. And it's that important. The RNC says it's going to do a good job. We have to make sure that they do a good job. And, your group, Denise, is going to be very important because I believe not only for the good efforts you're doing, but you're going to be a clearinghouse in which people can find out what's happening where and who's doing what and what best practices are.
I want to give Andrew Wheeler just a second for a modest proposal.
And I'm not sure where the party is on this. I think Election Day should be a holiday to encourage everybody to vote on Election Day and not the weeks or months leading up to it.
That would be a good bipartisan compromise. But you know what? I bet the liaison to certain communities at the Biden White House probably will veto it.
And if you were to have Election Day as a holiday, it would decrease the necessity of having mail-in voting, would it not?
Absolutely. The more variables you put in, the more opportunities for mischief.
Yeah, and another compromise. Early voting, at least you have the voting at a government office where you can't intimidate, coerce, or have ballot harvesting. Let's have more early voting so people have more access to the polls, but not send out mail-in ballots like some states did because of COVID to everyone who's on the list, like Nevada and New Jersey did. That's ridiculous. That is a recipe for disaster.
Denise, you may get the last word.
Thank you.
We saved the best for last.
Thank you. It's really important that everybody understands how individual voting, how our individual efforts actually, make a big difference. And I live in New York. I have a lot of friends that feel like, what's the point? It doesn't matter. I'll tell you something, it matters. We were in Georgia for the Senate runoffs, And Republican turnout was lower on the runoff day than it was on the general election day. Fewer Republicans showed up to vote. We lost the Senate. And we're going to be paying a very big price for it. Going forward, each one of us actually has to be active in this. And it does matter. It may not matter immediately, but it will matter. And that includes writing to your legislators to tell them not to vote for H.R. 1. And again, after this, there will be, you've been getting them already, but another one of these notes is going to be pushed out to you, where you can enter your details and write to your legislator. But please share this with your friends also. And if you don't get it on your app for anybody that's streaming along with us, go to conservative.org, where you will actually be able to do it from there. And you'll also be able to see the Center to Protect Elections.
Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we're not really who you came to hear this afternoon, so thank you so much for your attention to this very important issue, because we all know that every legitimate vote should be cast and counted, and not one illegitimate vote should be. Thank you to Denise Cohen, to John Funn, to Andrew Wheeler, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
What are you doing?
And this is Andrew Kraft here with News Now from Fox. Just played that panel out for you live there. We are waiting for former President Donald Trump to speak in about a couple of hours from now. This will be his first live extended post-presidential remarks. We don't know how long he will speak. Usually in CPAC's past, he's spoken for well over an hour and a half, upwards of 2 hours. So we'll see if that's going to be the case today. And we are also just following a couple of these other stories that we want to get to because we think they're important on this very, very busy Sunday. So right now, let's take it out to New York State, where Governor Andrew Cuomo is right now embroiled in yet another scandal, this time involving two allegations of sexual assault by former aides and former staffers. We're learning right now, this is from a statement issued earlier today from the governor's office, saying that, quote, the governor's office wants a review of the sexual harassment claims made against the governor to be done in a manner beyond reproach. It goes on to say, we had selected former federal judge Barbara Jones with a stellar record for qualifications and integrity, but we want to avoid even the perception of a lack of independence or inference of politics. Accordingly, we've asked the Attorney General of New York State and the Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals to jointly select an independent and qualified lawyer in private practice without political affiliation to conduct a thorough review of the matter and issue a public report. The work product will be solely controlled by that independent lawyer, personally selected by the Attorney General and the Chief Judge. So as you can see, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo again in hot water over these allegations made by two former staffers. And that was a statement coming in today, this morning. We also, obviously, you know well, the scandal surrounding the governor's office as far as nursing home deaths being counted as COVID deaths as well. There were numerous reports alleging that the governor's office undercounted those due to a policy at the state level. So we're on top of that story here on News Now from Fox, but we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to get right back to CPAC in a few minutes. So see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We just want to thank everyone for watching. Remember, for those of you watching who may be new to News Now, we are a stream. We are on many different platforms. Our website is newsnowfox.com. You can tell your friends and family to go there to figure out where they can find and watch us. Would really appreciate that. We are on Twitter as well. That's at NewsNowFox. That is our handle, so you can go there as well to follow the biggest stories, the biggest breaking news stories of the day. We clip, we share, and we tweet them on our Twitter account, which just became verified about a couple months ago. You can follow me on Twitter as well. My handle is on the lower part of your screen there. That's at Andrew Kraft. So we hope you're enjoying all of this. Remember, News Now from Fox is live, it's raw, and it's unfiltered. We bring you these live events and these raw feeds from around the country and around the world for all of the biggest stories of the day. And the biggest one that we're following here today on this Sunday is former President Trump's speech. It's his imminent speech. It's going to be happening in about a couple hours' time. This is his first post-presidential speech and remarks since he left the White House. Remember, we heard from him on January 20th as he left the White House at Andrews Air Force Base before he boarded Air Force One to head back to Mar-a-Lago. So his speech will outline, we're getting kind of snippets and bits of it, what it's going to say. We don't know how long it's going to be. Former President Trump is known to kind of go on and riff and extend very, very long. So it could be, well upwards of 2 hours. But we're told he's going to attack the Biden administration's first month in office. We're also told a lot of the policies he's going to disagree with and take umbrage with as well, which is likely, it's to be expected. And so we'll see right before the speech, however, too, the issue of the results of the CPAC straw poll, which I read some of those questions that Fox obtained earlier of what those exactly were, who the attendees will see as the nominee. Do they think Donald Trump will run again in 2024? If he doesn't, who do they think they want to be the nominee in 24? And a number of questions, a litany of other questions as well. So we're going to have live reports from the CPAC ground floor as well, pre and post speech, and hopefully get some commentary and analysis from some experts as well after the fact. So we want to thank you for sticking with us here on News Now from Fox. Let's go back out to CPAC.
How many businesses were in this area? And we spoke to these people and they were scared. And one of them actually was literally about to move because of this zone, because police couldn't get in, and that is a danger. We saw people get sick inside the zone, and they had to be carried out to an area where police and firefighters were allowed to come pick them up. So that's obviously not ideal. There was one night when just one person got on the microphone and said that some local business was holding someone hostage. And just like that, it turned into a mob who came for this business, and we talked to the business owners after, and they had called the police because they said somebody was inside their shop and trying to light it on fire. And the police said—
The real police.
The police officers, yes. And they said that they couldn't come and they couldn't help them. And the result was their fence got torn down. They had to deal with this mob, and I think it shows that when law and order breaks down, it is really dangerous.
Well, and I keep on turning back to the Constitution. What is so disturbing to me in all of this is both state government, elected by the people, and city government, the mayor, the governor, elected by the people, the commissioners, the council members, elected by the people. They're supposed to be representing all the people, and they walked away. They turned a blind eye to the occupiers and let them control. So these occupiers were essentially doing what they're doing with the blessing of government. In fact, which governor was the one who said this was going to be like Woodstock and we're going to—
Summer of Love.
The mayor of Seattle, Jenny Durkin, Summer of Love. I was about to do a Fox hit, and the camera guy told me what she had just said on Fredo's show, and I was losing my mind about it because I had already seen vigilante mob justice that targeted this one individual who was accused of stealing a cell phone. It turns out he didn't, but they were threatening him with violence. They said, if you're truly innocent, why are you running away from us? There was just a lot of irony within the zone, and it was being all allowed because the city government just didn't want to take action.
mob justice. This is what happens when we don't have the rule of law. We have government officials whose responsibility is to uphold the law, to uphold the U.S. Constitution, to protect people's private property, to make sure that autonomous zones don't confiscate people's property against their will.
Yeah, you can't, I mean, I don't think it's controversial to say that you can't have an area where they're not allowed, where people live and work, you know, all together. I don't see how that's really a controversial take personally. But I also think it's, Julio and I were discussing this earlier, it's a little bit the fault of the media as well, because there were reporters there from various publications, but the big thing we saw was they'd go into this area or just report from right outside of it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they'd go away. So of course, there were peaceful times in this, right? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was fine. But the idea of a takeover is that it's 24 hours. And so it's important to not just get the things happening at 2 p.m., but to get the things happening at midnight and at 1 a.m. because there are people living in this area, there are people working in this area, so that's part of the story as well that I think wasn't getting told.
And that was the frustrating part, because just to provide an example, CNN's Oliver Darcy, he reported that, oh, if you're just listening to right-wing media, you're getting the impression that Antifa took over 6 city blocks, which was true, but the reason why he said it wasn't accurate to say that was because he spoke to the mayor's office, and the mayor's office said they hadn't dealt with any of those groups. Well, that's because those groups hate the mayor. They're not going to want to work with her. They want to get rid of not just the police, but the entire city government. And he was writing that from New York City. I'm not aware that he was in Chaz. And so we saw that again and again throughout the various riots that we covered, where it's mostly peaceful, fiery, but mostly peaceful Kenosha. And that's just really aggravating, because not only are they're just gaslighting, not just the rest of the country, but the actual American citizens that were just the victims of when complete law and order collapsed. And it just wasn't just Chaz, but it was a lot of other cities, and a lot of people got hurt. And they're just saying, don't believe conservative media because they have an agenda. Well, our agenda is to report the facts on the ground. Right. And I like to think that we did that.
Yeah, that Time magazine, and everybody here should have gotten an email from us a couple days ago with the Time magazine article written by a very liberal reporter, and it had all kinds of spin on it. But it was the first time that the liberal media actually acknowledged what happened in this last election. You know, it was a coordinated attack on election laws to take down those laws and alter not only the process of voting, but then the outcome of the election itself. And the media was implicated in this clearly by suppressing stories like this. You know, the so-called mainstream media just would not cover it. I remember, and of course that was the time when we kept on hearing the term mostly peaceful protests. And there was I remember watching a TV news reporter saying mostly peaceful protests, and right as he was finishing that, a bomb exploded behind him.
Yeah, I remember one of the chyrons was, what was it, fiery but mostly peaceful protests. So, I mean, the thing is, you really just have to look at our reporting, at some of the independent journalists' reporting, and there's videos. We provide videos. I was basically live tweeting the hours and hours that I was inside Chaz and I was inside these other areas throughout the year, and it gives you a really good sense of like, yeah, you know what? Sometimes this is peaceful, but a lot of times it's not. And when you have an area like Chaz where multiple people end up getting shot and people died in the area with these shootings, it's clearly not peaceful.
And I would just say that that's why it's important to have people on the ground, because like Shelby mentioned, they would do their 5-minute TV hits while it's broad daylight. And yeah, again, there were peaceful times in Chaz, but that was during the day, and that's typical of any city that's experiencing unrest. Typically it's peaceful during the day, but that's not the whole story. And if it's just complete chaos and anarchy, that is also very much the story as well. And I saw MSNBC's Ali Velshi in Minneapolis while he was doing his hit, and of course, I'm busy covering all the craziness that's happening, so I didn't hear what he said about saying it's not an unruly protest while there's a building burning behind him. But once I found out, I was just, are you kidding me? Like, it was a riot. It was just, and the thing that I really want people to understand is that what we experienced last year, a lot of the people that were hurt were minorities. In Chaz, a lot of the business owners were minorities, and to this day, they're still getting harassed because they were the few who spoke out against what happened because they were being extorted, they were being threatened. They was like, you have to support this little zone that we're creating, and they, it was hurting their business because it was getting unsafe as time went on. And now that the national media has kind of gone away from it, they're kind of by themselves. And of course, the city council refuses to acknowledge any of the bad stuff that happened in Chaz. And it's just a really sad and unfortunate thing that, as a minority myself, there's just been a lot of people of color who were hurt as a result of this. It had nothing to do with George Floyd or Jacob Blake, and yet that outrage was taken out on them, and they're often left by themselves.
Just horrible, just horrible. Well, Julio, Shelby, I watched your coverage and read your pieces. They were really amazing. I watched you being interviewed then by some of the big outlets. Do you have any final thoughts for us about protecting our rights and what it means, when thugs take over?
I think it's clearly, the videos that we took and the coverage we got throughout the whole year, not just at Chaz, sort of speaks for itself. And all you really have to do, I think, to get an accurate depiction of what's going on is find these people like we were, who are on the ground actually putting in the hours and the effort, and it'll help paint a better picture. But it's very clear that something better could have been done earlier, and people wouldn't have died inside Chaz.
Yeah, I would just say that just as a general, the federal government is only so much. It's like what we saw across the country was local and city and state government. So it just highlights the importance to not just pay attention to the national elections, but also the local and state, because when stuff hits the fan, it's a really real chance, and unfortunately we saw that, where they'll abandon you. And so it's up to you to provide for yourself, provide for your safety. And so, we have rights, use them.
Julio Rosas, Shelby Talcott, if you aren't reading them, you're really missing out. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft back here on News Now from Fox once again. Hope you're enjoying this Sunday coverage. Remember, News Now is live on the weekends. It has been for some time. We're live from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern, Saturday and Sunday, because the news never stops, not even on the weekends, not even on holidays. I am not normally here on the weekends, but I was brought in today to cover former President Trump's first post-presidential speech, his first live remarks since he left the White House back on January 20th. So it'll be interesting to see what he does have in store, what's in the speech, what's he going to say. And so we'll air that live in about a couple hours' time. I want to thank everyone for joining. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to go to a quick commercial break, so we'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Andrew Kraft. I want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to get back to CPAC in just a little bit here, but we wanted to preview some of the reporting that's been done by Fox just to see what former President Trump will be saying later this afternoon. From our colleague who's there on the ground, Mark Meredith, a Fox News correspondent, he says that his CPAC speech will provide the RNC, the party, with a, quote, pathway to retake the House and the Senate in the midterms in 2022. It's also told he will bring up his deep disappointment with the House GOP conference chair, Liz Cheney, the Congresswoman from Wyoming. Remember, she's the top 3 ranking Republican in the House conference. She voted to impeach former President Trump, then president at the time. And she also survived, though, an attempt to oust her from that position. She survived that attempt overwhelmingly. So he's probably going to go after Liz Cheney. Reports he's not happy with the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy. He might go after Kevin McCarthy. We're also learning that he, as well, will mention President Biden by name in his CPAC speech this afternoon. This is all coming from our reporter on the ground there, Mark Meredith, the Fox News correspondent. Fox has told Trump is expected to say, quote, Joe Biden has had the most disastrous first month of any president in modern history. So for everyone here at News Now from Fox, we're going to go back to CPAC, the main stage in Orlando, Florida. There it is.
Only 9% of it actually goes to COVID, and the rest is big government spending, right? Why is that a problem? If you do the math, just for context, think about this. Nancy Pelosi has been the Speaker of the House for 26 months. In 26 months, over $9 trillion has been added to the national debt. If you add it up, that's more than has been added to the debt by Republicans in the majority in all 72 years that we've had the House majority since 1859. Okay, she did it in 26 months. If this bill passes the Senate, which it probably will, that's going to be $6 trillion just towards COVID relief in the last 11 months. For context, that's more than the gross domestic product of every nation on the planet Earth, except the US and China. This is a problem. Last Congress, Charlie, we were talking backstage. I was the chair of the Republican Study Committee. It's the largest caucus of conservatives in Congress. We produced a budget. We entitled it Preserving American Freedom, because that's what this is about. If we don't get control of this, our budget balanced in 10 years. You know, Nancy Pelosi never produced a budget in the last Congress. We had the only one on the Hill. And we showed how we can reinstitute fiscal responsibility, because that's one of the core principles that all of us believe in.
You know, as you point out, one of the difficulties in talking about debt is that people's eyes glaze over and they don't want to talk about numbers. It's actually kind of funny that I, of all people, would be leading a discussion about debt, considering I could never balance a checkbook. So somewhere my wife is laughing that I'm doing this. But it is important to learn how to break it down and talk about the fact that it's not just about numbers. It's about something far deeper. You and I were talking beforehand about what the sort of end game of all of this is. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Charlie, I mean, look, I'm blessed to be here with my friend Mike and Russ, and we've worked together a lot in the past on this issue. Guys, there's no more important issue right now than this. I'm just gonna be honest with you. We are allowing Washington, D.C. to take over our lives, but we're paying the bill. We're funding to take away our freedoms. That's what we're doing. Mike put a lot of context on this. Let me give you another one. $6 trillion in the last year. Do you know how much we spent on World War II in total in today's dollars? About $4 trillion. But what did we get out of this $6 trillion that we just spent in the last year? We got a country shut down. We got small businesses going out of business, restaurants closed, live music venues closed, hotels closed, kids not going to school. And what did we do last week? $500 billion for local and state governments who were responsible for shutting small businesses down. I ran into the hallway, Shelley Luther, who was the brave woman who stood up in the face of government shutting her down in her barbershop in Dallas, Texas. And like, that's America, right? That's what's happening. We've got small business getting closed, schools getting closed, and that's what's happening. It's the tyranny over the mind of men. It is the force of government coming in, using your tax dollars and the money we're borrowing from China to come in and force you to bow down at the altar of cultural elites and believe what they believe. But we're not going to do that. And I just want us to keep in mind that we shouldn't be funding schools being closed. We shouldn't be funding endless wars without a new authorization of force. We shouldn't be funding China. We shouldn't be funding Iran. We shouldn't be funding the United Nations. We shouldn't be funding the UN Human Rights Council. But that's what we're doing.
You know, there's a lot to love about Russ, in addition to just being a all-around handsome guy. But one of my favorite
Same hairstylist right here.
One of my favorite things about him is that his first job in Washington was working for the great Senator Phil Gramm, who, if we could just make him king, he would have solved all of our problems. I remember I was covering Congress at the time, and I would sort of daydream, sitting up in the gallery, the media gallery. I would daydream when he was in the chair that he would just take the little white thing when no one was in the Senate and just sort of pass a bunch of laws he would, literally, the guy would solve all of our problems. Square Phil Gramm's fiscal conservatism with the America First agenda that has done so much to rejuvenate conservatives and animate conservatives back into politics.
Sure, I think that one thing that both understood implicitly, and that's something that Chip just mentioned, is that when we fund big government, it is funding the lack of freedom in our life. So you think of Joe Robertson, 88-year-old Navy veteran who was imprisoned by a lawsuit that was started by the EPA over the WOTUS, Waters of the Sea regulation. He spent 12 of the last 18 months in prison as a result of that. Is that America? That's not America. And so when we are allowing to go forward, it shows up with big government taking away our freedoms in our life. I think the way that the America First agenda has come at this is we got to fight the issues that are front and center right now to the country. If we're going to China, and that needs to be a priority, you've heard from many panelists, we've got to have the fiscal stability to be able to fight that. And so, from the standpoint of freedom, from the standpoint of strength, from the standpoint of doing whatever is necessary to keep the people of this country safe as a country, that's where fiscal responsibility comes in. But ultimately, focus on the dollar amounts. I'd focus on the extent to which each of these things is taking away your freedom.
Yeah. One of the greatest things about Rush Limbaugh was that he didn't tell people. He didn't tell us ditto heads. He didn't tell us what to think. He told us how to say things. Yeah. He synthesized what we already believed and what we already thought into cogent arguments that we could then have with our workmates or whatever. And I just open this to anybody. How do we make this somewhat boring topic more, and you all have started to do this a little bit, more of an argument that you can make so that it becomes important to people that don't necessarily care about it?
Charlie, I'll take a stab at it. The baton was passed to Rush from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
And in Reagan's farewell address, he famously said, I really wasn't the great communicator. I was just communicating great things. And they're the same great things that have guided our nation since its founding. What are the great things? Why are we Republican? Why are we conservative? We believe in individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity, the sanctity of every single human life. Those are Republican values today. But more fundamental than that, they are quintessential American values. That's what the nation was founded upon. And so the challenge we have right now is to do just what Reagan did, do just what Rush did for 30 years, not invent new truths, repackage and represent the old timeless truths. That's what's going to guide our nation going forward, and that's what's going to make our party successful.
Charlie, if I can jump, I agree absolutely with Mike. Look, I think one of the most important parts of the Declaration of Independence that we don't talk about enough is the consent of the governed.
Amen.
And what I think about, if you want to make this real life, it's consent. Right. You all in this room and the vast majority of Americans are not consenting to the use of government power to target you and your families for free speech, or to target, or to fund abortion, or as I said, to fund China or Iran, or to do all the things we're saying, or like I started to say before, the United Nations Human Rights Council, which has gone after Israel 100 times and never goes after China. Why is $1 American going to fund that entity, right? If you want to go to it, at the heart of it, we have to reestablish, and America First is a big part of this, we have to reestablish the consent of the governed. Because otherwise, the rule of law has no weight. It has no force. And this spending is the trick. You want to stop having government step on the consent of the governed? Stop funding the government to do so.
I want to get your thoughts on this, but also address this whole argument that the only way out of this is you can only get out of this debt through growth. You're never going to tax your way out of it, or you're never going to cut your way out of it. The only way it happens is through growth. But I also want to hear your.
Yeah, number one, I agree with that. We do need to grow our way out of this, but growth is not alone the solution. We're going to need to also restrain spending over time, and so I think it is both. Yeah. It is both of those things. From the standpoint, I spent 4 years working for President Trump, and nothing did I come away with thinking that there's not waste in the federal government. And he would see it constantly, we would see it constantly, the $1,400 Air Force coffee cup, the Bob Dylan statue in Mozambique. We pay $50 billion in foreign aid across the country every year. This is just waste. This doesn't do anything to help the American people be safer or more secure. And we're going to have to keep going after those things and relating those to the American people, because ones that have had to balance their budget and to have produced family budgets that account for the mortgage, that account for the school costs, but also get rid of things that is flat out wasteful. And they don't tolerate it in their lives, and the federal government shouldn't tolerate it itself.
Yeah. Are there lessons that we can, what kind of lessons, what states out there have lessons for the federal government to learn from on this front?
I'll give a plug for Florida. We're enjoying the weekend here, right?
Yeah.
Texas, Tennessee, look at the demographics. Look where people are moving to, because that's a good indication that they're doing it right with fiscal policy and every other means. One of the ways that we can tackle what both Russ and Chip are pointing to here, we got to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse, of course, but we have to have more accountability. One thing that we don't have right now, and we get so frustrated by this daily on Capitol Hill, there's no transparency in the budgeting and the appropriations process anymore. I mean, this $2 trillion bill came to us. There was no regular process at all. I mean, we got to go on the floor and debate a little bit, but that's just talking points. There was no real way to go through this, cut the fat, put forward what the American people really needed. And that's a great frustration, and that's something the people can demand of Congress. When we get the majority back in 2 years, we're going to restore some order, I promise you.
Yeah. I would agree with Mike. Florida's obviously a great model. I'm obviously a little biased to Texas. I mean, one of the things that we love about Texas, the legislature meets every other year, and it does so for a brief period of time. And I think Congress ought to be focusing in on being in Washington for a block of months, actually do their job, not vote by proxy, not leave town, but stay there, do their job, pass a budget, actually balance the budget. And that's what we see states doing. And if you want to fix America, we got to look at the states and let states lead and agree to disagree, let California be California, let Texas be Texas, and let's fix, for example, election reform. Some of us are going to be talking about that this week. Let's fix election reform at the state level. Let's look at the way states do things and try to take that to Washington. But at the end of the day, you've got to starve this beast that is Washington and Leviathan from trampling on our liberties.
Right.
Although you have to do more than just starve the beast. You have to also cut spending as well. You have to do both of those. I do think that one of the most important lessons that I think that we've all sort of addressed here is the problem isn't that the federal government doesn't have enough money. The problem at the end of the day is the federal government has too much money, and they need to stop helping us so much. Just please, you've done enough. Thanks a lot.
Leave us alone.
Yes, exactly. Well, our time is out. Thank you very much. And remember, it's about freedom.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. That was just a panel there talking about all of the relief that Americans have gotten since the pandemic has started. It's the number is quite large. It's numbering around $6 trillion after which inevitably will happen, the passage of the next round, that $1.9 trillion COVID relief package that just passed the House on Friday. It's expected to go to the Senate. It's probably going to pass the Senate as well, but we'll be monitoring that for you here. And it includes a lot of funding for schools. It includes those $1,400 checks to Americans making less than $75,000 a year. It includes hundreds of millions of dollars. And so that panel right there at CPAC was talking about what that's doing to the debt, what that's doing to the deficit. They were making comparisons. You know, in wartime, we didn't even spend that much money and the like. Back in the auto bailout in 2008, the recovery in 2008. So that was the point of that panel there at CPAC. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank everyone for watching, especially on this Sunday in anticipation of former President Trump's first live remarks in his post-presidency. This will be on the CPAC stage there in Orlando, Florida, in about an hour and 20 minutes time. We'll have that full here live for you to watch, and then we'll break it down with some reporters there also on the ground and some experts as well, talking about the future of the Republican Party, talking about the midterms in 2022 and how Republicans will try to take back both the House and the Senate, which they lost, the House in 2018, the Senate in 2020. And as you know, we've been also tracking the CPAC straw poll, which the results will be released, I think, a little bit before President Trump speaks, former President Trump speaks. And so our own Robert Sherman, our reporter there on the ground in Orlando, got a glimpse of some of the questions that are being asked of attendees at CPAC. And some of them are, do you want Donald J. Trump to run for president again in 2024? We still don't really have a good grasp or an idea on if he will or will not say, will he run in 2024 in this speech. But in this list of candidates on that questionnaire, on that straw poll, including Trump, who would you like to be the Republican nominee? And on that list, our reporters saw Mike Pence, Donald Trump Jr., Chris Christie, Nikki Haley, Ben Carson, John Kasich, and Ted Cruz. In this list of candidates discounting Trump, who would you like to be the Republican nominee? So a lot of these different questions posed to the attendees at CPAC there on what they think the future of the GOP will look like come 2024, with obviously Donald Trump out of the White House for 4 years, and seeing if he will run again, and if he won't, who will run instead. So also one of the other questions I thought was interesting was, when it comes to former President Trump's agenda, should Republicans A, change direction, B, continue in the same direction, or C, unsure? Anyway, we're going to go back out to CPAC. You were taking a live look there at the U.S. Capitol building there in Washington, D.C. What's a rainy Washington, D.C. at the moment right now. Let's just take a look right back at that, and the White House as well. We did get video earlier today of President Biden going to Mass with some of his grandkids. We'll be monitoring any developments out of the Biden White House today on Sunday. Don't know if they're having any events. We'll figure that out for you so we can bring them here to you, or if they issue any statements. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki did appear with Chris Wallace on Fox News Sunday today. If we have the time, we'll play out some of the sound bites for you that were interesting. But in the meantime, let's go back to the CPAC stage for this panel right here.
Personal proposition. And when you start putting big government or big insurance or prescription benefit managers between a patient and their health care, between a patient and their doctor, bad things happen. You know, when doctors can't practice medicine the way they want to because a bureaucrat is telling them how to practice medicine, that's a bad thing. When the administrative state can, with the stroke of a pen, change the rules without telling anybody, that's a bad thing. People lose faith. Regular sovereign individuals lose faith in the healthcare system. And then when they look at something like health sharing, they say, well, this is the way it used to be. This is the way I remember healthcare, where we all took care of each other, where doctors weren't told how to practice medicine. They were rewarded for practicing medicine. Then good things begin to happen. My fear is, under this administration, there's going to be more of a move towards Uncle Sam becoming Uncle Sam MD, as opposed to under the previous administration, government saying, you know what, we need to return health care to the people and healthcare practitioners. So that's the battle, and we've got to engage. If you don't let people know, if you don't let your elected representatives know that you don't like the way things are going, it's going to happen. So a lot of the
they are completely disaffected. And we're currently in a system with overbroad insurance that is managing, guiding, and directing those decisions and completely divorcing the patient from the actual cost of healthcare. We switch that around. And when you do that, when you put individuals in charge of their healthcare, prices go down.
Okay, so look, I just think I've learned two other very important points. If I could just have your attention. It's cheaper, Matt Bellis, you're telling me.
One.
Caroline, you're telling me that you get better health outcomes.
We do.
Why would somebody not buy into this membership program?
It's a very faith-based decision to make. Because so many people in this country have been inundated with the message that the only way to pay for health care is if they have an overarching, overreaching conglomerate of an insurance somewhere in Hartford, Connecticut, making the decisions for your health care and guiding that process. Health care has become expensive. And let's not make any kind of irrational statement. We have some of the best health care in the world right here in this country. The problem is how we price it and how we pay for it. And the issue that I see standing here is the government has been involved in our healthcare system for so long that they continuously break it over and over and over again with bills all the way back from the 1940s up to today, and then they come out and say, don't worry, we'll fix it this time.
You know, there's also a question of personal liberty and responsibility. Why does government not want health sharing to grow? Because government doesn't think that the individual is smart enough, is capable enough to make their own decisions. Only government knows what to do best. Health sharing has a completely opposite proposition, that the individual knows best for them.
Yeah. And in the words of Milton Friedman, I would love to meet these better angels who are going to order society for us, and we can't allow them to do that.
So I see a gentleman with a red hat over here that coincidentally a light is shining on his head, so I see the red hat very clearly. He probably understands, I'm guessing he understands his healthcare needs. Yeah, you. That's right. My guess is that he understands his healthcare needs a whole lot better than some faceless bureaucrat 2,000 miles away.
Right.
Who has no idea who this gentleman is or who this woman is, has no idea what their lifestyle is like, yet some Washington, D.C. or in Hartford, Connecticut is going to determine what's best for them.
Right. Also, big government isn't interested in Dan getting better. They're interested in big government saving money. They're interested in creating a plan where the government saves money, not where the individual gets healthier.
And in this era...
That's an interesting point. The government wants to save money for itself, but doesn't want to save money for the person up there.
Right.
And isn't as concerned about that person's health outcome as its own financial outcome.
Right. And in this era of government intrusion into healthcare, the promise is always that they're going to make it better, they're going to increase the access and decrease the cost. But we have seen the history is crystal clear. Every time government gets involved in healthcare, we have decreased access, especially in terms of rural hospitals who are closing a lot, increased cost. Over the past 10 years, costs have risen by way of 20%. So we keep getting the exact result that the promise is. Government cannot make these things better. They can't make the pie larger. They can only redistribute the pie, they can only tax the pie, or they can only devalue the pie. And we're here to change that all the way around.
Well, this seems like sort of a no-brainer. But Caroline, we just have a little bit of time left. There are members of Liberty Health Share.
Yes.
Where do those members all belong to the same church? Who are those members?
No, we have a vast array of members, and they know that we are run by our Christian principles, and they will be sharing into each other's medical bills accordingly, and our guidelines are very clear in that. But it's interesting because we have members, we are more affordable, quite a bit more affordable than traditional health insurance. But we have members who are affluent, fly on private planes, lots of doctors, lots of veterinarians, I've talked to so many different Ivy League professors, all the way down to the very low-income single parent or a single person out of college trying to find their way. And I asked them, you know, why, especially the ones who have their planes, why did you choose us, or why did you choose health sharing? And they come up with the same answer. It's because I got here because I'm not stupid. I know what I'm doing, and that's how I accumulated my wealth. But I want to make my own decisions. I don't want government, again, back in my face. I want to do this myself. And then it goes back to the same old thing. It flows with their moral conscience. And they love being part of a community. They really are part of a community. It is a family. It feels like a family. And we have, you know, a prayer box. You can pray for each other. And some people choose to do that. Some people don't. But it's feels good.
So people here could sign up for Liberty Health Share.
Pardon?
People here could sign up for the
Absolutely.
coverage?
I would actually say we've been here at CPAC as Liberty Health Share for quite a number of years, and we just did the numbers. Some 400,000 people through CPAC have come through our program as well. So frankly, it's all of you who are making this possible. So thank you very much.
It is true.
All right. So if you don't want government intruding in your life, if you want better health outcomes, and you want it at a more affordable price, I think there's kind of a great option. I guess if you don't want, if you do things separately on your own, and if you like somebody taking care of you,
or if you want the government to take care of you, and you think they do a great job doing it, health sharing is not for you. If you want to stick it to them, sign up for Liberty Health Share.
We should leave it right there, but Caroline. Matt, do you have any final thoughts?
I just didn't know if we're paying Peter to say that or not. I just want to make sure.
I will say one thing. Well, we say we do attract and we encourage the healthy lifestyle. We have healthy members, and they live in a healthy way. We also know that disease, cancer, God forbid, you know, heart transplants, these things come along in life. And they do in our ministry, and we are there to go the distance, and we have proven it over and over and over again. We've never had an eligible medical bill that ever went unpaid by the members. So we have done the transplants, and we have seen the children in the NICU for a long time, and we're there to take care of that too. So I don't want you just to think you have to be healthy, stay healthy to be in this. I mean, we know what life can throw you those curves, and that's why we're here for you.
Yeah. I'm just incredibly humbled, and I love being a part of a community like this, but frankly, let's make no bones about it. This is going to be a tough few years as it pertains to healthcare and people's freedom in it. And it's the people like here at CPAC, other organizations that are fighting for freedom in healthcare, who are making the decisions today that will lead the choice in the future. Because if we don't make those answers, government definitely will, and we can't have that.
Okay, well, my two final thoughts. If you don't want government in your face, if you want better health outcomes at a more affordable price, you should consider a health sharing ministry like Liberty Health Share. The other thing, and I'm turning to all of you, we're going to see attacks against this kind of system from the federal government, maybe even at the state level. And we're going to need your help as activists to keep freedom alive, to keep these kind of choices available to you. Do I have your commitment to help in this? Well, all, thank you so much. I learned a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Billy.
What are you doing? Need a box and a shipping label?
No. And it's the sign.
Hey everybody, this is Andrew Kraft here with the News Now from Fox. I want to thank everyone for watching on this Sunday afternoon, wherever you're watching from. Remember, News Now from Fox is live, raw, and it's unfiltered. We've been bringing you these live pictures from the CPAC stage there in Orlando, Florida, all day really, and CPAC it takes place every year, usually takes place outside of Washington, D.C. This time it's in Orlando, and former President Trump, Donald Trump, will be speaking in about an hour's time. It's his first live extended remarks in his post-presidency. He hasn't spoken publicly in months like this. 2 cameras live for TV of something he loved doing when he was president. And so we're expected to hear from him today about what the strategy is going forward. He's still the leader of the party, and we may or may not even kind of glimpse or get a glimmer of what his plans are for 2024. There has been some reporting out there that he's not going to announce that he's running again in 2024 today here at CPAC. But he could kind of, you know, as he does, make some intimations that he could run in the future. He's also going to shore up support for some of those Republican candidates in House and Senate primaries ahead of the 2022 midterms. The party really wants to take back the House and the Senate in the midterms in 2022. So we'll be looking for all of that in the speech, and then I'll have a live report from one of our reporters in the field who's there at CPAC. We'll be speaking with her right after the former president is done, and then we'll also be speaking with some experts, just kind of breaking down the speech itself. What does it portend? What does it mean going forward? So we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And welcome back, everybody. I'm Andrew Kraft with News Now from Fox. Just want to give our viewers just kind of a rundown of what essentially News Now from Fox is. We are a streaming news platform servicing all these live, raw, unedited, unfiltered feeds from around the country and from around the world. We have a lot of resources at our disposal to bring you the biggest breaking news stories of the day. We are live on the weekends. We have been for a while, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern, Saturdays and Sundays, because the news never stops, not even on the weekends, not even on holidays as well. And on the weekdays, which you usually see me on the weekdays, we're live from 6 a.m. Eastern to 1 a.m. Eastern. So a lot of time for a lot of news. And we have a Twitter account. Don't want to forget, that's at NewsNowFox. Go give us a follow. We'd really appreciate that. You can give me a follow there at Andrew Kraft. I would also appreciate that. And you can visit our website, NewsNowFox.com. And that's where you can essentially direct your family and friends where they can go to figure out where to find us and where to watch us. We're on a number of streaming platforms. Some of you may be just watching on the one you found us on, but we're on several others. So want to appreciate all of you for watching, and we're going to go back to the CPAC stage, have about a little less than an hour's time before former President Donald Trump the former 44th president of the United States, speaks in his first live remarks in his post-presidency. Remember, he's been living in Florida ever since he left office on January the 20th there at Mar-a-Lago with the First Lady, Melania Trump, former First Lady, excuse me. And then we're going to get some live reaction to the speech itself from some experts and some of our Fox reporters on the ground, too. So, have a lot coming for you in the next few hours on this Sunday afternoon. We want to thank you for watching. Let's go back out to CPAC.
That's very courageous of you to share this time with us. And this is what we need in the Republican Party. We need to be highlighting all of the minority voices that are standing for conservatism. Absolutely. For me personally, conservatism is my beliefs. It's where I stand. It's my moral code. It's everything that I stand on and what I believe. And that's what conservatism is to me. And I think that, you know, regardless of our religions, regardless of our skin colors, regardless of our cultures, there are some things that bring us together on common ground. And, you know, that's freedom of speech. We want to make sure that we're protecting the innocence of our children. We want freedom of religion. There are just some things that bring us together as conservatives.
So you said something about freedom of speech, and you're very outspoken.
Yes.
And this is America uncanceled.
Yes, and they're trying to cancel the kid.
They tried to cancel you a little bit.
Yes, they are.
And being outspoken and being one of those conservative values, being that freedom of speech, how are you dealing with people trying to go through Twitter and cancel you?
Let's address it. So we know that in this election, there were some things going on in regards to the conspiracy theories with Q, right?
Yeah.
And I think that me as a person, before I ever got into the conservative movement, I've always been an advocate, even if it's for abused children or whether it's for those people that are incarcerated. So I think that any allegations coming forward in regards to any type of abuse when it comes to children deserves to be investigated. It deserves to be made aware of. And I think that, you know, once we find out, you know, whether this is true or not, then we can move on, but we at least have to be able to address it. So right now, you guys may see out in the media a lot of people wanting to cancel me for addressing allegations of child abuse. You're talking to someone that is a survivor of sexual abuse. So that's something that I definitely take to heart. Yeah. We have to cancel the cancel culture, right? Cancel the cancel culture.
So I want to move this over to Adrian. Now, Adrian, this question is kind of a piggyback off of Angela. So because we have these values across Black America, across Brown America, across America, right? We've seen this uptick in Black conservatism. We've seen it, right? You know, millennial Black males over a certain age matriculated towards President Donald Trump. They did. That wasn't an extra thing. They did. So with that, where did the grip of the Democratic Party loosen amongst that group of Democratic Black voters?
So, as you mentioned, yes, we did see over the last 4 or 5 years a huge uptick in Black support, mostly due to the influence of President Trump. But the question is what happens now? And do those numbers translate to the Republican Party in general once Trump is out of office, which he is at this point? So I think if we were to say, and also get polling numbers and just gauge where Black support is right now, overall, I think there was a large number of support for the president, but not necessarily for the party itself.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason for that, and I think that can change. I do believe that's something that can turn around. It can turn around quickly, but we have to change our messaging. We have to change not necessarily what we're saying, but how we're saying it, because we have conservative principles and conservative values, they work. They work from a financial standpoint. They work in a lot of ways. They're great culturally, long term. This is the way that society would thrive the best in the long term, right?
Go ahead.
But we have to change, but we have to be able to engage with African Americans a little bit better in terms of how we speak to that demographic and some of the things that are said, whether it be through influencers, whether it be through direct party messaging, because we're leaving a lot of people by the wayside who have conservative values, but they don't feel comfortable voting Republican because of how they're talked to.
So I'm immediately going to go to Sunday on that one, okay? This guy's got a suit on. He's going to be super professional and like safe. Sonny, how is the conservative movement, Republicans in general, How are we getting that messaging wrong?
Completely, actually. But if you go back to the idea of us now examining that black men have a conservative streak, I told conservatives that 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago. And every single one was telling me I had lost my mind. They told me I was crazy. They told me I was seeing something that was imaginary. If 5 years ago, this movement would have looked at black men and said they are capitalists, if they had looked at black men and said that they want to be the heads of their households, they want to be fathers to their children, they want to be coaches to their little league teams, if they had looked at black men as something more than a conservative stereotype and talking point, we would not be here talking about the failure of the last 4 years when it comes to black America.
Come on now, Sonny.
If we had looked at what holds us together as conservatives, so if you want to know what conservatism means, it means conservation of the idea of the individual, that each and every one of us has inherent gifts that we are meant to give this world, and that deserves to be protected, even in black skin.
Come on now.
100%.
When we talk about the idea of the republic, that means that local government has the most power over the people. So when you tell me you're not going to a black community, don't tell me you believe in the republic, because you are lying to me. Anything that uplifts and conserves the idea of the republic starts at the local level. And if you are not willing to do that, then you are lying to me.
Hey,
the last one is the Constitution.
Hold on to some of this.
The last one is the Constitution. If you want your rights protected, if you want your rights defended, you need a base that's big enough to make sure that defense is steadfast. Right now, you don't have it.
Wait.
With the black community,
Sonny,
you can have it.
Yes, sir. I told y'all it was gonna get awkward and uncomfortable. I told y'all it was gonna be some growing pains. Okay?
That's Sonny J.
That's right. I want to take it over to Rich real quick. Now we're saying black folks, because there's a lot of black folks up here on this stage. Does the thing that we're talking about right now, one, does it translate into black and brown communities? As well as, question, what is something you'd like to see change in that regard to black and brown communities in the GOP and liberty movement?
So I think, what's up, CPAC? How's everybody doing? I think one of the things that we got to focus on is, I agree with that. There's definitely some barriers, but I also think I want to see more activism. It's not about the Republican coming knocking on my door. It's about me banging down the door to the RNC and telling them, hey, I'm a conservative, I'm here. Yeah. I matter too. You know, just because I eat rice and beans and I'm a Latino doesn't mean that I don't bleed red, white, and of you. So that, I think, is something that we have to remember. We have to stay focused on that.
How have we failed there? More specifically for brown communities, how have we failed in that regard?
I wouldn't call it a failure because I think it's an area for improvement, and not semantically. I really mean that. I think we've seen gains of Hispanic home ownership, Hispanic median income, unemployment rates going down, really down. So when you look at that, and those are all successes, and I blame one guy, I have a nickname for him, I call him El Trompito Donaldus Magnus, the 45th president of these United States, El Presidente. And I think he made a difference when he said, what have you got to lose?
Yep.
But we need more of that. So that's the area for improvement. We need to get out there and do more inviting. But I think people, Hispanics, Hispanos, Latinos, the brethren that are here, we need to be more active. It's not about the party. We're about to take this party over.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's right.
And Maj, and when I say we, I don't mean ethnic minorities. I mean us conservatives.
Yes.
That's right.
Told y'all. I told you. Shamika, with all of this being said, Democrats still currently have a death grip, all pun intended, okay? I want Shamika as well as Angela to deal with this. Have a death grip on youth and young adults. How have they been so successful in doing so? And what can we learn from it and apply to ourselves? Because they have been successful with that literal and figurative death grip on, you know, black and brown communities, especially with youth. How have they been able to do that, and how can we kind of right the ship in that regard?
I think they've been able to do that by being more inclusive. And I think that's something that we can learn in the conservative party. There's not just one type of black conservative, and I feel like that's where we failed over the last 4 years. We propped up one type of black conservative, and just because white people like them, it was like, oh yeah, we love her, oh gosh, she has her own thinking, you know, oh yeah, woo! But that wasn't necessarily who the black people really identify with. And I like to kind of make this analogy. A lot of people are familiar with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah.
Now this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down. Okay, just say Carlton and Will were both conservatives. Carlton could go to Bel-Air and he could talk to the people of Bel-Air all day long, but you could not send Carlton to Philly to talk to those people. You would have had to send Will to talk to the people who had the same type of life experiences that Will had. So when it comes to conservative, being conservative, stop propping up Carlton Banks thinking that Carlton is going to be the one to be able to communicate with the wheels of the conservative party. You're going to have to prop up the wheels so that they can speak the language that people understand and share experiences with. And I think that's how we fail. I feel like the Democrats do a very good job of making sure they have people that represent all around. And that's what we need to do better as conservatives. You can't take Carlton to Philly going, it's not unusual. No, that's not going to work.
And that was awesome.
Absolutely.
So I just kind of want to piggyback off of what Shamika is saying. The messenger is just as important as the message. You could have the right message, but the wrong messenger, and people won't get it. So one of the things that I say all the time, and people are like, oh God, Angela, you always say something to make people mad. Well, here's the thing. We got to face the truth, right? And the truth is that the Democratic Party is really good at playing identity politics. Republicans are not. We're just honest and straightforward, just like our president. We don't care how you take what we say. We're just going to give it to you. But here's the thing. In doing that, right? In doing that, we have to remember that everybody just can't handle the blunt, honest truth. And there are some times that we're going to have to get in and we're going to have to stand before the people, and they're going to have to hear from somebody that they can relate to. So when you want to send a message out to single black mothers that are struggling on welfare, that are trying to better their lives, then that's when you come get Angela Stanton King, somebody that was on welfare and got off welfare and got her life together and is now a business owner. I mean, you have to make sure that we are identity in our politics as well, because how can we relate if we're not related? And we don't have to be related by blood. We can be related by experience. Right. So what I want the Conservative Party to understand, because I myself, along with a lot of other people on this stage, have come up under a very, very huge attack, just like everybody else was standing with this party. And with that sacrifice, we need your support. Right. We need your support. We need your support.
Sonny, is it too late? Is it too late?
Actually, I kind of want to reverse the sentiment for a second, because everybody is speaking like it's something that we can do. And I know all of our strengths, understand. The first time I made it to the main stage here at CPAC, I was invited by Andrew Breitbart. CPAC didn't want me here. CPAC did not want me here. Andrew Breitbart wanted me here. So Andrew said, if Sonny doesn't introduce me, I'm not coming. That's how I got here the first time. This time, CPAC did not want me here. I am here because Maj wanted me here. Now, the two things that I
CPAC
got...
wants you here.
No, I
Do
don't
your
know.
words, do your words. That's CPAC. That's CPAC. That is CPAC. That is CPAC.
But this is the thing. And of course, the two things that I carry from Andrew, and I try to make sure I do on Sunny's Corner, always, is when you have a light, you take that light and you shine it on other people. So shout out for being an Andrew representative. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The other part is more voices. Always, always, always more voices. It's not restricted to just the voices that are here, but how can you open it up? So when I hear them say, and this, don't take no offense, but truth got to be told, we have to go and knock down the doors of Republicans. Do you know how many doors I've knocked down?
Right.
Do you know how many conservative doors I have knocked down?
So is it too late, or can we right the ship?
That is a question that this audience is going to have to answer. Because if you want the talking points, if you want the stereotypes, if you want the losing by 90% for 60, 70, 80 years, if that is what you want, choose insanity and continue to do the same thing expecting different results.
We got 1 minute. Rich, Adrian, I want y'all to both real quickly, briefly, sum it up. Tell me your perspective on how we can right this
well,
ship.
to Sonny's point, she's right. And when I say knocking down those doors, we need to knock them down together. I'm asking everybody here to help me knock down that door.
Right.
But number one, this is an agenda. This is politics. We all have an agenda. And I believe the agenda in America, this is America. The agenda is liberty, right? The Spanish word for liberty is libertad. This is a libertad agenda that we need to promote and continue to promote it and keep banging down doors.
100%. Adrian?
I think we definitely have an opportunity to kind of right the ship. In addition to kind of piggyback on what Sonny said, I think we got to stick to our conservative values. Yeah. And a lot of times with Democrats, we see that shift in the goalposts, and they don't really stand by their principles. And a lot of times it doesn't happen on the right either. So let me give you an example. So we say you got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But then when we talk about investing in, let's say, Greenwood Bank, or keeping money in black-owned businesses so that black dollar circulates within the black community, a lot of times we get called racist.
That's racist.
This is true.
So so we have to make sure that we're standing by actual Republican values and conservative principles in our daily interactions with people. And ultimately, I think if we do that, the results will take care of themselves in the long run.
Sure. We got 13 seconds left, everybody. I want to say thank you, a huge thank you to all of the panelists. Thank y'all. Give it up. Stand up. Y'all know this was the most lit panel. We appreciate y'all.
All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm your host, Andrew Kraft, here, helming the desk on this Sunday. Usually, I'm only Monday through Friday, but today is a very big day for a lot of news. Former President Trump will be speaking on the CPAC stage in Orlando, Florida there, in just about less than 40 minutes time, and we're going to bring that to you live here on News Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we do want to get to one of the other stories that we're following today, and that is all of the allegations of sexual assault surrounding New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. We want to bring up a statement that was just released by the New York State Attorney General, Letitia James, and we're going to put this up on the screen here for you. We're going to read that out for you as well. So just to give you a sense of what has transpired in the last day, as these two aides, former aides rather, to Governor Cuomo issued allegations of sexual assault against him. The The first, Cuomo announced a former judge with ties to his inner circle will investigate the matter. Then lawmakers of his own party called for the attorney general to investigate it instead. Cuomo then retreated and announced Attorney General Tish James and a top judge will pick someone together, an independent investigator, to look into this. But just right now, this is breaking, that Attorney General Letitia James has rejected Andrew Cuomo's proposal and is calling on him to refer the matter to her alone, absent this top judge that was in the mix just a couple of hours ago. So she's saying, quote, to clarify, I do not accept the governor's proposal. The state's executive law clearly gives my office the authority to investigate this matter once the governor provides a referral. While I have deep respect for Chief Judge DeFiore, I am the duly elected Attorney General, and it is my responsibility to carry out this task per executive law. The governor must provide this referral so an independent investigation with subpoena power can be conducted. So that's the latest in the Cuomo scandals right now, swirling at the moment. Two former aides accusing New York Governor Andrew Cuomo of sexual assault. And at the moment, we'll be following this story probably throughout the week here on News Now from Fox. But back to the CPAC stage, we want to get back to Orlando. Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan is up at the podium speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Who's next? Who is the, no, I know that. It's a different question. Who's the cancel culture? Who's the cancel culture going to attack next? Think about it. They canceled the host of The Bachelor. They canceled the star of Mandalorian. They're coming after Fox News, Newsmax, One American News. You see last week they tried to cancel Kermit the Frog and Mr. Potato Head. You see that? They backed off Mr. Potato Head. I think he told him his preferred pronouns were he, his, him, right? I mean, this is scary where the left wants to go. Barry Weiss, editor at the New York Times, former editor at the New York Times, said, if you engage in wrong think, you engage in wrong speak, you are going to face the digital Thunderdome. They're going to harass you. They're going to come after you. They're going to come after your family. They're going to come after your employer. It is sick where the left wants to go. What they are doing to the Constitution. Think about the world of sports in just the last year. Drew Brees said you should stand for the national anthem. He had to go into the Thunderdome. James Harden wore a Back the Blue, support the law enforcement mask. He had to go in the Thunderdome. Mike Gundy, did you follow this one? Mike Gundy, football coach at Oklahoma State. Remember this? Mike Gundy goes fishing with his family, posts a picture on social media wearing a One American News t-shirt, almost lost his job. Think about that, almost lost his job for fishing in the wrong shirt. This is scary where the left wants to take us, and we have to fight back every single time we see it. Do you have a functioning First Amendment when only one side's allowed to talk? Do you have free speech when the left controls what can be said? They want to be able to say whatever they can about us, but we're not allowed to talk. They want to be able to lie about us. We're not allowed to tell the truth about them. And you know why I think they really are out to cancel us? You know why they really come after us? They don't like the fact that we tell the truth. They don't like the fact that we point out the double standard. We point out the fact Nancy Pelosi can go to the salon, but we can't. She can walk around the metal detectors. We got to walk through them. Gavin Newsom can go to a five-star restaurant with his family, with the lobbyist, but we can't have our family over for Thanksgiving. Think about this one. January 6, 2017, Democrats can object to the electors, can object to counting the electors from 10 states, but on January 6, 2021, Republicans aren't allowed to object to the electors from 6 states? Jim McGovern, on January 6, 2017, Jim McGovern, Democrat chairman of the Rules Committee, objected to Alabama. President Trump won Alabama by 30 points. So Jim McGovern's allowed to object to Alabama, but Jim Jordan can't object to Pennsylvania, where they went around their legislature, the partisan Supreme Court, the Secretary of State in an unconstitutional fashion, goes around their legislature, changes the election law. I'm not allowed to object to Alabama. Think about this. Jamie Raskin, the lead impeachment manager. January 6, 2017, he objected to Florida. He didn't bring that up during the impeachment debate, did he? The best one is Maxine Waters. You remember Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters, the same lady who said, if you see anyone in the Trump administration, you create a crowd, you push back on them, you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere. Telling Americans to go to other American citizens who serve in our government and tell them they're not welcome in our country. That Maxine Waters, January 6, 2017, objected to the state of Wyoming. President Trump won Wyoming by 40 points. So the reason the Democrats are so out to cancel us is because they don't like the fact that we tell the truth about them. They like the fact that they can engage in this hypocrisy and this double standard. And who do they want to cancel most? Who do they want? What individual do they want to cancel most? Yeah, the guy who did what he said when he was president of the United States, right? They want to cancel the guy. Yeah, you can clap for the president. You're going to get to do that a lot here this afternoon. They're obsessed with it. They tried to remove him from office before he got there. They tried to remove him after he'd already left. It's an obsession with the Democrats. They don't like someone who actually came to the town and took on the swamp. They don't like someone who actually comes to that town and fights for all of us. No president, look, I'm getting old now, I'm 57. No president in my lifetime has done more of what they said they would do than President Trump did during his 4 years as our president. He said he would cut taxes, he did. He said he'd reduce regulations, he did. He said he would grow our economy, he did. Best economy in 50 years, lowest unemployment in 50 years. He said he'd put conservatives on the court, he did. Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. He said he'd get out of the Iran deal, he did. He said he would put the embassy in Jerusalem, he did. He said he'd bring hostages home from North Korea, he did. He said he'd get a new NAFTA agreement, he did. He said he would build the wall, and he built the wall. No president has done more of what they told the American people they were going to do than he did. Now, most of the time, people go run for office, they say all kinds of wonderful things at election time, get to Washington, and then they give you all kinds of excuses why they can't do what they told you they were going to do. President Trump got there, he says, I'm just going to do it. Because he knows it's we the people that make this country special. People with common sense who work hard. He knows that. He was willing to go fight for us, and that's why the left wants to cancel him. And we can't let it happen. Look, President Trump is the leader of the conservative movement. He's the leader. President Trump's the leader of the conservative movement. He's the leader of the America First movement. He's the leader of the Republican Party. And I hope leader of the conservative movement, the leader of the American First movement, the leader of the Republican Party, and I hope on January 20th, 2025, he is once again the leader of our great country. Our charge. Our task has never changed. Our responsibility, our charge, our task as Americans has never changed. In the next 4 years, we need to focus on this. Same thing it's always been. I think it's summed up in my favorite scripture verse. I've shared this before at this same forum. 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy Timothy. And he says, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. And I tell folks, I love that verse because of the inner. It is a verse, I think, in many ways written for America. We are not timid folk. We are not wimpy people. We are people who take initiative. We are people of intensity. We are people of action. And our charge is what it has always been, to fight for the values and principles that make us the greatest nation ever, to finish the race, to persevere, to never quit, to never give up, and to keep the faith in the blessings God has given this great nation, to keep the faith in the people, we the people of this great country who have common sense, who understand you set goals, you work hard and good things happen, to remember all that and fight for those common sense principles. That is our charge. And if we do that, we will hold off the left's assault on our values. We will hold off the left's assault, the cancel culture mob's assault on our fundamental liberties. We will take back the House in 2022. And President Trump, I hope runs again in 2024. And if he does, he will win. And we will make sure America remains the greatest nation in history. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amnesty, censorship. But in the States, quietly, these radicals are pushing a power play.
And there you were just listening to one of former President Trump's staunchest allies in the House. That was Congressman Jim Jordan from the state of Ohio, saying, quote, he's a leader of the Republican Party, referring to President Trump, saying that, and I hope on January 20th, 2025, he is once again the leader of our great country. So there's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen in 2024. Will former President Trump run again for office? I believe he'll be about 78 or 77 at that time, which is a little close to President Biden's age at the moment. Joe Biden is, I believe, 78 years old. And so that remains to be seen. We were getting some reports that there won't be an official announcement at this CPAC speech. This speech will be more of an outline for how Republicans can take back the House and the Senate in the 2022 midterms, as well as, obviously, former President Trump will go after those Republicans who have crossed him, those 10 Republicans, you'll remember, who voted to impeach him. But anyway, let's get back to the CPAC stage for some of these speakers, more of these panels, and we have the former president in about 30 minutes time. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. News Now from Fox is where we have it.
You know, despite the fact that the national pollsters can't seem to ever get it right, people still love polls. And all of you have been the star of the CPAC poll this week, and you're about to hear the results from Donald Trump's pollster, Jim McLaughlin, my fellow board member, who really is one that does get it right. But before we hear from him, we're going to hear from Tim Constantine of the Washington Times. But I just have one question for all of you that wasn't on the CPAC poll. Was the decision to bring CPAC 2021 to Orlando a good one? Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Constantine of the Washington Times, America's newspaper.
You know, the Washington Times has been doing the CPAC poll for as long as I can remember, and it's a great measure every year of where conservative America stands. And you are unlikely to get much of this information from the mainstream media. As a matter of fact, before we get to the straw poll results, let's do a quick poll right here. When you are trying to find information that is what people in the heartland of America think, how many of you think CNN is a good source? How about MSNBC? In that case, how many think CPAC is a great place to come and get information? Charlie, thank you for the annual reality check. We appreciate it. You know, the most exciting part or the most popular part of the poll every year is the presidential poll. We look at who would you like to be the presidential nominee of the Republican Party. in the next cycle. And I got to tell you, what's really cool about this is you look at all the names on there, and you look at how many of them spoke at CPAC this year. They understand this is where to come and reach the people that actually are focused on the issues. And the Republicans have a very deep bench. You know, for baseball, spring training started today, and every team has a star, but it's the teams that have a really deep bench that do well. And I look at the bench that the Republican Party has looking ahead to 2024. You got people like Governor Ron DeSantis. You got Senator Josh Hawley. You've got Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Tom Cotton. All of those are potential candidates in 2024. All of those spoke here at CPAC. And then I got to let you in on a little secret. And please don't let this get outside this room, right? I don't know if you folks know this, but there's one other gentleman who might be on the ballot in 2024 and in about minutes. President Donald Trump is going to be on this stage right here. So before we do that, I think you are going to enjoy, we're going to give you some of the results from the poll. Jim McLaughlin was Trump's pollster. He is also the Washington Times pollster, and he has put together this information for you. Superstar. I'll give you the 3-second sneak peek. You're going to like it a lot. Jim, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tim and Charlie. That was great. And I'll tell you something. We were the ones that were crazy enough in 2016 to actually say on the Sean Hannity show, the Friday before Election Day, that President Trump was actually going to win. And let me tell you, we got attacked by the media like you wouldn't believe, and I'm sure when they see the results of this, but I can tell by it, our poll was right by what we got. But without further ado, let's have some fun. I think, unfortunately, this poll is probably going to trigger a lot of the media again. What's the most important issue that's facing the country today? And by the way, this is an issue the press is trying to tell us there's nothing to see here. Remember, we allowed you to select 3 choices. 62% said election integrity, 48% constitutional rights, and 35% said immigration to the wall, and 32% said reopening the economy. Whoops, there we go. When it comes to former President Trump's issue agenda and policies, which of the following comes close to your own personal opinion? 95% of you want to continue his policies and agenda. 95%. Amazing, amazing. There's only 3% that want to move away. Must have let a couple reporters in. Would you like to see Donald Trump run again for president in 2024? Seven out of 10. It's tough to get 7 out of 10 to agree on anything, but that's pretty obvious. I can tell. That number's right? And thinking ahead, this is the ballot with President Trump in it. If the election were held today, who would you vote for? And far and away, the front runner is President Trump with 55% of the vote. And the next is Ron DeSantis getting 21% of the vote. Then everybody else is down in single digits. By the way, that 3% other was people saying mostly Trump other candidates, so just so you know. Now this is without President Trump. This is without President Trump. Ron DeSantis gets 43%. Kristi Noem gets 11%. Donald Trump Jr. gets 8%. So again, you see how important to everybody here, the grassroots, the base of the conservative movement, the base of the Republican Party, it is either President Trump or a Trump candidate. Now here's the last one, just so everybody has a good idea. What do you think his job approval rating is going to be? What do you think? 90? It was 95 last year. Thank you. Made my job really easy. He's got a 97% job approval, but look at it. Look at it. Probably nobody in the history of the conservative movement has earned your support the way this president has. And look what's happened. It's pretty much gone up every single year. And not only do 97% say they approve of this president, in spite of the fact they're trying to cancel him, but more important, they're trying to cancel you. That's what this is about. And they're trying to cancel his agenda. And you've got 87% say they strongly approve of this president. So thank you. I've been coming to CPAC now this is about.
All right, so there you saw some of the results just announced on the CPAC straw poll. Especially interesting, though, the presidential straw poll, and obviously 7 in 10 of attendees prefer Donald Trump to run again in 2024. But if he decides not to, the big name they prefer is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for 2024. That's according to the CPAC straw poll, and the results just released there on the CPAC stage in Orlando. The second favorite was the South Dakota Governor, Kristi Noem. So interesting all around. So I'm Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox. We're about 15 minutes away from former President Trump's first post-presidential speech there on the CPAC stage. What we're going to do right now is we're going to start a new stream. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, don't go anywhere. We're going to start a new stream. We're going to let it get a lot of people watching in the 15 minutes or so before the former president does speak. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick commercial break before we do that. So we'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now for Fox.
The Senate in 2022, and it's going to come in 2024. He showed us the way.
Jim McLaughlin, thank you so much. Tim Constantine, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Stay tuned.
Have fun.